Yeah, excuse me, for anyone who is just listening in, I am currently a slave for DoorDash, so I'll be hanging out with you guys on a Bluetooth microphone. So if I sound like dog shit, it's because you all don't pay me enough on Twitch and YouTube. But anyway, without further ado, I've always been really mixed bag on this particular issue. I can't really figure out which way is the right way to go. On one side, I recognize that some of these ideas are incredibly infectious, and particularly anti-Semitism. I don't know why, but apparently hating on Jews seems to be a really popular thing for people in history. I can't really like stomach that, but it is. The other side of that is that if you believe in like tolerance and actually like convincing people through love and compassion that your ways are better, then you have to open the door for people who could harm you to engage with them, talk to them, and maybe talk them down. The thing that always pisses me off on that particular part is that the left acts like it's their job to counteract Nazis. No, it's fucking not. It's the job of the right. In the same way that the only way you can talk down a communist is having a lefty that has their same moral virtues at their core to talk them down, Nazis have to have the right to get them talked down. And so overall is that if the right isn't policing the Nazis, then that's on them. If the left isn't policing communists, then that's on them. Thank you very much.
All right, floor is open. Go for the throat.
Hold on. May I suggest for the people who did not introduce themselves, can we do that?
My name's Connor. I run
name's Jeff.
named CounterPoints.
I'm non-smoker.
Let's do it all at the same time.
Oh no, please, no, please, God.
Perfect. All right, we did it.
I wanted to leave it up to the moderator, but yeah, my name's Alec Gunter. You can find me on twitch.tv/Alec Gunter. You can also find me on youtube.com/AlecGunterTTV. And I do leftist politics, etc. That's about it.
Fight.
Okay,
right.
An interesting couple of points brought up by somebody online and Toby. So somebody online brought up a really important point, which I think we definitely should focus on. It seems like part of the whole stealth thing, like the what do you call it, crypto fascist, right, is the idea of being able to make it so that they can get their ideas out to people without being noticed for what they are, and those ideas being called out as detestables. So yeah, I think it creates, there's like, as I mentioned before about like, there's sort of a smoke screen and there's a lot of memeing and stuff as well that creates a lot of ambiguity and misdirection. And it makes it very difficult where a lot of people start jumping at shadows and accusing people of like, oh, you're just, you're just dog whistling, or you're trying to, this is, you're memeing, but actually you believe this thing and such. And it creates a lot of misdirection. So and I think it's really important because we have this ambiguity around what is a Nazi. I think it's important to be able to call out very specific behaviors. Like, are these people advocating for ethnostates? Are these people talking about genetic grouping of like intellectual capacity and such? Are they talking about, are they essentializing race to marginalize people or to otherize people? Those are things that I think we can individually point out and call out, and then we can push back on. But when we're jumping at shadows and pointing out, like, sort of like ambiguously assigning Nazi to people in ways that we don't clearly define, we're just creating more and more of a mess and an inability to point out these problems and push back on them.
To that point, to kind of piggyback back off what you're saying, Zunya, right? No, I'll let you finish and I'll go.
Well, and then I was going to say then to go on to what Toby was saying, or I think it was Toby, I forget who was saying it, but I think it was Toby, about how are these ideas just, are they so powerful and such, that you're afraid to have them anywhere in the public because there's too coercive and or not even coercive, too subversive to even consider platforming. I think that's part of the problem, is that that lack of being able to drill down on these individual problem beliefs and ideologies, and instead trying to just assign a label ambiguously and dismiss, creates that power. It allows that idea to not be able to be tackled, not be able to be addressed, and therefore be too powerful to platform in a way, right? And so that's where I think we need to be a little bit more proactive about being specific about the ideological positions and debunking those and addressing them and calling them out.
Yeah, I don't think anyone disagrees with like calling them out. I think where the substantive disagreement is there is, and I'm not again, I came in late, so apologies. I don't know everyone's here's position, but there is a tendency for people not to want to debunk or fight, but to simply silence, right? And there's a fundamental difference between engaging with something and fighting it and doing battle, if you will, rhetorically, and simply saying, well, you were wrong, you were harmful, so you were not allowed to speak. That is, it's empty calories. You think you're doing good here, but it's not very effective in the long term. In the short term, you'll see gains.
Wick, what if you
powerful.
don't? Well, hold on. What if you don't have a better tool? What if only a small proportion of people are actually capable of fighting Nazi ideas head on? Like, I liken it to the Nazi rhetoric is a strategy that's very easy to execute and takes far more effort and skill to defend against than it does to execute.
Which Nazi idea do you have trouble like arguing against?
I don't have trouble arguing against Nazi ideas. We're talking broadly speaking about the platform. I think that most lefties are pretty bad. I would say most liberals.
In the group of people who have
well,
the reason why we're bad at it. If I can finish my point.
He said earlier he was including himself in the group of people who had trouble speaking to Nazis. So what do you have issues speaking to Nazis about?
You don't think I have issues speaking to Nazis? I was being self-deprecating. Okay.
You've already backtracked.
So,
I can answer that.
I think you and I
have a rebuttal
both
for you.
know...
Yeah, you go first, but I have a rebuttal for Doobie.
Me?
I was going to say, Smug, there are plenty of leftists who are absolute shit at confronting Nazis on streams and panels and stuff, right? You're not just saying it's a liberal problem. I think you
absolutely.
and I would both agree there are plenty of leftists with this issue as well.
That's what I said. I said that a lot of leftists and a lot of liberals are terrible at this before Doobie interrupted. And like the big issue I have here is that I think it's better to give the average population a blunt instrument they can use if they aren't capable of using the tool that requires more finesse. So that's the point.
They aren't capable of using the blunt one too.
Yes, a blunt object.
They're not
always a great tool against
this,
Nazis.
Just real quick, they're not capable of using this blunt tool either, right? We've seen them go in like
they got two functioning
mass
arms
recording and things like that. They are just not. We are very, very bad at identifying, right? What information is actually harmful, and we're like, look at the laws being passed in Florida by DeSantis and things like that to silence the gays and silence the CRT people.
Well, yeah, but they would hold on.
Like,
you can't link that. You can't link that to deplatforming Nazis.
Absolutely, I can.
No,
right?
You can't. The right has suppressed free speech for decades.
Yes.
Like, it's not like.
What do you think you're trying to do when you deplatform Nazis?
Protect the rights to free speech for a longer period.
No, that's
for more people.
The point. Please, God, can I fucking rebut Doobie real quick? So my issue with what Doobie said is that so for me, like, Nazism, because I've hung out with fascists, I've hung out with fascist philosophers, blah blah blah. So fascism is something very specific. Nazism is something very specific in those circles. So Nazism is like, German fascism that hates Jews. It's very racial, et cetera, et cetera. But fascism itself is political corporatism mixed with flexible authoritarianism. Definitionally with Giovanni Gentile. You can have all sorts of cultures that are fascist. And Doobie, this is one of the things that Smugbug kind of called out that you dismissed, but I think he's actually correct on. We were on a panel together, and by the way, very good to see you again. We were on a panel together, and I don't know if you were memeing, but basically you outlined your political worldview as political corporatism with flexible authoritarianism.
I think I actually quoted Giovanni Gentile in that description.
Yeah, but then I asked you who Giovanni Gentile was, or I asked you who he was, and you were like, "Oh, I don't know who that is." And it's like, bro, like you're, I know you could have been memeing during the panel or whatever, but you're kind of an example of the rhetoric being difficult to nail down and easy to do a Don Quixote sparring session against windmills if you can't identify what you're fighting.
Well, I don't agree with that. So I think that, so let's say I am a fascist, and I think I do have some like fascist tendencies in certain issues. Mm-hmm. I don't think I disagree with anybody on that.
Ban him.
So let's say that we're a fascist, just outright. Mm-hmm. So which ideas do I have that are so dangerous you can't even allow me on the platforms because there might be somebody who speaks to me that is so unprepared for my line of thinking or my line of rhetoric or my policy positions that they're going to like just totally fall in love with fascism and go out and murder somebody.
Well, I think fascism is relatively appealing. And non-smoker, I'm gonna shut up because I know you've been trying to get in.
Thanks, man. Yeah,
but I know it's appealing. But like, what about fascism?
What ideas does non-smoker have that you can't let him talk?
This is why you have to silence fascists, because they just try to take over the conversation.
Yeah,
what I would argue is that everybody here who's suggesting that we can platform Nazis because we can try to like convert them or like defeat their ideology in the marketplace of ideas, I would say you're grossly overestimating your ability to convince people of anything. These ideas are toxic. They invade people's minds and they take control of them, sort of like a phantom. And this is how this shit spreads. And it's
like a ghost.
Amazingly
Wait, hold on. Non-smoker. It's just one question.
Let me finish what I'm saying. Fascists trying to silence me once again.
It's true.
Amazingly irresponsible of you. Amazingly irresponsible of you to advocate for a belief system which would silence most of us outright.
Well, okay, but non-smoker, what is... Yeah, sorry, go ahead. You go ahead.
I just want to ask, non-smoker, do you think there is a single person on the planet that can oppose Nazi ideas like rhetorically effectively? Assuming like an effective Nazi like Nick Fuentes, do you think there's anyone that can combat them in like a public sphere?
Other than me, no.
Amazing. Great. Okay.
I'd like to take the opportunity to introduce Stardust. Thank you for joining us, Stardust.
Hi. How's it going, guys? Can you hear me okay?
Hi.
Doing well. What do you think about platforming Nazis, Star?
The queen of Nazis herself, the savior of the white race.
It's like I'm the queen of Nazis.
Yeah,
the fuck?
Yeah, we're about to hear some really base stuff here. So that's cool. That's cool.
Well, look, I just think that if you're trying to change people's minds, I don't think that I mean, honestly, if I'm going to be real with you guys, I'm not here to change people's minds, okay? My point at the end of every conversation is to connect with somebody on a meaningful level, right? Whether they change their mind on their topics is irrelevant to me, right? What I am aiming for is for them to see me as a human being and for me to see them as a human being. If I can bring the temperature down, then that is enough for me. And that is what I am aiming for. And I've received tons of messages where people will say that I have reduced the temperature around certain subjects, right? But if these people, the way that politics works right now, today, we're all kind of like in our own little bubbles. We're all siloed off from each other. And that creates an issue where people don't see each other as fellow human beings. They see each other as monsters, right? Like a monster with a different political ideology. And I don't believe in that. I didn't get I don't get the ability to walk away from conflict in real life. Why the fuck would I do that online? Like, just because somebody has a different, or somebody has abhorrent views. Yes, they have abhorrent views, but when I talk to them and I show them that I'm able to see the world through their eyes, I'm able to empathize with them as they see the world through their eyes. I'm able to understand the points that they're bringing forth and truly relate to them on an interpersonal level, and then bring my arguments to them through that. Then they are forced to see me as a human being as well, right? And I will put myself in. I will put myself in. I will talk to literally anybody. So, and I will like fucking die defending my right to talk to anybody. But at the end of the day, I am not trying to change somebody's point of view, somebody's opinions. They are not going to change through me. That is something that they do over years of time in their own head. What I'm trying to do is just connect on a human level, because when you don't see other people as humans, it's much easier to justify violence and hatred towards somebody else.
Boy, I wish the Jews and Nazis at Auschwitz had thought of that.
This way of connecting with people on a human level is the way to go about being able to change their minds.
Super quick question.
I said everyone shut the fuck up.
Oh, fuck. Listen to the moderator.
Whoa. Shut up. I'll let Gunter go. You've been trying to talk.
Oh, I was just going to say, I wish the Jews in Nazi Germany had thought of that. That way, maybe the Nazis would have seen them as people and let them go.
Well, the Nazis did not see them as humans, right? The Nazis literally did not see them as humans. They saw them as subhuman.
Well, he deafened himself right after he said that.
But if the Jews turned to the Nazis and said,
I swear to God, I was trying to unmute and I accidentally deafened.
So
I will do misogyny, but that was not it.
you gave a great example, Alec. That the Nazis did not really see Jewish people as humans; they saw them as subhuman, and we see this echoed today in the way that certain people view other groups. Right? They may view me as subhuman, but if I'm able to relate to them on a fundamental interpersonal level, and let me tell you, a lot of these guys who fall into these super. Wait a minute.
Okay, but you just flipped.
Wait a minute. They
got it.
A lot of these guys who fall into these far right, even Nazi-ish ideologies are people who feel like they have been left behind by the entire world. And if you are able to relate to them on an interpersonal level, they are forced to also relate with you on an interpersonal level.
But you just flipped what you said. You said Nazis, that's the problem. Nazis did not see Jewish people as people. And so you said, well, some people don't see me as people, right?
Yes.
So what you're saying is if I just show them my ideas, then they'll see me as people.
Alec, how do
what
you
I'm saying is the Jews in Nazi Germany should have done that.
I have a question.
If that's what works.
Shut up! It's my turn to respond. Okay, sorry.
Stardust is so cute and adorable. It's not fair.
It's not cute and adorable.
Shut up, Toby.
I'm obnoxious and disgusting. Okay,
that is some sexist shit you said there, Toby.
Great misogyny.
I am. It's not cute and adorable. I know I'm obnoxious. I know I know I'm stupid. Okay, but Alec, repeat the last part of what you just said.
I said
nobody else fucking talk. Okay, sorry.
I forget what the last part was, so I'll just briefly say it. If my point, very seriously, is if we were to follow your logic in Nazi Germany, and there are people who don't see me as I'm not a Jew, but let's say I was in Nazi Germany as a Jew. They don't see me as human. I'm in Nazi Germany in Auschwitz. I can't go up to the guards and be like, oh, well, just listen to me. And then they'll be like, oh, yes, it's also very good, actually. We should let this one go. He's human.
Alec, I understand, but that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that there are already people who see me as less than human. There are already people who see me as lesser than, right? And that's just kind of been my life, right? But they are not in the position where they're in the position of being like a Nazi guard, right? What they are a bunch of people who feel like that the rest of the world will refuse to relate to them, will refuse to understand how they are hurting inside, and why should they have empathy for anybody else because nobody has empathy for them.
Why can't I say that about Nazis though? Like from Germany, like at what point do we draw that line?
You can, but I'm not talking to Nazis from Nazi Germany.
But just modern day Nazis who would do that if given a chance.
There's a huge difference.
Okay, we have a bunch of hands up.
Wait a minute.
There is. I go sorry, and then someone's.
Can you acknowledge that there is a huge difference between somebody who's actively working under Hitler's regime and some social reject who hangs out by himself online and believes in really stupid shit?
Yes, but they both believe the same things. They have the same mentality.
One of them is much more.
The difference is one of them is not enabled by their fascist government. So if he were, he'd happily do it. So I just
know what? I'm glad that he's not enabled by his government. But you know what? I'm going to still try to relate to him in the very rare case that he is.
Good luck.
Tuna. All right, Tuna, go then Wick.
Okay, Star's making a fucking relevant point here, and I think that it's not been addressed. This idea that so far we've been saying should or shouldn't. There's no just like, does it even matter? We're not talking about platforming people that have their hand on the lever of a gas chamber. We're talking about a bunch of despondent youth on the internet trying to find a personal sense of identity who have fallen down the idea that this radical ideology is going to give them a sense of inner purpose. Giving them an alternative to that, making it so that spaces are inviting towards those people that are in that liminal zone is much different than platforming someone like Fuentes. There's a difference between Nazi and something that's just like Nazi. You have to actually have space for these ideas to go in there. And like, if you don't have a fun culture that is alternative from all of those fucking like weird online spaces where they're uncontested, if the only place that people are able to create those identities is in places like fucking, I'm not going to name fucking internet places, bring them to them. You need to get those people out of those spaces and de-radicalize them before they become like big advocates.
Like we have data on this,
I would
right?
like
Just real quick.
I would like
just
to
real quick.
add,
Hey, I was next.
What goes first? What goes
I was
first?
next. So we have data on this, right? What happens when
God.
we like? There is a reason that cult leaders and other things try to separate themselves and their communities from the wider world. They like to deplatform themselves because they know that if they expose their audience, right, to wider points of view, there is a chance that those wider points of views will draw them away from the bad lines that they're going down. Nazism isn't any different. It's not a magic spell. It's not something, if one is in your room, he's not going to infect you. He's not a zombie with a plague or some shit like that. And acting as if they are this ultra powerful thing that we cannot combat and we must silence is giving them way too much credit. There is a reason that the Nazis in Germany separated and segregated the Jews and did not allow their people to go around the Jews or the Jews to go around their people, because they knew that how do we see people as human? By contact. It's called contact theory. This is science, gang. And the more in contact you are with groups that are minoritized, marginalized, and things like that, the more you tend to empathize and identify with them. So what you are doing when you are deplatforming these people, are you doing the Nazis' work for them? You're doing Lord Hitler's work for them. You are enabling, and you are a contributor to the alt-right pipeline. That's what you are. Full stop.
All right, non-smoker, go. I said non-smoker, go. No one else.
I mean, I can't believe this stuff I'm hearing. I have people saying that we should love Nazis until they're not Nazis anymore.
Dog, there are too many autists here. They're not getting it.
Nazis, like, this is fucking insane. Like,
there are too many
autistics
here.
The reason that things like the Holocaust happened, because you're just like, oh, if we were just so empathetic to the Nazis and tucked them in at night and kissed them on the cheek, then maybe they wouldn't be Nazis. That's fucking really stupid.
Yeah, great.
Sorry.
They're essentially Nazis.
Because some of us have materialist-based communism instead of this fucking ideological one.
Okay, one thing, guys. Okay, give me one moment here. Okay, one moment. Okay, I didn't realize that this was such an apt comparison until last night. Sansel and I were talking. Last night, Sansel asked me, "Why are you so intent on humanizing like these people who nobody else wants to humanize?" Right? I will give you my experience. Okay, my experience. There was, growing up, there was pre 9/11 and there was post 9/11. Okay. And the way that people viewed me immediately after 9/11 is they did not view me as somebody who is an equal type of human. They did not see me as somebody who was a human in the same way that they were. They saw me as somebody who was potentially dangerous or part of a potentially dangerous ideology. Okay, so post 9/11, I had that experience. I know what it's like to have everybody around you suspicious of you. I know what it's like to have everybody around you refuse to empathize with you, even though you are a fellow American, just like the rest of them. You are scared as fuck as well. I know what it's like to be dehumanized. I know what it's like to have people believe everything else that everybody else says about you without actually asking you yourself about you. I know what that's like, and I don't want other people to feel that way. I don't want anybody to be isolated like that, because that is how you create extremists. That's how we've seen extremists form in plenty of different places, regardless of ideology.
All right, Zone, you go.
Damn it!
Yeah, so I've done a lot of work in de-radicalization and IRL efforts, and one of the key things when it comes to people that we are de-radicalizing is struggles with being socially ostracized, socially atomized, not having a good, solid, just social network in general, and that combined with a lot of economic disenfranchisement and struggles to survive. So it's the social atomization provides a need to want to be part of a community. And one of the key things that these types of more extreme ideologies provide is they provide a sense of community and belonging and purpose. And because of the fact that they operate in a way that is very hierarchical and in many ways very structured, it also provides a sense of purpose and meaning and contribution to the community. And so that's one of the key things. And we find that they're not actually very deeply rooted in their ideology. That's usually reserved more for like people who are more thought leaders, influencers, stuff like that, like your Nick Fuentes and such. They tend to be much more deeply rooted in their ideology, but a lot of the people that they pull over due to disenfranchisement and social atomization tend to just kind of fall into it, wanting to belong, and them then also providing, as I mentioned before in the opening, these very simplistic answers to complicated societal problems. And they point them to an enemy as the cause of those problems. And that gives them a simple way of viewing a very complicated issue or many complicated issues in the world. And so, but as you start to talk to those people and you give them a social lifeline and allow them to be humanized by others, even if they don't humanize you, and to find a sense of community beyond just the far right or extremist ideological communities, then you are much more likely to pull them away from that. And you're much more likely to get them to actually listen to you and find and identify themselves in you, identify common struggles that you mutually share, and just see you as like, oh shit, they're just like me. What the hell, and so that opens the door for a lot more ability to pull people away from extremism.
Right.
And it's that social human connection first and foremost that is
Right.
the most important thing in order to establish that.
Yeah.
All right, counterpoints in Tiberius.
Okay.
And then me, please.
Wow, you guys skipped over the black dude like fucking 5 times.
Yeah, we love
fascist.
that because I'm a fascist. So can we? So here's the thing, because we've kind of heard the same points back and forth now. Star, Wick, and Zonia kind of all agree that talking to people and humanizing them and empathizing with them and dealing with people who are socially rejected is better to try to pull them back into normal society. And then so far, Mr. Gunter and No Smoker say fuck them and their stupid fucking asses. Can we, is there anything to like kind of move the conversation forward there? Because it sounds like you'll literally just disagree about what the solution should be. And also, like, is there a nuance?
They're talking about two different points.
Well,
I want
to pose a question real quick before I yield the floor. I want to pose one question. So there was a little bit of nuance that was just presented, which is there are fractured young people who could probably be reached and brought back into the fold. And then there are ideologue talking heads who are actively recruiting people to extremist ideologies. So should you have a different approach for these two different kinds of people? And I'll yield right there.
Cool. Am I up next now?
Wasn't Ty next?
Star, if you want to go for just a second, go ahead.
I just wanted to say, somebody in my chat made a really good point. If you look at all the mass shooters, they're all pretty socially ostracized and people. You can look at people who become radicalized within America. They're generally socially ostracized people. And that's common within whether that's a far right extremist or a Muslim extremist living in America. A lot of the time, they are still both heavily ostracized people, isolated, lonely people.
Or a Zonia-ist extremist.
The point that I wanted to make was twofold. On one side is that we're treating like Nazism like an original sin. Once you believe it's like one drop, you can't be like redeemed or whatever. I think there's plenty of examples of where that is not the case. But I'll even give the micro or the macro level example of like what to do with Nazism. Yeah, at some points you have to actually fight it because it gets to critical mass. But remind you how it got to critical mass. Germany after World War I was left all alone, humiliated, and fucking literally broken and left for bankrupt. What happened after World War II to where we fixed that? We literally came in, rebuilt them, built them in as a friend, and now they are the most vibrant and successful country within Europe. This is absolutely the way that you have to do it.
That was after cutting off the head of the Nazi movement.
Keep in mind what happened with Germany. They have the most humanized prison system, penal system in the world. So they learned what actually happens. They know that they need to socialize people, treat them like humans. When they have people in prison, they wear street clothes instead of being, a orange suit and a number. And they give them as much humanization and human contact as they can. It's considered
the Soviets didn't. That's why they won the war.
It's considered to be one of the most humanized penal institutions in the world, and it's really not penal. Is focused on rehabilitation more than anything. But the key component, humanizing. And
the CIA agrees with you.
And they've got extremists in their prison systems that they're humanizing.
I had a couple of questions that I wanted to ask people.
Holy shit, no, not this Pokemon.
Hey, shut the fuck up. All right, Jesus Christ. Right. Stardust, if you had 50,000 viewers every time you streamed, would you feel the exact same way about making human connections with these people regardless of their ideology?
I think so. I don't make a lot of money. Okay. I get a lot of hate from I think I get more hate. Well, no, I get, half the internet thinks that I'm a crazy triggered SJW feminist, and then the other half thinks I'm a Nazi. So, I mean, it's not really like a fun place to be in. So.
Okay, but yeah. I mean, I'm asking because that 50,000 people is people you're introducing to whoever you're talking to. So does that change your view at all?
I would still talk to who I determined to talk to. I would still empathize fundamentally on a human level because, again, you can look at how extremists in Western countries are oftentimes, regardless of their ideology, they are isolated, socially isolated people, and lonely people. So.
Okay, great. Wick, you mentioned the cult-like behavior of pulling people away into a silo, but what you don't mention is that with cults, that's physical, and today that's possible ideologically. You can build someone into a reality where they can't access the rest of real reality,
yes, and
right?
Part of that process, that process is when other sites and other realities and other silos excise and exile them because they have no choice. And we see this in data. Like, look what happened with the incel community. As more and more people banned them, they went to their own dark sites, which were harder to track. They radicalized each other. There was no pushback to their ideas, so it became more and more radical, and it ended up in real-world violence. This is what happens when you deplatform these people to that degree, right?
I agree.
It kills people. It kills people.
But the problem is when you get to like QAnon and incels, they've built a different reality foundation from you, right? So like if that is already the case, if that's already in place, how do you combat that later, right? This is already a state of the world that we exist in.
The other ideas,
probably with the truth.
It's a process, right? So like Marta said, it takes years, but you're going to be a part of that process, right? You can either push them towards their ideology or help bring them away from their ideology.
I don't want to be associated.
But they're inoculated against the truth.
Fair enough.
Yeah, so I don't want to
different goals.
Yeah, so my goal is not to change somebody's. Yeah, so I don't want to change. My goal again is never to change somebody's opinion. That's something they do on their own through their own time. But
I like to persuade people, so that's I get it. So
I persuade people too.
Really?
Let's do this. Here, there's a lot of hands up. I don't care. All right.
Yeah. Wick makes a good point. Wick makes a good point in that to get somebody out of
mods talking.
Okay, there's a fuck ton of hands up, and everyone's agreeing. Tuna, then Chris speaks, then Doobie, then non-smoker. Go.
What about me? What the fuck?
Shut up!
just keep him out for the meme.
There's a fundamental break.
Where the fuck is Sprout when you need him? I don't get fun here.
There's fundamental break in the way that people are like thinking about these people that we're identifying as Nazis right now that got brought up earlier. I think it needs to be addressed. Do we think, or what do we think is the cause of a person being a fascist, a Nazi, having some kind of bad political ideology? I think that these are damaged people being preyed on by small communities that need more people who are willing to sacrifice themselves. I think that the way that you fix this is by making it so that there are fewer people entering the ideology. Once they're already in it, you probably have lost your ability. That's up to the government. That's up to the real world. But if you're talking about online culture spaces where people are trying to share ideas, produce new forms of thought, the main thing that you want to appeal to is like undecided people that are on the fence. You want to improve the conditions of their life. You want to give them some kind of place to go other than becoming a hardcore ideological person who's going to put their fucking body on the stockpile of history. So if you think that people are like Nazis by birth, if you think that they're Nazis by some immutable characteristic, yeah, it makes sense to like kick those people out, but I just don't think that's true. Like, Smoker, why do you think that people are Nazis? I want to know why you think people are Nazis.
Did you ever read the book Eichmann in Jerusalem?
No, just give me.
Okay, by Hannah Arendt. By Hannah Arendt. It's about the trial of Adolf Eichmann. You ever heard of him?
I'm not familiar with the text.
The subtitle of the book is The Banality of Evil. Okay, and what they found at Eichmann's trial is that he didn't have any remorse for his actions, but he also didn't have a particular hatred of the Jewish people. He famously said, "I was just following orders."
Mm-hmm.
So what I would argue to you is similar to what Arendt would argue in that book, which is that this is something that could happen to any person. They could fall into anybody could fall into the temptation of Nazism. I'm sorry?
So why would you isolate these people? Why would you kill them if it can happen to anybody?
No, I would go so far as to say they should be jailed and forced to do labor the rest of their lives.
Okay.
Just out of
he's a Stalinist.
As Lenin once said, there's no Nazi, but a good Nazi, but a dead Nazi.
Okay,
so why should we platform?
Oh my God! Can I ask a fucking question? So personal curiosity.
I want to clear up because I feel like I haven't even gotten the actual answer.
Counterpoint.
How do you get a person who's willing to go along with the regime?
I'm gonna keep talking over Tuna.
Fine.
Okay.
I just wanna, out of personal curiosity, are you a fan of authoritarian communism and or like 20th century communism?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Just so we know where you're coming from.
We're finding one when I've been given a chance to talk.
Well, there's a lot of us here. Okay, Chris, go. You've had your poop stick up for a while. Chris, go. Then Doobie, then Alex.
Right, thank you. So I sympathize with the idea of humanizing Nazis. I really do. I would say probably that if you have no interest in humanizing Nazis or you don't understand why that's important, then very good odds are that whatever you have to say on the topic is just going to be fucking worthless. However, I do have a problem with platforming Nazis, and this is something that no one has been so far managed to convince me on. So the problem I have is that the consequences of having Nazi and their ideology be allowed on platform like Twitch is that I think one of the easiest way to radicalize people, or one of the easiest ways how people get radicalized, is through humor. So you take like a downtrodden individual who feels like they don't belong and you put them in a community where racist jokes are the norm, for instance, and even if they've had no prior racist bone in them, so to speak, through the normalization of such language, they will essentially become racist. I've seen that happen time and time again. That's happened to me in the past. I'm pretty sure that many people have that story.
Hitler's famous book of Jewish jokes.
Right, but the problem, hold on, before we go there. Yeah, so should Nazi content creators be openly allowed on the platform and their behavior be considered normal behavior in the sense that we will platform it, then what will happen is that Nazi followers will, follow that content creator. Now, I feel confident with dealing a Nazi fucking weirdo in my chat. I'm sure that many people on the platform feel that way. But do we think it's fair to say that through an increased number of Nazis that will now be on the platform because we want to platform them? Now, everyone in Twitch will have to deal with a lot more sort of Nazi chatters. If we normalize Nazis on Twitch, then we're telling everyone who belongs to one of these groups that Nazis essentially want dead, that they have to deal with the backlash because we want to be able to have these conversations whilst we're live on stream. We can talk to these people, we just can't monetize it.
I would say that I think it's fair for other people if they don't want to talk to the same people as me. It is completely fair for them to do that, right? If they want to create a safe space for their community, it is completely fair for that, right? I just think, just like there's value in people creating safe spaces for their communities, I think there are multiple ways to deal with an issue, and I think that there's value in other people trying different things. So I'm not dictating to other people that they have to welcome people into their communities. I just want to be able to have the ability to talk to whom I choose to talk to without other people telling me.
Can I respond to that? Because if we can just have this back and forth for a sec. So I understand the sentiment. I genuinely understand where you're coming from. And I know that you're not saying that now everyone on the platform has to talk to these people. But if that ideology becomes normalized on the platform, then by necessity we'll see more of that reflected in our chats. Unless we all now start banning everyone who is that type of person.
I'm not for normalizing, right? So
I think that normalization will happen though. If we make it so that platforming these people is the norm, then normalization will happen.
How?
Well, if Twitch is a place that now welcomes Nazis in the sense that you're allowed to hop on, make your case, and then fuck off, then we will have more of that on Twitch. One of the big reasons why we don't have that currently is because they get banned.
Right. It's not a place for us to welcome Nazis, right? It's not that they get to jump on, make their point, and jump off. No, they come on, they have a conversation. Having a conversation is different from letting somebody come and grandstand on your platform and not get any pushback.
Yeah, right now what's happening?
Hold on.
Just real quick.
exactly.
What right now? What's happening is that they are going to their own. Like Nick Fuentes built his own platform where he can grandstands with zero pushback. So them coming on to Twitch to our house to deal with and play by our rules, we get to set the stage, we get to prepare the ground, and we have the best chance to combat them. When we go to their house and things like that, we are at a disadvantage. So we need to be in a space, right? So like, I get your fear. I understand your fear.
Will I be able to respond to that with just one thing?
Hold on. But here's the problem. Hold on. Here's the problem. As soon as you start adding a bunch of Nazis to Twitch, right? The problem is you open up the surface area of Twitch, content creators touching Nazis. So this panel is probably going to be better just because we're involved in the Twitch poll side of things. Probably going to be better at dealing with Nazis than most groups on Twitch. If you've got this sorry, the fucking hands. If you've got this competent group that are holding a wall that can argue with Nazi ideas, then at least you're doing some kind of filtering to the point where the competent people, the more competent people, are the ones talking to Nazis. If you just open up the fucking floodgates, then Nazis can talk to anyone. Terrible situations where platforming badly will happen, and the result is we have no control over the situation, and we do need a little bit of control over the situation.
Yeah, I just wanted to add on that note. So I understand the sentiment of what you're saying, Wick, and I would even agree with you. The problem I have is that I can absolutely see a shitloads of people, a shitloads of sensible leftists here, platforming people like Nick Fuentes because that's going to bring in the views, the clicks, and the money, and they are absolutely not fucking equipped to deal with Nick Fuentes. He's going to run circles around them and make them look like fucking morons, and they will be happy to look like fucking morons because there's clout in that.
Just real quick, just very briefly, just concisely. So that has value too. That has value too, because it allows us to read the tape, to see what they did wrong when they got BTFO'd, and to make our arguments better and stronger. It improves us. It's like inoculation against the virus. Like you learn how to fight it better. Your body learns how to fight the virus
controlled.
better.
Inoculation is controlled.
If you want to learn how to fight Nazis, you can go and watch Destiny any day of the week.
I'm sorry. I need to push back. I need to push back on this one thing, okay? The idea that platforming Nick is going to make you money, they're tight in their own bubble there, okay? One, you cannot platform Nick on Twitch. You will get banned. Two, when you do talk to Nick, you can only talk to him on specific platforms, and you probably will not make much money unless it's from a bunch of trolls wanting to ask him troll questions. And thirdly, the dude, I don't know. I think we need to. The part of the reason why I think we need to, or at least people like me, I value talking to him, is because I can look at him now and say this dude is a dork who literally is just so out. He's like an old man who has been teleported from centuries ago to now, and nobody updated him on the fucking program. I mean, it's
you
ridiculous.
in a camp, dog. I don't know how else to tell you that.
Yeah, I'm aware. But today, he is a fucking dork, okay? And I'm not threatened by that guy. I'm sorry. And I don't think I should be.
Okay, real quick. I think Stardust
hold on. Toby, shut up. Well, okay, I'm gonna make this super clear. I don't care. I do not care. I do not care. Okay. Yeah. Well, I'm gonna make this really clear. Remember, this is the shit show. Yell at each other. Fucking yell over each other. I get holding up and this is a proper show. Thanks. All right, Doobie, then Zonia.
Yay.
So, pardon me. I'll be more aggressive.
Yeah. So I'm so back on the Nazi ideas are like hypnotic in some way, and if people hear them, will be like infected by them. So I'm trying to figure out what the Nazi ideas exactly are the issue, right? So we just heard somebody advocate for putting people in work camps. So putting people in camps isn't the problem. Is it like the racism that you guys are afraid of?
Let's say Doobie. Jews are a really easy scapegoat for all of your problems, right? Like, if you can complain about
but communists have done that too. Communists have done that too.
Yeah, I know.
That's so why you guys are platforming communists, not Nazis.
Capitalism.
You're derailing.
Stardust and Wick making more money going into good causes to shut down Nick Fuentes platforming him.
Stop saying that Stardust is talking Nick Fuentes.
He's really doing poorly.
If you think I made any money off of talking to those
Alexa?
people, you're an idiot. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, you're actually a fucking idiot if you think that. You know how many people have canceled Stardust and refused to even communicate with her over that shit? You're a fucking idiot if you think she's doing that to make money. You're just stupid. Like,
Listen,
clearly.
It's an easy way to be
What's
hated.
the fucking distinction between Nazis who advocate for work camps and are anti-Semitic in many cases? We have many communist regimes. We have many communist regimes. We've left the massacre of millions of fucking people for fucking many years. So what's the difference there? Why you're fucking allowing this fucking communist platform right now, whereas we're having like a fucking bitch over Nazis?
The ladybug is making a reasonable point.
Tubi, I'm literally listen. Holy fuck, okay?
It's not a ladybug; it's a Pokemon.
I lose money if anything. Somebody's
shut
Tubi, I just need to say this one thing. Non-smoker should be dunked as well. Absolutely. If they share enough ideas with the fucking Nazis that they're indistinguishable from the end results of Nazis, yes, I agree. They should be dunked.
Tell me that you stupid bitch. What are the fucking ideas?
Using the work camp.
Tell me the fucking ideas.
To deal with this.
All right. I want to infuse. All right. I want to infuse this panel with a little sanity.
Please. One thing we need to clear up. I do not make money on talking to these people. If anything, I have sacrificed a lot of professional relationships and a lot of. Stop. Shut up. Let me finish. I will be done, okay? I have sacrificed a lot of professional relationships, a lot of relationships with a broad variety of streamers because of who I've decided to have conversations with. I do not make money off of this. If anything, I lose money and lose how much reach I can have in the future. So we need to clear that. We need to take that off the table right now. That's what number one.
Well, this is what I would ask. This is what I would ask. If you're going to call into question like someone like Stardust platforming of Nick Fuentes, you should be able to bring a more substantive argument than kind of just grasping at something random like, oh, she makes more money off of it. Actually shows something.
Hold on, so let me hold on, because I am the one who brought up the revenue,
substantive.
so I feel like I am the best person to explain where I was coming from.
I'm
with
not
that one.
talking to
The
you. I'm
implication
talking to
the implication
the
isn't
2D
strictly speaking.
VTuber here.
Why are the fucking ideas? Right? Why are the three VTubers on the channel on the call? And I don't like any of them. Like, just shut the fuck up for 2 seconds.
Doobie, I've said it like 3
Christ.
times. Hold on, Chris. Doobie, I've said it like 3 times. You keep asking me. The Jews. Let's just stick with one of those
Just
lines,
the
right?
Jews? So is it just
Yes, the
racism?
Jews.
So okay,
Fascist,
so you want to your
filibuster,
racism off the platform, not Nazis, is what you're saying.
You're not this stupid, Doobie. Stop pretending to be more fucking stupid than you are, okay? Obviously,
I'm asking you a straightforward question.
That's unfortunate.
Right,
That's
so
really
is
unfortunate.
Is it just
So
like
the Jews,
racism that you want off the platform?
it's not racism. It's not racism.
Then what the fuck is it?
Explain. Okay, but so the Jews, right? Okay, there is a shadowy cabal of Jews that are controlling everything: the banking sector.
Holy shit! This sounds anti-Semitic, smug bug. We need to kick him from the panel.
No, exactly right.
Throw
So
him the
this
fuck
is the
off,
conspiracy.
anti-Semite.
It's about the
That's
Jewish.
what Smug Bug is saying.
As an example, it's about the Jewish conspiracies. It's not just racism. It's specifically that there is a cabal who are controlling everything. The banking sector.
That's the idea.
Jewish cabal is a pretty obvious identifier. There is one of many ideas. It is one of many ideas. I didn't say I can't argue against it. You asked me specifically.
You said earlier that you would have problems and I would have problems arguing against Nazi ideas. Are you telling me that you think leftists in general on the fucking
lot going on in your head, bro.
A
lot going on in your head.
I have a theory.
Oh, the joke? Really, Doobie? Fuck me.
Hear out my theory. I'm gonna call this one. I'm gonna call this one the cultist half-life. When we platform cultists and allow them to preach their ideas, that increases the half-life, right? That makes them grow, right? But when you start to deplatform them and you do not let them have a platform anymore, you start to see this half-life happen. Where what I mean by that is enough people will see, like they'll be exposed to other things, other ideas, and they'll grow out of it, right? And then like maybe half of the people who are still in the cult will look for more or less, will look for deeper and deeper web, like from the web ideas about it and grow in their, cult ideas. But the less they can find about it and the less they can be exposed to it, the more people will move out. And so eventually there will just be not barely anybody in this in this call, like years and decades down the line.
Let CounterPoints go. Let's let CounterPoints go.
It's just a theory. It's just a theory.
Nazis and racism existed before the internet.
So that, hey, you can't talk about the Jews and their power in
scientists.
The government.
Trust me.
To more people think that the Jews are in power.
Scientists invented the internet.
All right, CounterPoints go.
Yeah, so I think that we've tried in the age of the internet your way, which is basically you can't talk about these ideas. Nobody talk about these ideas. These ideas are Looney Tunes. They're crazy. Nobody should believe them, blah, 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 blah. And what it's done is a few people have capitalized on the controversy of these ideas, whether we're talking about vaccination denial or QAnon or Jewish conspiracy theory shit or whatever. And as a result, these ideas have gotten more popular, mostly because of really clever rhetoric on behalf of conspiracy theorists. So, frankly, I think that it would be better and healthier for our society to confront these ideas using truth, using what we understand about history and science and math and all of that kind of stuff, and battling this out in the marketplace of ideas, as much as people think that's cringe. But the reason why the marketplace of ideas is cringe is because it doesn't have that many valiant fucking warriors who will actually advocate for things that are correct. It's just a bunch of fucking.
How'd that work out with Ye?
I want to know Alex is suddenly showing people.
Shut the fuck up. Everybody shut the fuck up.
I have a question for Alex.
He asked a question that illustrates my point.
I'm about to fucking mute people. All right, that's nice. Somebody online go.
Well, hold on. So I just want to point out that really quickly. I just want to point out that what he brought up illustrates my point.
I understand the confusion. He said somebody online, and he thought that he meant like
fascist privilege.
Kanye.
Wait, let's let Connor finish.
You're dead naming Ye.
Connor his point.
Okay, Ye has brought up Jews for fucking 2 weeks now, and suddenly it's fucking trending on Twitter. It's all the fucking rage. We see anti-Semitism flaring up worse than it has in a fucking century because one fucking black guy talks about it for 30 fucking seconds.
Well, the most popular fucking famous black guy on the fucking face of the earth. Yes.
So how is not talking about it for, I don't know, a fucking half century working out for you when one person brings it up?
We certainly didn't have people on the fucking bridges with signs saying "kill the Jews" and shit.
Right.
In a video game.
Yeah, that's not true.
Dude,
on bridges doing that.
Somebody online, please let him talk. Okay.
I appreciate it. Thank you. So to address Stardust's original point, I do appreciate that while interacting with Nick Fuentes has not been as successful for her as what some people might think that it is, there are a lot of really dumb streamers that are trying to do the quick come up thing. And I'm going to come into the space and let me find any big name person that has over 100 viewers to go and interact with because that's going to pump my numbers. And who cares if they're a Nazi? I can get on and debate them. Nazis are really dumb and it's really easy to talk them out of their ideas. The big issue that we don't want to come into is right now, Twitch is a space that is not welcome to these ideas. And so people know you get on here, you're not supposed to talk like that. It keeps those ideas off of the platform. If you want to go have terrible ideas, go on some terrible site and go have terrible ideas with terrible people. On this place, we have the good ideas, and we've clearly defined which ideas are bad. Those ideas are bad. Keep them off of this platform. And as soon as we say it's okay for people to talk about them here, we're essentially saying these ideas are okay. What you say?
Okay.
You never gone camping? Camping's fun.
Advocate for putting people in work camps, right?
Yes,
and
fuck
say
that
that he's
guy.
an authoritarian communist. We obviously
only bad people. Criminals should go to jail.
The idea is right that they're not going to be allowed on this platform. If it's just racism, sure. Say racism bad. Say advocating for violence bad.
You want
okay.
people.
But I don't understand why
advocate
we're
for certain ideas thrown off the platform, but not other ones.
A tiny minority of retards when you have people like this do it all over the platform.
So just to be clear, you don't like communists who advocate for those ideas. You think they should be thrown off the platform.
No,
but you're totally fine with fascists who want that.
That's not what I said at all.
You're a fascist apologist theory.
No wonder you hide behind the fucking frog, Abby. You don't want people to see what you are, who you are in real life.
Just a horseshoe theory.
I'm wearing a Nazi uniform right now. Okay, I weigh 24/5.
Wow,
I have a swastika tattooed on my forehead. That's why I'm hiding behind the frog. But of course, you have trouble following the fucking conversation because that's not what I fucking said. I didn't say you should be kicked off. I'm wondering why you and others think that Nazis should be kicked off. No, you fucking baboon. That's not what I said.
Okay, repeat it again because it's not clear with all of your copium what you were trying to say.
I'm wondering what the distinction is between your ideas and Nazi
It was a
ideas.
little bit racist, but
the communists threw political prisoners in jail who deserved it. The Nazis threw Jews in and killed them.
According to you.
Yeah.
So is it just the racism? Is it just the advocation for violence? Because we have plenty of leftists on the platform who advocate for violence.
All that apply.
The Nazis threw innocent people into camps and killed them.
So did communists.
The communists threw political prisoners in camps.
Millions of people all over the fucking
Very
world.
different.
First they came for the communists. That is the poem.
Yeah, and remember when the communists teamed up with the Nazis? That went well, didn't it?
Why that happened, right, Stardust?
Yeah, it was in Endgame. It was great.
That's because Stalin approached the West to try and make an alliance, and they rebuffed him, and they allowed Hitler to take the Sudetenland. So Hitler had to sign the non-aggression pact.
There have been many genocides since the Holocaust.
You're an apologist for empire and an apologist for Nazis.
This panel,
non-smoker. How can you be so delusional about all the deaths out of Russia?
You know what? I think I've had my mind changed on this panel already.
Oh no!
I think what we need to do. I think what we need to do is we need to take all the commies, throw them into camps.
Wow!
See, that will solve.
Here comes all you guys
say
down.
Have like says that real communism never been tried.
I think I'm starting to believe
I
that
told you I'd win you over,
rather,
Alec.
I think I'd rather talk to a Nazi than 14 people at once.
I'd rather talk to the Nazi.
I'd rather talk to the Nazi.
Why don't you call the silver shirts?
Opportunity. We have like a little mini Nick Fuentes right here with non-smoker.
Well, we have this like Nick Fuentes, because he's yelling, and I don't like getting yelled at.
Request
the
the cancellation
British talk to the fucking Nazis.
No,
go on.
This is
Tell me more how we should
like
give juice boxes to Nazis.
Right here, we can
this
talk
is
about
a good example. This is a good example of why it's okay.
Don, you did.
Whose accent were you trying to imitate?
Don, you did.
Hey, let me finish. This is a good example of why it's okay to platform problematic dumbasses like non-smokers here.
We shouldn't platform problematic people.
He's getting CFO'd. He's getting
problematic Nazis. That's
destroyed.
Communists, just non-problematic Nazis. You want to kill people? That's
anti-communist.
People running from him. This is how we do it, gang.
Non-smokers converted me into an anti-communist now.
Just so we're clear, Wiki's saying. Just so we're clear.
Shut the fuck up, Tommy! I always wanted to say that. Right, Wick, here's the problem, okay? Non-smoker is one of 100 dumb fuck commies who will never get anywhere, but only one of these authoritarian maniacs.
Communism is based.
Only one of them needs to
one
get
of
up
10
to the
million
top to
dumb
become an
fuck liberals
effective
who
ideologue.
is exactly the same as every single other one.
Only one of them needs to get to the top to become an effective ideologue. So this system filters out 100 dumb fucks who aren't convincing, like non-smoker, and then we end up with one ideologue who is successful, like Nick Fuentes. All right, that's the issue. It's a filtration process. Gets rid of the dumb fucks, pushes the smart ones to the top, like Nick Fuentes.
But it makes us better
to the top, or use ladybug avies.
Like this works both ways. It's a double-edged sword, smug bug, right? So as
it's a cat bug.
As like free speech is a great tool. It's a great tool for filtering out errors, right? It is a mechanism where we reduce errors from whatever ideology we have. So yes, as they go forward, they will get better and stronger and reduce their errors, but we will be doing it at the same time. And gang, I'm just going to tell you right now that our ideas work and theirs don't over the long term, right? And
I have something.
Can I just say? I am tired of people being afraid of this fucking dork, this religious dork who says stupid shit on the internet and is always cringe, man. You guys got to get over it. We can't be afraid of talking to people who are just really fucking dorky and stupid.
I
know we should leave Wick on the panel. You're right.
I think I can explain.
Adolf Hitler was dorky and stupid.
On the internet, if I can deal with real life shit, why the fuck can't I deal with somebody on the internet who says dorky shit all the fucking time?
Stardust, it's not that. It's not that we can't deal with someone like Nick Fuentes. I can tell you, and maybe this is me being doomer, okay? Maybe it is what it is. But this is the problem that I would have basically, and this touches on what somebody mentioned earlier with people like wanting to go for clout and wanting to talk to these people. If I had a chance right now to talk about Nick Fuentes, well, obviously right now I've been streaming for a little bit, so it's a bit different. But if I was a new streamer like a few months ago, and I had the chance to talk to Nick Fuentes, knowing that he's going to run fucking laps about me, but I could leverage that conversation and then get bonus brownie leftist points for saying that, like, actually I'm willing to improve and I am willing to go over my debate and improve my rhetoric.
You won't get it, though.
No, you won't get it.
Yeah,
You will
so
get
here's the
shit
thing,
on.
the
You will get
issue-
ostracized.
There's a huge market for these kinds of people.
Please, Chris, let me tell you, okay? Let me tell you, the vast majority of Twitch, the left side of Twitch poll, is anti-engaging in any conversation with them. And even if you're a tiny baby streamer and you say, "Oh, I did wrong, but I'm looking to do better next time," they're going to be mad at you forever for even talking to him. They don't care. They don't care if you're going to improve. They don't care. They are incredibly anti-platforming anybody. And I'm sorry, but as a small content creator, getting owned by Nick Fuentes does not get you any points with anybody anywhere.
This
Because
is why you identify as mildly right wing, and then nobody gives a fuck. I've had like a conversation up with Nick Fuentes for 6 months.
You guys have been on the platform for a lot longer than I have, so I'm willing to just concede that if you know if I understand that status, but what I'm saying is
I've been in that exact space where I've been a tiny content creator, engaging. I mean, I'm still tiny, but I've been a tinier content creator engaging with very large right-wing people, and I guarantee I've not gotten any brownie points for it. I've lost a lot of relationships for it. I just really don't like people telling me what to do. So, that's the only reason.
But the upside to it, there is an upside to it, though, is that she is the leader of the white race. So that's the leader of the white race.
That is true.
Ask Nick Fuentes if she is.
There's a conflict here.
I actually was in a debate with Nick Fuentes, and I told Nick Fuentes, I am taking that title from you because nobody in your area agrees with you having it. So I am now taking your title of Savior of the White Race. And
if he had a button to become Hitler, he'd do it in a flash and put you in a fucking camp. Okay.
I'm aware. I don't fucking care, bro. I've met plenty of people in real life who want to fucking
listen,
hurt me.
I don't kink shame. I'm just saying most people don't want to be put in camp.
Alex,
really?
Just one energy. I got a question.
We understand the difference between and the opportunity that you get when somebody's actually talking to you.
Question. Just a single tiny question.
Hey, Smugbuck. You know what you get? You get your question after Doobie. Fuck you. Doobie, go.
Well done.
Thank you, sir. So I have 2 questions, actually. So the first one is for Mr. Alec. So you said that Nick would put Stardust in a camp. And you just heard Non-Smoker express repeatedly that he put some of us on the panel in camps. Right? So I'm wondering.
Me.
I'm wondering.
I never said I put any of you fucks in camps. What are you talking about?
I think the implication was pretty clear, but I can understand if you.
I never said that. I don't know how it could be clear.
You didn't say it straightforwardly. Okay, that's fine.
You white motherfuckers. I'm sorry. I don't hate white people. I'm sorry.
You're Nazis. Who's the Nazi?
Who's the Nazi? But I gotta say, a lot of fucking white people, okay, on the internet lose their fucking shit. Like, oh no, Stardust, they're gonna put you in a camp. They would totally put you in a camp. Yeah, I fucking know that. How do you think? How close do you think I thought about? How much do you think that I thought about like Japanese internment camps right after 9/11? Do you really think that I'm not aware of this? Shut the fuck up, bro.
Okay, can I finish my question?
Who the fuck
Let the brown people speak.
I'd like to finish my question pretty quick. So, Alex, so given that Mr. Non-Smoker here is bare minimum expressed that he put some people in camps, right? If you were in power, they had the ability to do so. Do you think that he should be deplatformed?
Me and Non-Smoker, let's just say, do not see eye to eye. It is me and Mr. Dylan Burns, who just showed up, are well acquainted with him. But
wait, so is that a yes?
Okay, so my answer, your question was, should we deplatform Non-Smoker? I think on some issues, perhaps, but I'd have to think about that more.
You can't half the platform someone. It's a yes or no, buddy.
I just advocated for putting people in camps. Like, what do you mean?
Platform. I never advocated to put anybody in camps.
No, Non-Smoker did. Would you deplatform him, Alec? This guy's doing the same shit.
It's only Nazi.
Well, I'd have to hear a more concise answer.
All right, so you would allow him a platform until you understood his ideology.
What do you mean by camps, first of all, and second of all, what kind of people?
Good camps? Like, what do you think? What do you think he means by camps?
Listen,
can I just answer? Can I
have my crumb question? My tiny crumb of a question.
It's actually pretty fun.
Just a small question.
Can I please answer the frog and the
I want to
fucking
hear the smug bug question. What's the smug bug question?
Holy fuck. Okay, right. Hi, Dylan.
Hi,
Okay,
Dylan.
right. Stardust.
Hi, Dylan.
Okay, you were talking to Chris earlier about how there is
Stardust.
a disincentive. Shut the fuck up. There's a disincentive for Chris to platform someone like Nick Fuentes or whatever, get dunked by him in a debate, right? But that disincentive that you're referring to is the deplatforming disincentive that we've all been talking about. And you're advocating, I think, for stripping back that disincentive. So you can't use that as part of your argument for why he would be punished for it if you're advocating for removing that punishment.
I would even go as far to say that there are other disincentives for engaging with that group, right? I don't know if people are aware of what it was like for me when I first started engaging in those groups when I was a much smaller streamer. For months on end, I was getting hate rated. For months on end, I was getting harassed on Twitter. For months on end, I had people in my DM saying horrendous shit to me. So there are other disincentives in this. I know what I'm getting into, right? But to say that somehow we're doing this because there's a massive incentive, no, actually, in fact, Dylan had to face a huge issue because of who I was friendly with on his last Hippy Dippy panel, right? Just because he had me on the panel. I'm not a Nazi. I am somebody who is left.
Yeah, hold on.
Right?
You want to strip that disincentive? Stick to that point. You want to strip that disincentive? Yes. You want to make it less negative to platform these people.
I don't
right?
know. I just think that I think that other people have the right to not platform who they don't want to platform. I should have the right to platform who I want to platform.
Okay, so then hold on. No, wait, no, we have to stick to this. So you don't want there to be a disincentive to platforming people through this social pressure of everyone on Twitch poll shitting on you.
Secondary sanctions. That's what it is. It's secondary sanctions. There's a word for
I don't know. I think
fine. Secondary sanctions.
I think I don't know what that would look like because all I see right now is people refusing to interact with somebody just because of who they talk to. So yeah, I mean, I guess if it were like, yeah, we judge you for your beliefs and your character rather than by the character of people you talk to, then that would be kind of cool for me. But you know,
sure. I don't know. Hold on, just 2 seconds.
Smoke was building up to a fucking point. Let him finish it.
Yeah, Jesus Christ. Okay, so if I'm in the privileged position of being a terminally online fuckwad, okay, and I want to get big, and I don't give a fuck, I'm a privileged white whatever the fuck, right? I don't give a shit about nasty DMs. All engagement is good engagement for me. I'm gonna go around the fucking right sphere, and I'll be their fucking punching bag as a leftist, and I will get engagement for that. And there is no negative disincentive from the leftist.
There's still negative disincentive.
What's the negative disincentive?
If you get dunked on, it's not even about the disincentive of deplatforming. If you get dunked on, everybody else on the left is going to be dunking on you for ages. Look what happened to
We literally have lolcows. We literally have lolcows.
Yes, lolcows. Do you think that okay, so yes. Look at what happened to Xander Hall when he tried to debate Lauren Southern on a children's book, right? That dude got dunked on for months. And I would say that is a disincentive by itself that has nothing to do with deplatforming. Nobody even brought the deplatforming argument up to him. They were just meeting on him for his horrible performance. And I guarantee that is a disincentive in its own.
They're just racist against Xander for being the whitest white person on Twitch poll.
I think you're massively underestimating how ignorant small content creators like myself can actually be. Because I understand the point that you're bringing up with people poking fun at me or like just the Twitter bullying or whatever's going to happen if I get ass blasted by Nick Fuentes to leverage that into a moment of leftist growth. But the thing is, there are people on this panel right now who are way bigger than me who would there would be, right? You would platform me, Wick would platform me, CounterPoints would likely do. I could talk to all of you guys.
But would I platform you specifically for getting dunked on? No,
I could absolutely send you a message that would make that happen. Yeah, I've been platformed for less, okay? I feel good in my persuasive ability.
Because you're good content, not because you got dunked on by somebody else.
Right, but so imagine I am good content, and I also just debated Nick Fuentes. I got ass blasted, but I put up a solid leftist fight.
We aren't the people who would do that. Like Chris, you're talking to us like we believe I personally, I won't speak for Stardust. I
would do that.
Believe in secondary.
Everyone would do that. That's bullshit.
I would definitely do that.
No, there are people who
only Alexa would do that.
Right? Like
I
don't believe that someone should be ostracized for simply talking or engaging with someone I don't like. I don't believe that at all, right? So I would let you on. But we're not talking about me here. We're talking about the lefties, right? The crazies who do believe in secondary sanctions and like the 6 degrees to Kevin Hitler.
But Wick, there aren't secondary
right?
sanctions anymore. We're not deplatforming these people, and there's fuck ton of people on the platform like myself who hold your point of view that I could leverage that interaction to grow off of by. There are so many of people like us on the platform that will talk to us.
Yeah, so
secondary sanctions are just free association.
So wait a minute. I think Wick is Wick is making a decent point. I think I'm understanding. I think the disconnect here is that that for me, I'm not somebody who would refuse to talk to anybody unless there was a specific reason, right? But if you're talking about leveraging, I don't think you would be platformed by somebody like me for getting dunked on by Nick Fuentes. You would just be platformed by me regardless of getting dunked on by Nick Fuentes. I might actually be a bit critical of you, but I generally just platform people. So I'm not really sure where this is going, though. Maybe I'm not.
Well, the point is, for smaller streamers, any engagement and attention is good for a lot of them is going to be better than no engagement or attention, right? 0 viewers feels worse to most small streamers than having 30 viewers who are all screaming at you, dunking on you, treating you like a leftist punching bag straw man, right? Like, a lot of people will take that deal, and so you'll create.
It is.
I think
do,
so.
Do you know that?
So there's a
politics for life, guys. Everyone
exactly.
here knows politics for life. We've all We've all had politics for life in our Twitch chat. Everyone here has. We've all seen that fucking lunatic before.
Speaking
hold on. I would rather have politics for life in my chat than nobody any day of the week.
Okay, okay. So I don't know how many of you guys have had to deal with the kind of backlash you get, but it's degrading. It sucks.
But we don't know about that
every
zone
angle.
I'm gonna do that because I don't know about the backlash. I've no idea what's gonna come from it, so I'm just gonna rush head first, and then we'll see what happens. Worst case scenario, I just come up with a new VTuber avatar.
I want to talk on a real
strong argument actually for letting the platforming happen, because then you can see the backlash.
Right? It's not just that you're getting dunked on for being like a soy lefty. People are probably insulting you for whatever they perceive they can, right? Your race, your sexuality, your gender identity, whatever. They are going. It's very personal. Sometimes, depending on who, like far lefty, like super far lefty authoritarians tend to send me dead bodies, right? Like it depends on which group it is,
beheadings
right?
and shit.
Yeah.
There are
disincentives that are different from deplatforming disincentives, right?
Okay. I want to hear from Dylan, since he just kind of popped in. I want to kind of hear from him, and then I'll let non-smoker go because he has his hands up.
Sure. Man, I guess for me, I run a business here, right? And I just look at it from like business incentives, and a lot of the time. Of course, I have personal politics as well, but I'm also a businessman. And when it comes to like certain people, you're gonna get backlash, but that backlash a lot of times is deserved. Because people can perform super badly, and if you perform really badly, you can fuck up terribly. Because if you go do bad in a debate about inflation, okay, whatever, nobody really gives a fuck. If you do bad in a debate about whether the Jews deserve to live, this is a totally different scenario. The type of ideas that are being discussed and now being disseminated to the people around you are going to be much, much, much worse. And so, for in my opinion, I think it's okay to talk to anyone. Literally anyone. I mean, I want to go out and literally interview people who have done actual atrocities in war because I'm a journalist, it's part of my job, right? So I can't like hold a standard where I'm like, oh, you can't talk to this Twitch streamer when I'm going out and I want to actually like record Russian soldiers who have been involved in war crimes, right? And so that's like impossible. So, but the thing is, you can't not expect massive backlash if you fuck up, because if you fuck up, the odds are just totally different than if you just fucked up in an average everyday conversation about inflation. So it is fucked up that a lot of the backlash people get for just talking to people. But if you mess up the slightest amount because you thought you were prepared when you weren't, you deserve all the shit you get. Because what you just did is disseminate bad information to the audience, and not everybody is equipped to do it. And a lot of people who stream on Twitch and think they're equipped to do it aren't.
So Dylan, how would you handle our own little Fidel Castro right here that's running around?
I agree with what Dylan is.
Dylan, how would you handle our own little Fidel Castro that's running around here?
Good to see you again.
Who's Fidel Castro? Who?
I'm being attacked.
I agree with Dylan. I want to say.
What do you mean? How would I? Wait, no. What do you mean by how I would handle him? What do you mean?
He's a dictator. He wants Nazis in prison camps, and so how would you handle something like that?
What do you mean? If he's not a dictator, he's a Twitch streamer.
Yeah.
Like what is he doing?
He's playing one and
joke
taking that
question.
position.
Dylan Burns.
Okay.
So he says he wants to put Nazis in concentration. Hold on, Star, I'm talking right now. You get your turn in a second there. So he wants to put Nazis in concentration camps, and he wants, he's promoting dictatorships.
I don't care about your fucking joke, bro.
And so,
God.
Dylan, how would you
Never
handle
said it.
something like that?
I mean, I don't think he's gonna really change anything, so I probably would do nothing.
Yeah, he's rhetorically ineffective. He's not dangerous, but we're talking about the dangerous ones, right?
I just want to say I agree.
I was next, by the way.
I agree with what Dylan is saying.
Next, by the way. Another fascist apologist interrupting me. Can I just? Because I was next. Can I just go? Because I was next.
Okay. Well, so
I
I
can.
Say,
all right. So look. So the thing is, I never said.
Dylan was saying.
This is why we need hippy dippy. We need order, law and order.
I'm a misogynist.
I think
Queen
that
Alexa, I was
totally
next.
acceptable to get
Queen Alexa, I was
blowback
next.
if you do really bad. If you
Queen
do really
Alexa, I
bad
was
in debate,
next.
You were next, but this is funny.
Totally.
I was next.
No, this is funny. I'm just
You
doing it to
said-
be annoying at this point.
You said non-smoker after Dylan.
All right, guess what? That's fucking, now you get to go.
Go ahead, non-smoker.
I think I'm
you.
gonna
so
talk
sweet.
over the commie because.
Okay,
I
here we go.
wanted
Yeah, you don't
point
want to do
out
that. You might
that
end up in a
it's-
somewhere you don't want to go. Anyway,
well, I've
so
already
look.
decided the commies need to be put in the
Can I
camps.
just be
right? You
clear?
convinced
I
me.
never
What
said.
if we all just
I
lower
never
the user
said.
volume of
Yo,
non-smoker?
they don't want to let me talk. They're all about censorship.
The thing is, how
Yeah,
can
we're
you
silencing
advocate
them
people?
because
What about
Hold on,
freedom of
hold
Your
on,
speech?
position,
Smug,
bro.
Smug,
about
Smug,
freedom of
Smug, hold on,
speech?
hold on,
Oh,
hold on for 2
shut the
seconds.
fuck
How can you
up! He's
advocate?
been trying
how
to
can
talk for 20 minutes.
Well,
Let
let me
him
fucking
go.
finish.
Right, but CounterPoints,
Thank
how
you.
can you advocate to put things in camps and you can't fucking talk on a panel?
Well,
like,
yeah,
come
let me
on.
just clarify my position, please, for the love of Christ. Okay. Now, I never said the word concentration camp. You all are bringing that into the conversation. I said jail. I said jail. Very different. Okay, jail. You go and press some license plates, you eat some creamed corn, maybe you get in some fights, gay butt sex, and then, that's it, right? Okay, I never say anything about people getting gas or anything like that. That's a crazy thing to say, bro. You got shit going on in your head that you're projecting onto me. Not right.
Yeah, do you know the history of the labor camps, my dude? Like,
I'm talking about jail, though, Stardust. Jail.
You said you put them in prison.
No, I said
you
jail.
Put them in a camp and have
I
them do
said
hard
jail.
labor.
He did say camp. Hard labor camp. He did say that.
Real quick.
Well, the
I wanna
Angloid
say-
is always
I wanna
coming in
say-
to correct.
Really quick. I want to say that I agree with what Dylan was saying. If you do really badly in a debate, I completely agree, and I expect to get a whole lot of flack if I really fuck up in a debate. I expect to get completely a bunch of people just completely ragging on me. I think that's fair, right? The only thing that bothers me is I mean, look, it doesn't even bother me at this point. It's just par for the course, right? But like, I don't know. I feel I don't like people telling me what to do. I'm gonna keep doing what I want to do, and if you want to clown on me for doing terribly in a debate, I will own up to doing terribly in a debate. So
you know what happens when you lose a debate?
We'll do that after this debate, by the way.
You know what happens when you lose these debates? You get better. This is how we improve. Like Dylan talked about stakes, right?
I'm glad
like
everybody here will improve.
high when there's the question of whether Jews should be allowed to be alive. The stakes are relatively high, right? Sort of on a Twitch panel.
I'm looking forward to improving with the butt.
When it comes down to it, we have to be able to effectively combat these ideas, and the only way we're able to learn how to effectively combat these ideas is by doing it, which means we're going to lose a few. We are just going to lose.
Hold on. I don't know how to tell you that.
That's not a good analogy.
That is the dumbest thing I've ever heard you say. But you really expect for somebody to
This is
lose
how
a
it works. This is
fucking
how any other skill works. This is how every single other skill in the world works.
You only learn in the real world.
The solution is
You wouldn't believe that.
No one can hear anybody, but this is funny. But now it's time to shut the fuck up. No one can hear anyone. All they're talking. No one can hear a word.
What are you talking about? You get 6 times the information. That's what
Yeah,
Dylan says all the time.
I apologize, Wick.
I have a solution. Wait. Wick is muted now. Sad.
Yeah. Hey, Zonia, go.
Oh fuck.
Okay. You're gonna get pushback even if you platform them well, and you're gonna get there's a stigma around it for a reason. And I think in a way that stigma is kind of like a good sign because it shows that our society overall, or at least spaces that we operate in, tend to agree that those types of people's ideas are detestable. So that's a good thing. And you're going to get that blowback whether you do a good job or you do a bad job. So just keep that in mind if you're going to do that.
I think I have a solution to this
now.
Though.
With regard to like getting experience, Wick is absolutely correct. You can't get that experience in any kind of a controlled environment. It's something you just simply have to deal with. And it's because it's very different. A lot of people talk about you could just practice in Discords and stuff, but that's not the same as having an audience online. That's something that's completely different when you're on a stream, on a panel, in a debate, whatever. Completely different scenario, and there's no way to get that experience without actually doing it. So it's there's a reason why I don't platform Nazis, because I don't think I have the kind of tenacity and mental fortitude to keep up with all that shit and keep them in check on everything that they try to push across, because I just don't want to deal with it. So I don't put myself up.
Right, but Zonia, as true as that is, even Wick, hold on, just 1 second. Even Wick doesn't believe that, because that's not just how. That's like an incredibly simplistic view on the matter. That the only way for us to learn how to argue against Nazis is by arguing against Nazis. If I want to be a car mechanic, should I have someone teach me those skills, or a handbook that I follow, or should I just start taking apart my car?
You have to eventually work on cars.
Yeah, if you want to deal with conspiracy theorists, if you want to deal with cult-like mentality and conspiracy theorists,
you can all of the rhetoric needs from watching somebody who's already done it.
If you want to deal with cult-like mentality and conspiracy theorists, which is what those get wrapped into, you have to really deal with them and address them directly. I spend time in Discords that actually have people who believe in those things, and I debate them oftentimes and have discussions with them. And even then, I'd be like, there's no way I'd want to put up with this while also doing it on a stream. So there's it's absolutely a very different thing engaging with it in a more controlled environment and then dealing with it on a live stream, especially on like a panel or a debate.
When I made my opening statement, I want to.
I just wanted to say, Chris, we literally did this with the Chud Bug thing. I pretended to be a conservative. We argued out conservative positions, and you attacked them as a leftist. I think there are spaces to have a more controlled version of this as a kind of. It's not perfect in the same way that like learning how to be a mechanic, not on someone's actual car, but on like some kind of training engine, is probably better than reading the book, but not as good as doing the real thing. But at least it's a step towards inoculating people against bad habits.
Just one thing, quick, please, because the whole reason why we're talking about this is because we are talking about platforming them essentially on our platforms, on Twitch, for example. I can watch someone like Destiny or someone like Vosh, or even someone like yourself if you've got that shit on your YouTube, or someone like Dylan. I can get the rhetoric that I need in order to be better at these conversations. And if I want to dip my toes into the Nazi land of debates, I don't have to do that on Twitch. I can do that quite easily without necessarily bringing Nazis over to a platform where they're not welcome.
But I do. So real quick, I do want to do that.
If that's your argument, then I look, man, I have no problem with that. I think a lot of us started off arguing with people on different platforms, or started off arguing with people just in Discord voice calls before we started streaming it. So I don't have a problem with that,
When I made my opening statement, I want to make an adjustment to it. So I said, don't platform Nazis, right? I think it's good to deplatform them. When I made that statement, I was thinking more in terms of like, are we banning them off of Twitter, which I think is fine? Are we like, are we making it so that they can't proliferate their ideas? I think that's fine. I think when you are talking about like literally putting a Nazi on a platform, I think of it more of as like if you're taking it in a literal sense, right? What are you allowing them to do on that platform? Are you undressing them and putting them a clown wig and a red nose and making them scoot along on their butts like little sissies? Or are you giving them a microphone and allowing them to speak their bullshit? That's the difference. I think that is very important to take into account. As long as you know how to humiliate them and know how to make people realize that you're like the better guy to side with. I think that is a fine thing to do, and I've seen people do that very successfully.
That's what everyone was missing earlier from Alec.
So you're talking about that so from your perspective, it's black and white. You can either humiliate them or you give them a mic and let them run with it. There's nothing in between.
They can, if you think they'll humiliate themselves, then I mean, go for it. But not all of them will. Some of them just want to be a funny dude and honk his nose and clap around, and then people are like, oh, I love that guy, and then they just have like That's all that is, and then people just side with them because they're funny. So you got to be really careful. If somebody's just there to like, make a funny joke and then pull people over that way, then you can't platform them. There's no way to do that responsibly.
All right, I got a better question for you. Do you think you'll be able to spot the Nazis every single time so that you know who not to platform?
I think that if you bring them on and they begin to, you have to look at how genuinely they're engaging in the argument. Now, if you're a Nazi, it's not going to be genuine, period. But if they're at least trying to put on the guise of being genuine, then I think that you could, as long as you're rhetorically sound, engage with that and come out on top. But once they eventually and inevitably dive into their fucked up, dude bro kind of jokey, oh, I don't give a fuck attitude, you just cut them off.
Well, may I pretty please with? I'm going to follow on with this real quick. Just one more. So what if it's somebody who then comes on and they have questions to ask, like legitimate questions to ask about like ethno-state concepts and various concepts that have been introduced to them, and they want to ask about that and talk about it.
Well, you're talking to a former conservative. If somebody is being genuine, I believe that it is fine to engage with that. I engage with people who are genuinely transphobes, like they genuinely believe in their transphobic beliefs, and I have them on and I debate them. I do believe that these people are coming in good faith for the most part, and I am fine with engaging with them. I've actually had a pleasant conversation with somebody who literally said that he thinks teachers are indoctrinating children. And I made him understand that no, that's not happening, hopefully. But I think that those conversations can happen. It needs to be taken on a case-by-case basis, and you need to be careful about the way you go about it.
We need to be able to reel leftists in as well when it comes to this, though, right? Because I have had cases of people coming in asking like, they weren't just asking questions in like the dodgy sense, but genuinely asking questions. And I've had people in my chat be like, well, I'm getting off a Nazi whiff there. Like, we can't have that shit, because then you can't have a genuine conversation with someone if the only thing that people can focus on is that this is potentially a Nazi. Like, that we can't allow for. We have to like fucking reel lefties in as well.
We are so hyper vigilant for dog whistles, right? Like that we're driving people away that are just genuinely curious. Anyway.
Okay,
yeah,
can I
driving
please...
people away who aren't even dog whistles.
Oh god!
I mean,
please, I just want to talk for like 60 seconds.
I feel so bad for the guy. Please, he's had his hand up for 15 minutes. The blood is running out.
All right, do the 15-minute hand guy, and then I'll go. 15-minute hand guy, go, and then I'll go.
Let me talk. Let me fucking talk, guys.
Okay, I regret it. Never mind.
Okay, seriously though. Okay, take it in. The first thing we've been dodging this idea. Some people are on this side that talking to them is a moral imperative. Some people are on saying it that not talking to them and getting rid of them is a moral imperative. I just don't think that that's the actual conversation happening here. The real benefit of talking to these people on these platforms is because Nazis are skilled rhetoricians. They have a bad idea. And so by design, they need to spend all of their time focused on figuring out how to talk to people and convince them of their ideas. What you're supposed to do with that, because they're talking to people in the real world the same way. They're practicing, they're figuring out, and then they're going into the real world. If you want to make the world a better place, you talk to these people, you figure out how it is that they are convincing people of these bad ideas, and then you go into the world with that knowledge and talk to real people who actually have a real impact on politics and try and make it so that those people are de-radicalized. It's not like we're going to be, this is Twitch, this is YouTube. These are not the fucking voting delegate. This is a very small community. Now, if you're talking about deplatforming on Twitter, like got brought up for a bit, yeah, of course, Twitter has a larger responsibility, but I'm hearing, should we platform Nazis? Should we? Nobody on Twitch has a large enough platform to influence politics on a grand scale, bar none.
Asanabi.
So, Tuna, what have you learned from talking with the Nazis as a skill to help?
I want to hear
whatever,
Connor talk,
so they're not work so well. What have you learned?
Connor
I feel like Connor is suffering like the kind of Irish prejudice that we've had to deal with.
No, what? Yeah, fuck your question, Toby.
Because he's very anti-Irish and he.
Okay, I want to go. So
enough of your shit.
Okay, I want to go. So the point being that, like, you're saying, oh, you can't have these genuine conversations. They're so evasive, blah, blah, blah. And, like, basically, I'm just going to point out that this is bullshit. I've had this conversation with Nick Fuentes, literally just asking about his ideology, pushing back on it, and pointing out why I thought his ideology was bullshit and why it's going to fail. And by the way, in that conversation, defining fascism as flexible authoritarianism and political corporatism, which I expect 80% of the fucking people on this panel to not even know what the fuck I'm talking about, he's not a fascist. He's a Christian theocrat. He's an authoritarian. And on top of that, he wants to use basically like the revival of Christian religiosity inside the United States in order to create a new Christian empire in which race isn't everything, but it's not nothing. So we're talking about returning
That's
to a
functionally the same as
Shut
fascism.
the fuck up.
No, it's not.
No, it's not.
And
on top of that, it would be way more.
I would love to hear your
Come
definition of fascism.
It would be way more akin to 1950s and 1960s America than it would be 1940s Nazi Germany. Now, I understand to some people that's the same fucking shit, and if that's the way that you fucking feel, so goddamn be it. But at the same point, this is like, you know, you could understand this if you wanted to. You could have a functional conversation, and you could also tell him why his ideas are dog shit. The reason why I think his ideas are dog shit is because I don't want gay people to go back in the closet. I don't want trans people to go back in the closet. I think that black people and Hispanic people shouldn't be treated like shit through immutable characteristics. I also don't think that I think Christianity is slowly secularizing and losing cultural relevance over time. So his vision for the new America, the 1,000-year Christian nationalist Reich, I think is a fucking pipe dream. And you could tell that to his fucking face if you engage with the ideas substantively. But I'll leave it there.
What country gave the Nazi Germany their ideas?
You can also tell Nick to his face
You're like
that
a talking point machine, bro. Like, I'm not sure if you think through what you fucking say.
Nah, well, you know, sometimes. I've been known to.
You can also tell Nick Fuentes to his face that he looks like a fucking dork and he dances like an old man, and he looks like an old man who's been teleported from like centuries ago.
Yeah, that'll show him.
And he's got little spiders.
That doesn't change. That doesn't change. That doesn't change.
He will engage with you.
Stopped Hitler, you know.
Yeah, but that doesn't change the thousands of people that are watching him at that moment, right? Like, you need to get the
idea.
idea.
He's fucking dorky as a result of your conversation. Yes, it
Nobody
does.
cares.
Fucking dorky. Have you seen the Groypers? They all look like that. They're fucking dorks.
Yeah, shit. They're gonna follow him anyway.
Who don't watch right-wing content, tell me
just raise my hand.
they know about right-wing
I do
content.
watch right-wing content, okay? They look like fucking dorks, and they admire a dork that makes them feel like a powerful dork. Okay, Nick Fuentes gives them access to powerful dorkdom.
Wait, so doesn't that go back to Stardust's point where you should understand dorks so they feel less socially isolated, so you can rekindle their attraction to the rest of the broader community?
Actually,
if they're Nazi dorks who shove their heads in toilets.
I agree. That was the point of the B.
She's contradicting herself.
Hold on. I agree with the humanization, but the distinction we already made earlier was that you can humanize the people who have fallen into the ideology, but you shouldn't platform the ideologues because that ends up helping their cause, right?
Unless you're
competent, really. Unless you're competent, right? But the
that.
competence is difficult to measure and rely on with the incentives we have.
On a platform, having somebody on who has radically different beliefs from me, somebody who has beliefs that are harmful to me, and still me being able to empathize with them on a personal level, and sympathize with the ways that they feel like the world has left them behind, I think actually does a lot. There's a lot of people who.
Why does it need to be on a platform?
Wait,
there's a difference. There's a difference.
I
know. But you already said something dumb.
You're not finished with that point.
Let me finish.
Oh, fine. Finish,
I'm
and then we'll tell you why
going
it's
to lead this panel, honestly. But
good.
It's a shit show.
I think, what is going on? Who is speaking?
What in the fuck?
I don't even know.
Guys, keep talking over her. She'll leave.
Take your vow of silence.
Hold on, just leave them now. Yeah.
So,
Hey, shut the fuck up. Stardust is trying to talk.
Yeah, go. Fine.
Okay. So when that person's audience is watching you and they have an impression of you, they think that you are going to be a triggered feminazi person who can never see things from their point of view. It changes their perspective on you. They have to change their perspective on you when they see you empathizing and connecting on a very human level with somebody. I'm not saying everybody else has to do it. I'm not saying everybody else has to do it, but yeah.
Just clarifying, please. Yeah. Do you mean the ideologue or do you mean like a random like Nazi viewer? Which one?
So when I'm doing that with the ideologue, the viewers still have to see me that way.
Okay, so you're saying that humanizing the ideologue in public is going to help
humanizing herself in front of the ideologue.
Well, no, I still get to humanize him a little bit too, because he's a dork. He's not a dangerous Nazi crazy guy who's gonna fucking lynch me. He's a dork online who got banned from flights because he made stupid comments towards flight attendants.
Listen, you keep saying he's a dork, he's a dork, he's dark. So was Hitler. Okay, I'm sorry. So was Hitler, and then he came to power and he fucking killed people. 6 million of them plus.
I just do the same thing with Hitler.
Tell me who's in the same position as Hitler right now.
That doesn't. If he was given the button to become Hitler, he'd press it. I don't know what else to tell you.
Okay. Can I? It doesn't matter, Alec. It's the same thing whether it's Hitler or Nick Fuentes.
It doesn't have the button.
So, by the way, keep in mind, we're not talking so much about de-radicalizing the thought leaders and influencers of these movements. We're talking about sort of making a connection and having sort
with
of
them and their audience.
And their audience seeing us as like being humanized with them. And because the audience aren't usually the ones that are strongly ideologically rooted, as we talked about earlier, right? So many of them are socially ostracized. They're people that are dealing with a lot of social atomization. They're struggling economically, and they're finding community in a group that also has poisonous ideas that try to give them overly simplified answers that give them enemies to point to.
And they point us, and they paint us.
What we do is we provide that bridge of empathy so they can see a community and see people that don't have those toxic ideas, who are open and welcoming to like empathizing with them and treating them like
you need to
normal
interject
people.
faster, Wick.
And they paint us, just real quick, and they paint us as these caricatures, right? They paint us as blue-haired feminazis that will never accept them. These caricatures. But when we come to their house and we show them that, hey, we are not what they expected. We are not acting like how we have been portrayed as. This challenges their worldview.
But
and
we
shows
do.
them
We 100% do. When
or
we
you
bring
just
these
lift and intimidate them.
When we bring these people onto these platforms, specifically on Twitch, and this is no dig at anyone here, but when we bring them onto these panels and we try and have these quote unquote conversations, do y'all people not pay attention to y'all fucking chat, or am I just going crazy here? Because y'all chat is doing y'all chat are doing the exact same thing. Stardust brought it up. Hold up, wait.
I've gotten so many messages.
Yeah, exactly. Stardust brought this up earlier. No, hold up. This was my message. I'm gonna Stardust brought this up earlier with the Nick Fuentes. No, because this was my point. Wait, Stardust brought this shit. Yeah, Stardust brought this shit earlier when she was talking to Nick Fuentes and trying to do her thing. People got on her. There were people in her chat. There was Twitter drama. I'm sure Dylan Burns can sit up here and talk about shit that he's gone through when he's done shit like trying to go to fucking Ukraine. When he's talked to some of the more yikesy people, the chat pops off. When we have panels like this where we're talking about, should we even talk to these people live? It pops off into this big old shit fest, and it's just a show. So when we talk about, they come here and they see that we're these good people, no, they fucking don't. This is the equivalent of going to Maury and being like, we're seeing they're good people. That's not. That's not.
Yeah, you missed the point entirely.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. When we're talking about people who act that way, I am somebody, yes, 100%. I get a ton of blowback when I go into these spaces. I expect it, right? But there's the reward for me is, I hope you're listening, is the reward for me is that is that a few months later, now I've gotten like so many messages from people from those circles who say, initially we thought that people like you wouldn't understand us, but after having seen how you interact with our side, we now the narrative of how we talk about people like you has changed. You're no longer enemies to us. You're just, fellow travelers who have wrong ideas, right? And I think that's a huge improvement for me, right?
I 100% agree with that. I don't even fight against that.
Yeah, I'm not trying to change people's ideas, but if they can see me as just another person who has. Instead of seeing me as somebody who is their enemy, who's trying to bring them down, if they can see me as somebody who's just another person who has different views than them, then that's completely different for me. I
get that it's. Hey, you're only doing this because I'm a real woman. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, shut up. Okay.
Oh God.
All right. CounterPoints needs to leave. So I'm gonna let him shout himself out, and then we can take. So CounterPoints.
Yeah.
Tell us where we can find you.
No. So type in CounterPoints common spelling into YouTube. I basically do 40K content on my main channel, but I still do political debate content, and I still do essays on the side, so you can check out the secondary channels in the links. And then I am going to be trying to get back into the panel scene a little bit more, so it was fun being in a lively, screamy panel again, and I look forward to seeing y'all again for throwing some more elbows. So I wish y'all a beautiful evening.
See ya.
Thank you for
Good
coming.
night, CounterPoints. It was
Bye-bye.
fun.
Good
Yep.
night.
Good
Catch
night,
y'all soon.
counterpoints.
Good night.
All
right. We're still hanging out. We're still hanging out. Don't dip out, Johannig or fucking whatever the fuck. We're not going anywhere. We're rolling into a one-on-one, and then we might play video games, and then we're going to go talk to Rob Noor at midnight. So, as tired as I am, we're still here. So yeah. I was actually hoping that like one-on-one, sometimes y'all fucking fall asleep, and you're a little bit, not as many people are into the one-on-ones. But I'm hoping after that, y'all be a little bit more narratively in tuned for a fucking one-on-one conversation. But the reason why all these shelves are more empty than they usually are is because I went and I played 40K. So I played like a 6-hour game of 40K, and then now I'm here to suffer. But so for Queen Alexa, if you happen to catch this part of the stream, Torrente32, stop saying goodbye to me. I'm not going anywhere. So fucking Queen Alexa, if you do hear this or whatever, it's good to have the fucking shit shows or whatever, but I want a little bit more of a controlled environment so we can get our elbows in more. But I do hope that the remainder of the night remains a shit show and you guys have some fun. Whom did I face? I went against Drukari, and it was actually really, really, really fucking fun. It was allies. So I had an allied salamanders list, and I had an allied, or I was Deathwatch, and then we played Drukari, and we made a bunch of rules, so it was balanced. Ready as well. Add me as a friend and DM me when you're ready. Oh, God. Sweet. Sweet, sweet, sweet. Sweet. Sweet, sweet, sweet. All right, and then my one-on-one conversation is coming. I think they're a lefty. And I think we're talking about policing or some shit. But they'll tell you, and we'll have some fun. So hang out. Content's not over yet. And I need to figure out how to fucking stream. Yeah, Welsh Republic already added you. We're good. What's the Space Marine hovercraft called again? I'm painting one of those. It's cool as fuck. If you're talking about the transport, it should be the Repulsor. Or, excuse me. Yeah, it's either Repulsor, Repulsor Executioner, or the Impulsor. So, if you're just talking about the simple transport, it's the Impulsor. And I'm just waiting for this person. What's the time in the USA? I am on the East Coast. It's currently 9 p.m. I have a midnight conversation with Mr. Rob Noor over the future of the Republican Party. And gotta stay awake for that. Somebody stole my slot? Rachel Wilson did. And I'm sorry for yawning in your fucking ears, but I'm dying over here. I'm gonna press on. We're gonna press on for the content. We're gonna do it. Do it live. But no, I do appreciate y'all hanging out with me. It's still fun. And like honestly, like we're probably gonna do the panel scene soon. I have a friend who is developing an application specifically for the Twitch and YouTube political debate communities to be a user interface to host panels and one-on-one debates. And it itself is a platform with its own chat integration and monetization and blah, blah, blah. But he's still getting it off the ground. So when it's off the ground, I kind of want to launch it. And right now, we're scheduled to... Holy shit, I'm fucking dying. It's scheduled through... I have one-on-one scheduled through December. So basically, as soon as it's available, I think I want to relaunch the Hippy Dippy. It's 2:08 a.m. in Sweden. Jesus Christ, Johannaj24. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you are in Sweden at 2 a.m. I hope that it's a beautiful place. Hope you're having fun. All right, come on. Let's go. Fucking add me. Let's go. Dylan Burns had like it was either a joint or a fucking hand-rolled cigarette hanging out of his fucking mouth right here, and it was really iconic. So I busted out my snipping tool to snap a picture of him because I think it looked pretty good. But yeah. Poker Mad says 6 to 8 guests. Yes, of course. I think the game plan is 6. They make a magical sausage called coffee. True. But I'm trying to take it easy. Nah, I'll make it. It's fine. 6 p.m. on the West Coast. The night is young, G. Indeed. What rules book is the most up to date? Probably the Imperial Guard because they're about to get listed, or they're about to, go. So I don't know. Damn. We lost fucking 10 people just because we're fucking chilling and they don't want to do one-on-one. See, all right, so this is what's so fucking funny. So I see all the voices that were active in chat. They're all fucking chilling in chat and talking and shit. But there's fucking 10 motherfuckers that are only in here for the conflict. So that's actually really funny that, like, the chat people are the people who are more engaged and want to hang out for more and all that kind of shit. But the metrics literally took, like, a 10% hit as soon as we weren't streaming at people. So that's actually really fucking funny because all the chat people are like, no, we want coherent conversations. We want this. We want that. Blah, blah, blah. But there's 10 motherfuckers who are just here for the conflict. So that's actually super interesting. You ready? Let's go. Let's go, question mark? Cool. It's loading. A pull-up bar with a weight vest is my best friend. Fuck that. Fuck that and its stupid ass. I'm here for the debate with Era 404. Based, Morgan. Thank you for coming aboard. Christian Blair says, I'm all for conflict, but that panel was ass cancer. Indeed. But most panels are. Michael Hawkins. All right. Welsh Republic, thanks for swinging by. I appreciate you, bro. Be easy. She's supposedly adding me right now, so we should. A couple of bots blocked. How are y'all doing? Do some questions while we're waiting. Ask me your 40K lore questions. Ask me your Twitch politics questions. It was also brain cancer. Indeed. Views on the Leagues of Votan Army. I'm happy that manlets are finally getting representation. But honestly, they're just like slightly better and different Space Marines. Like when they came out Toughness 4, I was actually really surprised. I thought they were going to be Toughness 3. And they do have cool gear, but it's more like, why do we have another army that has Space Marine stats and Tau lore, but it's basically slightly advanced Imperium? I don't think it's that huge of a difference. Any strong opinions on the Pelosi attack? Yeah, so this is like bad to see, or bad to say, I guess. But my opinion is I think politicians should be a little bit more on guard for the fact that things like that can happen. And I think they need to, basically take care of their people, take care of their communities. I think they need to take the demands of the American people more seriously and don't rely on being rich in a gated community in order to protect yourself. So as much as it's bad that dude got fucking hammered, maybe politicians need to be a little bit more careful with their constituency and make sure that they're actually getting taken care of. Because GW is made to sell models. Indeed. How are you feeling about Elon's Twitter? I'm worried he's fucking it up, but we'll see. How would you feel about an Interax army for the 30K? I think it'd be fucking based. If you can figure out how to make it, figure out how to make it. And then Elon's Twitter. All that's happened is more people have been fucking shit posting on Elon's Twitter, and that's really it. That's the only thing that I noticed. I'd like a deathcore MMO or strategy game. Well, the closest thing that you're going to get so far is Darktide. You can play as Imperial Guard. So, I mean, I don't know if you can customize to look like a guardsman, but this is something that I'm going to do. I'm going to get Darktide, and then I'm going to try to run a few maps with, like, only guardsmen or, you know, guardsmen and priest or something like that. That way it's kind of like more like a tactical game instead of relying on the Ogren or Bulgren to save you. But I'm sure there's a reason why it's balanced the way that it's balanced. So, all right, looks like they're here. Calling right now. Hello? I cannot hear you right now, but you might just want to check your voice and video settings to see if it's working. Listen, yawning is a sign of being tired, but it's also a sign of waking up. So I think I'm rallying right now. So do not judge my yawning. I still have to finish the debate between Fnatic, Tree of Logic, Destiny, Abba, Lavloon, and some anti-black woman named Anicia, who is also blaming black men for the problems in society. Indeed. That also sounds like cancer. And I think I can hear you, Era 404, if you want to speak up.
There we go. I can hear you now. Can you hear me?
I can hear you just fine.
Okay, cool.
All right. Mr. Points himself, indeed. Can you turn up your volume a little bit, though? I think you're a little low on my end.
Yeah. Let me. Is this better?
That is a lot better.
Okay.
Try it one more time.
Testing.
Yeah, that's fine. I think you just need to stay near the microphone, and then I will go on my camera. And if you have a camera, cool. If you don't have a camera, that's also okay.
Yeah, I look like shit. I'm gonna stay off the camera.
Okay. Fair. Then, yeah, I do want to run for about an hour. I am dragging ass a little bit, but if you're cool with an hour, then I would love to chat. So can you introduce yourself to the chat and tell everybody what we're doing tonight?
Yeah, I'm Era404, ERA404. I am a dude on Twitter, basically. I'm getting in.
Actually, hold on 1 second. They're still saying that you're super low. I'm gonna bring you up on my end. Let me. All right, try it now.
Test.
That is significantly better. Try it one more time.
Yeah, I can. Testing.
All right, now you're maxing out a little bit. All right, I think this will be good. All right,
it's like there's a small line between too loud and not loud enough on this mic. My bad, dude.
No, it's all good. All right, so dude on Twitter, lead the way.
Yeah, dude on Twitter. I'm getting into politics. I'm trying to like cultivate a little community, get my thing going. But yeah, I was just looking for a discussion. I saw you on Vosh's stream and like Hippy Dippy a couple times, and you seem like a good faith dude, ex-cop, and I'm like an ex-criminal. I thought it'd be perfect.
Nice. Yes, indeed, based. So, yeah, tell me things. Tell me about your criminal career. Were you a burglar, petty theft, drug dealer? What was your trade?
A little bit of everything. You know, I'm a recovering drug addict. It's been about 2 years since I've used fentanyl, and like whatever I had to do to get the fentanyl, you know, like fucking stealing shit like that. I ended up being around a lot of crime, seeing a lot of different types of crime, things like that, you know. And being in jail and shit, you talk to a lot of people, and I've seen like the inside of pretty much every institution meant for people like me, like fuck ups basically, like the mental institutions, the nice ones, the shitty ones, the how you get treated at the hospitals, jails. The only place I haven't been is prison, and I hope to never go to prison.
Indeed. Yeah, learning in my little camp or whatever, learning that there was a difference between prison and jail was actually shocking, and I was like, oh, okay, that makes a lot of sense actually.
And a lot of people don't realize that you stay in jail waiting for your trial and shit. But like my main point here is like that this is such a huge and multifaceted issue, and it's so intertwined with a million other issues that simple reforms aren't going to cut it for the police department. There's no the whole criminal justice system in general, what we do to handle people in crisis and emergencies and stuff, other than EMTs, is a complete clusterfuck and it needs to be restructured from the ground up, which is probably a bit more radical than what I would assume you advocate for or what you would see fit for change in the criminal justice system. Because it probably puts you out of a job, to be honest. But I'm not saying
the good news is I'm not in the game anymore, so
yeah.
I don't have to fuck with it half as much. But I think there's plenty of ways that law enforcement could basically back off on certain parts of law enforcement, and there's there's certain things that other people could take over, but it would have to be sold correctly to the community. It would have to be sold correctly to the taxpayer. It would have to be sold correctly to the police union. And unfortunately, I just don't think a lot of people have the correct rhetoric or knowledge in order to do so. But if you would satiate my curiosity for a moment, I hear the word fentanyl and I recoil. And the reason why I recoil is because, you know, that's obviously like super concentrated, hyper potent,
Right.
you know, opiate that has a reputation for killing people left, right, and center. And also, it seems like a lot of people don't get the dosages correct. So when you buy stuff, you don't really know what you're getting. And then some stuff will just like randomly knock people out. So the fact that you had a, you know, relationship with it for quite a while, I would like to pick your brain on that perception. Was it, is it like that? Or is the exterior public too scared? Or is it so good that you don't care about the risks? I kind of have like a fucked up joke, but I'll tell you my fucked up joke in a second.
Okay, well, it's definitely not as dangerous as they make it out to be on TV. You're not going to touch the shit and go into fucking shock on the ground like they make it seem. That's completely unrealistic. Like, it's definitely very potent, but the issue comes with tolerance and the way people use it. Like, you can, like, someone will go a week without using, and then they'll use the same amount they used before that week, before the week they stopped, and it'll be way too much for them, and they'll get knocked out. Or you buy a bag, like you said, it's not consistent. There's no way of knowing what's really in it. It's just a white powder, as far as you know. It could be anything, it could be salt, it could be nothing, or it could be enough to like kill you 10 times over. And it's not even just fentanyl right now. Fentanyl's kind of dead. It's actually a bunch of different research chemicals made in China, made in wherever. I think like the like Amsterdam, they make them in Amsterdam too. But it's like fentanyl analogs. Some of them are 100,000 times, not 100,000, 102,000 times more potent than fentanyl. So it's some fucked up shit that they're making. But like, it's definitely not.
But everybody calls it fentanyl because it falls under the umbrella of a hyper potent opiate that fucking knocks people out.
Right, basically, yeah. And it's like same with heroin. Heroin's anything that's not like, I mean, heroin is supposed to be a certain thing, but really it's just anything that's not fentanyl. That's an opioid powder, basically.
Interesting. No. So that's actually super interesting. And then I guess my, you know, so just talking to chat real quick. Don't do drugs, kids. And the reason why is because basically you're dealing with somebody who fucked with it a lot. You're dealing with somebody who only fucked with it from a legal standpoint. And basically, I don't trust anybody. Like I don't trust street pharmacists. I don't trust you know, medicinal companies like the pharmaceutical companies. I don't trust the fucking Chinese manufacturers. I don't trust any of these motherfuckers. So basically, you know, operate at your own risk, basically. But
yeah, and I'm
no, go ahead, please.
I'm 22 years old, right? I was using since I was like 17, and the only reason I was able to get clean is because I'm like extremely fucking fortunate. I have insurance and shit, and I was able to get into a good rehab, and I was able to get to an even better rehab from there. And that kind of ties into some of the points I want to make too, like the specifically like homelessness. We have no systems for like dealing with homeless people right now. Like the program I went through, basically I went to a 30-day residential rehab. If I had left there immediately after finishing, I would have relapsed immediately. There's no fucking way that would have done anything for me or anyone else for that matter. It's really just to, like, detox you. But after that, I got referred to another program out in California, and I stayed there for about 9 months. They let you, first you do like a month residential, whatever. You do groups. They kind of get you stable because not everyone's coming from a rehab going there. And then after that, you have what's called phase 1. Yeah, no, phase 2. And you can get a job and shit. You work, you go to groups, you piss in the cup 4 times a week. And they help you slowly get back on your feet. You have a therapist, psychiatrist, a physician. You do group therapy, individual therapy. You drug test, accountability. You go to meetings, get a sponsor, all that shit. And that only with all that help, like the fucking hand of God coming down and providing every possible thing I could have needed. Fridge full of food, house, you know, transportation everywhere I needed. And that is what let me like focus on myself enough to recover. And even then, like everyone at that place had been through there like 5, 6, 7 times. People just keep doing it over and over again. There's not really, I mean, even with all that help, it's super hard to fucking recover. And not a lot of people have access to that because you have to have insurance and shit. And not those programs are really hard to find too. It's like a whole rabbit hole, but like you can't find information for rehabs online. It's all ads paid for by like companies that are trying to sell you like a luxury rehab that'll instantly cure you. But of course, that's not how it works. And it makes it
well, and I think that's probably what we'll bump into. I think there's probably 2 conversations here. There's what's moral and what is legal, and maybe there's a third conversation, what's practical. And I think that's kind of where my morality says, basically, like this should be culturally pressured against, whether or not like individual possession and use should be criminalized. I kind of would have to see the stats on it. People have talked to me about the Portuguese model and all that kind of stuff where like individual possession and use is decriminalized. And then I think I'm okay with that insofar, as long as you're still allowed to go to against like violent drug organizations. And then my pipe dream, if I was dictator for a day, I would actually like to see a North American and South American union. I would like to see drug manufacturers, like illicit drug manufacturers in South and Central America, brought into the legal fold. And I would like them to be a part of a heavily regulated economic oligopoly where they're responsible for drug manufacturing within their zones of influence, and they're basically, their revenue is used to help get people off of drugs and to help fund the government and to help like society stabilize, rather than like the narco anarchy that we have right now. So that would kind of be my dictator for a day dream.
That's actually really interesting. I don't think I've heard that before. I know there would definitely need to be some collaboration between North and South America as far as stopping the cartels. But what my experience recently with like the drug trade, I've heard the cartels are moving more to like legal crops, like cash crops, like avocados, almonds. They're stealing from farmers and shit. And I know they're still, of course, producing drugs, but I think a lot of the drug production is becoming more decentralized as like people figure out how easy it is to get it online. Like everyone knows what the deep web is now. It's really only a few Google searches away from finding it. So I think a solution would be more towards like you said, legalizing it completely. And instead of putting people in jail, I don't think that's going to help a single soul. You're just teaching people how to do crime better when you put them in jail, especially for like a non-violent drug offense. I think instead of putting all the money we put into, incarcerating these people, if we spent all that funding towards actual rehabilitation and like I mentioned, the program I did wasn't even expensive for me. It was $200 a month, and insurance covered the rest. I know everyone.
Well, let me ask you a question. So right there, let's focus on like individual possession, and then let's focus on like trafficking, because I think we're probably gonna bump into a few quibbles at each level, but we could probably walk through it. So for the individual possession, I agree with you that like jail probably doesn't solve anything. As a matter of fact, one of the biggest frustrations for me as a law enforcement officer was the jail system being a revolving door. So literally, you bust somebody for possession. Sometimes it's weed, sometimes it's coke, sometimes it's meth, sometimes it's whatever. But you basically take them to jail, and they're out the next day for possession. That seems like a waste of everybody's time. It's the waste of the court's time, waste of the person's time, waste of law enforcement resources. And then what would also happen is there would be, because a cop is now off the road, they're sitting with somebody who had a possession level of drugs. They're doing paperwork for 2 hours, and then they take them to jail. That cop is no longer on the road, basically patrolling neighborhoods to make sure stuff isn't getting stolen and to make sure that they're visible within the community. And so as a result, stuff gets stolen and broken into, and fights break out in the community, and then more cops have to respond. It's kind of like self-fulfilling negative perpetual cycle. So for me, I'm okay with decriminalizing it for the individual, but I don't know about legalizing, because I wouldn't want to say like, oh yeah, it's actually socially acceptable for you to shoot fentanyl. You can go to the CVS pharmacy and go pick some up if you're 18. I don't know. So how do you view it?
As far as like, you're right, I meant decriminalization for that, especially for the hard stuff. But as like when it comes to getting it in a pharmacy, I think you should be able to get certain drugs. Like there's a medication called Suboxone. It's a partial opioid. It works the same way any other opioid would, but it doesn't have like a full action is the way the doctor explains it. So like it won't get you high, but it'll stop your cravings. And as it exists right now, you have to go through a doctor. It's a controlled substance. You got to go see the doctor every week, and it's a pain in the ass. But if you could just get that kind of shit over the counter, and like they had like a record of it, you already got yours today, whatever, then I don't know. It'd be so much more accessible for everybody. They give Narcan out at the pharmacy like that. You can go buy Narcan.
Yeah, I'm with you here, because I think a lot of Americans, they hear. Okay, let me fuck with my audio real quick. 1 second.
No worries. Follow me on Twitter, Era404 Music.
And then I just need to kick one more thing. All right, so I hope it's okay. But the main thing with that I wish I could convince some conservatives of is the fact that like the Swiss, like I read this article and saw this video where it's like, in Switzerland they give heroin to drug addicts, and I was like, all right, that's fucking interesting. Let's go ahead and check that shit out. And it wasn't the state like letting people shoot up street heroin in a clinic for shits and giggles. What was happening was they were allowing people to come into a medicated setting to get maybe Suboxone, like you were saying, or something similar, where it's just enough to stop the craving so they could go have a functional day. So they could go get a job, they could interact with family, they could talk to people and all that kind of stuff without like puking their guts up or getting a headache or feeling like they had to go steal in order to get their fix, et cetera, et cetera. So for me, that kind of made sense where it's like, you can't just, everybody can fall down into the pit and we want as few people down in the pit as possible. But if you want people to climb out of the pit, it's easier if they have a ramp. And so I was kind of thinking that, building that ramp, but there's also something frustrating for me personally where you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. You were kind of mentioning that like some people have been through the program half a dozen times or whatever. My frustration would be it's like if you make that ramp like almost too easy, then people will just like climb up it and jump in the pit, climb up it, jump in the pit over and over again. Whereas I think like it should be more like when you're ready. When you're ready, you've had enough, you're sick of it, you're done, you want to get out, you want to get your shit together. That's when we'll provide you with the ramp.
I think I mostly agree with that, except for the way it exists right now. It's just a 10-foot or 50-foot fucking wall. There's no ramp at all whatsoever for people to escape. If you don't have insurance and you're like out on the streets, you can't get a job, you can't get anything. It's going to take you to get even the first step into treatment. So before like working out like the details of okay, like should we be giving these people too much? Is this too much? Are we going to incentivize them to keep using? We need to help the people who actually need help first and worry about that more so. Like and also when people do decide to quit using, it's not quite so clear like, okay, this is it, I'm done for good. Like for me, for example, I had overdosed. I was in a coma for like a fucking week. I was actually in the hospital watching the insurrection January 6th. That was pretty wild. But I gotten out of the coma and my mom was there and she was like holding my hand. I hadn't seen her in like fucking months. And I was still at that point, like fucked up as I was on the verge of death. I was about to get out, regain her trust or whatever, tell her I was going to go to rehab and spend whatever money she gave me on dope. Because it's such a fucking brain disease. It really like affects how you think of like how you see things around you, makes you manipulative and all that shit. But like the very nature of it.
So no, sorry, continue.
The very nature of it, I just finishing up. The very nature of the disease itself, it's like really hard to get treatment. Until I got into rehab for the first 30 days and actually learned like, okay, this is possible. I saw that the people who worked there, they had time under their belts. They've been sober for multiple years. That's what really convinced me. Okay, I can actually do this. I thought my brain was permanently fried forever and I'd be stuck like that. But it took me getting into rehab, checking in, and meeting people for me to learn that's not the case.
Well, so all right, so I'm gonna say a fucked up joke, but honestly, I say a fucked up joke because honestly, it's kind of funny. So a lot of people ask me like when I was a cop, they were like, "Oh, why do these people do all this stuff? Why do they do drugs?" I obviously say back, it's like because drugs are fucking awesome, and and the reason why I would say that is because like I've talked to people, I've talked to people who've done harder drugs, I've talked to people who have coke or crack or heroin or whatever. And basically what they've kind of told me is that like the highs are so unreal that it's unlike anything you've ever experienced. And fucking hell with the audio. And basically like it's not like anything you've ever experienced. And since it's not like anything you've ever experienced, the effects are like so insane, it's like indescribable. And I like, so for instance, somebody told me about smoking crack one time. They only smoked crack once because the first time was so awesome that they didn't want to fuck with it again. But basically they were like, I felt like I was powerful and loved and I was happy. And it was like so overwhelming that, it was like one of the most powerful, positive feelings I've ever felt in my entire life. And as a result of that experience, I was like, I'm never doing this again, because if I do this again, I'm just going to fall into this pit. And so that's kind of, I don't know. I guess my question for fentanyl, you're kind of, telling me that even at your lowest point, you were still thinking about going back. So what, what was that experience that kept dragging you back, even if you knew that it was killing you slowly?
That's actually a pretty good question. So there's multiple like parts to this. Not really. It's not like how it is in the movies. You're not gonna hit it once, be like, "Oh my god, I'm hooked. This is it." That's kind of like a dare narrative, but it's more so like that it's more benign than you would think. Like you do it and you're like, "Oh, I'm not instantly hooked. That means I can do it again and I'll be fine. I'm not like these other people." And that's really like what gets you. But like when I started using opioids, I had broken my finger. I got prescribed some like pain pills at the hospital, and I had done all of them and didn't think about it for like years after. I was probably like 15 when I did that, but it had given me a false confidence. And when I did start using them again, I started using it regularly. It changes your brain. It becomes another need, like food, water, like the way you crave water when you're just dying for a drink. It feels the same way for drugs. It's like a visceral need that you can't really describe it. You just need it more than anything. And like if you're starving, you'll go rob a store for food if it comes down to that. People do anything for food the same way, the same intense craving. So like
I used to smoke cigarettes. I love cigarettes. They're my first love, but I haven't done it in 10 years. But yeah, like I love smoking. I love, every 45 minutes being able to take a break from my day and just, light one up. And then, I quit like half a dozen times, and, I would make it past the physical dependency stage, which is, like only like a couple of days. But then, I would still have that kind of like you were saying where, if you're thirsty, you want water. Like, yeah, like that was kind of the same sensation as like, I want to eat. I want to have a cup of coffee, and I want to smoke, and like that's like the, caffeine to wake up, food to satiate my hunger, and tobacco to satiate my nicotine addiction. So while I'm sure it's not as intense, I've experienced something, similar, and it did take a really long time to break.
Nicotine cravings are like some of the most intense cravings you can have. It's because it doesn't nicotine's not going to fuck you up. So you can still function and smoke a cigarette. You can't really quite do that with fentanyl or alcohol,
So I was actually going to ask about that too. One of the things that I heard was that heroin in particular was one of the easier drugs if you were rich to perpetuate a habit because, you can do it on the weekends, hide it from your family, blah, blah, blah. But if you're poor, it's one of the worst ones because you'll basically do anything to fix it, and that obviously causes all the secondary issues. So I kind of want to ask about those secondary issues. Let's say we decriminalized... Because I'm trying to think about it from like a law enforcement and societal perspective. Let's say you decriminalized heroin, right? So now people are no longer going to jail for opioids, for illicitly procured opioids, right? So what happens like with the other crimes, like property crimes, like theft and burglary? Do you still enforce those, or are you, how do you view those ones?
Well, for me personally, I don't know. Theft, obviously, I'm an anarchist. I don't know. I think people, when they're stealing, like if they're stealing for food, if they're stealing to meet their basic needs because they don't have it, that's one thing. I don't think people should be like sent to prison or sent to jail for that. I think that's something that can be rehabilitated too. But there is definitely a lot of crime that goes with drug use. Part of that is because the world you get exposed to through, like when I used to be such a nerd when I was like 15, 16, starting to get into weed. But when I started buying weed, it exposed me to people and like scenes that I wasn't familiar with, and that's where all the crime was. But I think if people are able to get their addiction treated, I don't know, crime is always going to exist. I think people are always going to steal. People are always going to try to meet their habits. Heroin is definitely one of the easier ones to hide, just because it doesn't have a lot of side effects. Like it's not going to make you go into psychosis or anything. But I don't know. That feels more like an issue that comes with poverty more so than addiction. Like you said, because if you're rich.
Well, let me ask you this question. So let's say, you kind of were talking about like people stealing to meet their basic needs or whatever. And I get we're coming at it from two different political philosophies. But if somebody is stealing for drugs, where they burglarize cars, or they, steal from their parents, or they break into stores or whatever, what social injunction do you think those people should have, if any, if it's related to a drug addiction? Because if it's a drug addiction, we're saying like we're no longer punishing you for being addicted to the substance. We're no longer punishing you for having a possession quantity in here. We might confiscate the drugs, give you a civil citation and a referral for rehab, but we're no longer punishing you for being a drug addict specifically. And here's the ramp, here's the ramp that we set up for you. But what do you view as like there are other externalities. There are other parts of the criminal justice system that are in full operation today. How do you view your ideal world or what you think is possible or best?
Could you rephrase the question? I'm sorry.
Yeah, so if I boil it down to its simplest terms, do you think shoplifting should be a crime? And do you think that the penalty should be like shoplifting, theft, burglary? Do you think these should be crimes? And do you think the sentence should be modified if it's for drug use?
I think it should probably, I don't know, that's a complicated one, because if you just made shoplifting legal tomorrow, people would go out and rob every store clean. But I think if we slowly transitioned into a more understanding system, more understanding of the circumstances, like we have, you said you can refer people to rehab. I think I've like heard people getting like referred by the courts and stuff, and I don't think it's like necessarily like a good place, you know. And like I said, about the 30 days, I think if we have more robust treatment systems, like when you go to rehab, they don't just treat you on like how teach you how not to use drugs. They teach you how to like maintain a functional life, how to be a better person in general. They know you've done some scummy shit, and that's probably why you're there. And like they talk you through all that too. So I think the solution would be the same, you know, get them into rehab mainly. But I don't think it should be treated differently if it's for addiction or not, because it's still like it's a poverty thing. Like if you're rich, you're not gonna be out there stealing from stores. You're not gonna be doing any of that shit. But if you're poor, I mean, and rich people can still have the habit too. They can still be using the drugs. And I just don't think punishing anyone for using is gonna get them anywhere. Like we've been trying that for so long, and it hasn't gotten us even closer. We're like the worst country for drugs, something like that.
Well,
we also
go ahead.
Like you mentioned it being a cultural issue too, and that's definitely true. Like the way Americans see drugs, I think like yeah, we're way too like cool with it. I think it's like you said, too culturally acceptable right now, but that's because it's so widespread, and it's just everyone knows someone who uses drugs, or they've used drugs or tried drugs themselves. And if like we had to separate like the way weed is now, where it's legal and you can go buy like you would alcohol, I think that kind of puts a barrier between you and the black market with all the crime and shit. Like I said, like about my upbringing and how it got me involved in the crime world. I think putting that like barrier up and making it like some sort of the things that aren't going to kill you, LSD, mushrooms, etc., made those socially acceptable, and then made the other ones like their own thing, instead of mixing it together where you got weed and fentanyl in the same, or not even the same category, because fentanyl is scheduled too. But like, you know what I mean? That kind of makes it seem like, oh, one's good, all good.
Yeah, so just to give you my perspective on it, so I would be okay with the decriminalization of possession because I think it's a waste of everybody's time and it's not productive. The only thing that I would want the ramp is I would want the ramp to be voluntary, where it's basically people who are ready for the ramp. I don't want to be forcing people onto the ramp and then basically wasting everybody's time because people are like, oh, well, I can go to jail or I can go to rehab, and at the end of 30 days, fuck it, I'm just going to go do whatever I want to do anyways. And also with like limited state resources or limited funding, I think that it's going to, you know, like I don't think the quality is going to be super high. So if the quality is not super high, we still need the ramp, but I just don't have a lot of faith that people aren't going to use it as an excuse to avoid other penalties. So that's kind of where, for me, like I think it has to be voluntary. You know, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. It's like, hey, bro, you know, we're confiscating your drugs. These are illegal. We're not taking you to jail because it's a possession quantity. You know, here's a civil citation. Like, you don't have to, there's no money involved, but here's like a court thing. And basically it has a referral for a drug treatment facility. You know, fucking, you know, go to the drug treatment facility when you're ready to get your shit together. Have a nice fucking day, fuckface. See ya. Like, I would be okay with that as like a reaction from law enforcement to people who are dealing with like substance abuse issues. And then and then I would want to leave shoplifting, burglary, all that kind of stuff pretty much the way that it is, because I get that, you know, jail cells don't necessarily reform anybody, but breaking in and stealing somebody else's shit, like, you know, fuck you, you're going to get a consequence. And then I just want to point this out before I wrap it up. And then I think we could move into the traffickers. The thing about it is, you were kind of pointing out that there's like a 50-foot wall. There's no ramp for drug addicts, and there's no ramp for homeless people. I think that's because, I hate to say this, but I think society legitimately doesn't care, or most of society legitimately doesn't care. If homeless people, you give them a couple of bucks under the bridge, Maybe they kill themselves with drugs. Maybe they don't. Not your fucking problem as long as it happens. You know, law enforcement will go clean up the body, and the homeless it'll be just one less homeless person. And while people don't think about it that consciously, I think the way that we have our system set up, you can't read any other intent besides that. We don't care about drug addicts and we don't care about homeless people.
Yeah, you're 100% right. People only care insofar as they have to see them on their way to work every day. They don't really like my grandma.
Or if it's their family member, and that's it.
Yeah. But that's why I'm saying it's such a multifaceted issue. It's the whole criminal justice system in general, because you get people the treatment, and then you still have the issue of people stealing, committing crimes to get when they're not ready to quit using. And like you could say, let's make the jails rehabilitate people better, and that's a whole fucking endeavor on its own. It's like it all ties together. The one central thread tying it all together is the profit incentive. Private prisons, they're incentivized to keep people in these jails for nonviolent crimes because they get fucking paid for it, and like there's no incentive to get these homeless people better. They're just bait to keep them, to put in jail to raise money for the owners.
Well, and even if like private prisons, like even if there wasn't a perverse incentive system or whatever, I still agree totally with the concept that like these resources could be better utilized. Creating more beds for paranoid schizophrenics who have substance abuse issues, who are self-medicating, so they can go to a jail temporarily to be bonded out, only to be back in the same jail 3 days later for possession. It doesn't help anybody. It's a waste of everybody's time and resources. So I'm with you there. But if you don't mind, I'd like to ask you about the traffickers, because this is kind of where I get into maybe my little fantasy for dictator for a day, but also kind of I want to get into the punitive side too, or the legal side as well. So for me, the traffickers are the people who are making a conscious choice to profit off of human misery. And they often do so knowing that their products are going to kill the end user or fuck up the end user's life, but they just say, fuck it. It's good money. You know, I can get to it. You know, it's going to make my life better, and I don't care about the secondary and tertiary consequences for society. And I'm not saying that's intentional. Some of these people are born in socioeconomic conditions where that's just the way that it is. But I do feel like once you make that decision where you're like, I am willing to profit off of the misery of other human beings, and I don't care if they kill themselves using my product, at that point, it's like, all right, you've already made a decision that you don't give a fuck about the collective whole. As a result, you deserve some level of social punishment. So what do you, I know you're an anarchist, so eventually you want the abolition of the state, but how do you view individual possession versus trafficking? Is there a difference in that kind of behavior, and how would you treat those different behaviors?
I'd certainly say there's a difference, that's for sure. And there's also levels to it. Like you have people ranging from a grandma who's trying to make her electric bill selling a little bit of her pain pills on the side to fucking, you know, El Chapo killing people left and right, trafficking bricks, trucks full of bricks. So for people like that, like if you're manufacturing research chemicals, fentanyl, shit like that, that should definitely be treated the same way as like you would treat, you know, manufacturing poisons to give to people, shit like that. It should be punished. But if it's like a small time deal, like what I would consider a big deal is probably like over a few thousand, because anyone under like 10 grand in a drug deal is probably just doing it to pay their bills, like not making that much money.
Okay, so you're relatively okay with going after traffickers, even though your end state is not that, and then smaller people, you think it's the same exacerbating socioeconomic conditions that maybe a junkie would be dealing with, just on maybe a slightly different scale.
Yeah, it's a little bit different, but I think the resources that you would put into chasing down all those little dealers and trying to stomp out the fire, those resources would be a lot better utilized, disincentivizing people from using it in the first place and giving them the conditions in their life that will make them okay enough to not want to use it all. Like that's a big part of it as well. Like it's not just the drug culture in America, it's that people are fucking lonely. You know, they're depressed, they don't like their life, working sucks. Fucking wage slavery and shit, and people, it drives people to use. Like it's in all the, I've had over 30 jobs my fucking 6 years being able to work, or 4 years being able to work legally, and out of all those jobs, the restaurant jobs, the low paid hard work construction jobs, those were all the jobs where people were using drugs. Like half or more of the people I worked with use drugs, and it's because it fucking sucks. Those jobs like destroy your body, You work so many hours a week, you don't get a rest. You want to go home and enjoy what little time you have. So people will turn to drugs, or they turn to pain pills to get rid of the pain that their job causes and shit like that. So I don't know. If people have more money in their pockets in general, they probably wouldn't turn to use drugs in the first place, and that's a big part of it. And that's like I'm saying that capitalism, it's at the center of all of it.
Yeah, the reason why the reason why I don't totally follow you there, not because I don't understand what you're saying. Like, dude, I worked retail restaurant. I have friends who have worked construction. I worked in, pretty working class and lower middle class areas a majority of my life. And, I know that a lot of American construction is, fueled by at least a 6-pack at night, maybe a little bit of cocaine in the morning, and definitely some weed on the weekends if you even have weekends. So I get it. And then, like you were saying, if you're injured and your options are suffer with your injury, go on disability, and take a 60% hit to your pay and live in a trailer park, or take some pain pills or do what you need to do pain management wise in order to keep working, most people are going to keep working. So I get everything that you said there. My only caveat for not just being like, oh, I think socialism will fix this, the decommodification of basic human need and workers owning the means of production, is just I feel like there's plenty of shit that we could do within the capitalist system, and there's just a whole bunch of fucking caveats on socialism and communism that I just don't agree with. But kind of taking it from there, my dictator for a day plan, because my whole thing is power abhors a vacuum. And that's another reason why I'm not an anarchist. Like, I don't, the reason why I don't believe in no rulers is because I think that at some point a tribal group will want to seize power and resources, and they will get together and they will try to seize it. So the only thing that you can do is have a system that balances itself out. And so, you have it's like the Leviathan. It's the giant monster of the state that keeps everybody else in check. And for me, I view the drug war, particularly with like South and Central America, as we export all of our violence when it comes to the drug trade into South and Central America. And yeah, we tolerate a little bit up here, but the violence that's down in South and Central America is over the billions of dollars of consumed product that basically props up Latin American markets. And we consume their products. We don't care if they have an economic alternative. We tell the governments to fight drug wars that probably fuck with the revenue of their own state, so they only do it half-assed. And then because of the billions of dollars that the narco communities are bringing in, they're oftentimes better armed and trained than the national government forces. So corruption is rampant, violence is rampant, and the narco cartels are better off than the government. So what do you do at that point? For me, it would be like an armistice. It would be a truce or a ceasefire where you say, hey, Medellin cartel family, we will stop coming after you for cocaine production, but your cocaine production is capped at, I don't know, $18 billion a year. We will pay for, $18 billion a year. You control this territory. You support the local government. You make sure that nobody else starts manufacturing in your territory. And then we will synthesize the product you deliver to us into the world's localized pain relief like Novocaine shit. Then we'll also synthesize those drugs that help people get off of drugs. And, and then whatever gets to the black market gets to the black market. But we're going to be smashing the black market. And then the hammer, the carrot and the stick. So the carrot is you become a multi-billion-dollar legitimate family that doesn't get fucked with by the United States government or your own central government. And then the stick is, if you don't accept our deal, we'll come and we'll fuck you up. And that's kind of my mafia style, plomo or plata, silver or lead deal for Central and South American cartels.
I think they're actually trying to go legit right now. They said that they would quit. Give me 1 second. I got something in my throat. I'm gonna go knock it out.
No rush. And then to the 34 people who are chilling with us, we lost another 4 or 5 around the way talking about serious and deep shit. See, isn't that the fucked up thing? Y'all are all talking shit. Oh, this panel's giving me cancer. And then we move on into the serious conversation. and we lose some people who are here for the blood and guts. So what I'm really hearing from y'all is 34 of y'all are adults and want to hear real shit, and then fucking another 20 to 30% of people on top of that, they just want the blood and guts. I got you. I see you, chat.
I'm back. So I have a couple points.
Sure.
The first one about anarchism. You know, I don't think there's some fucking nut jobs on Twitter who think just abolishing the state outright and not replacing it with anything, or not even like attempting to do anything else, is a good idea. Those people are like I said, they're nut jobs. I think it's a noble goal to work towards more balances of power. Like, you know, checks and balances in the United States government was relatively unheard of at the time, but we managed to build a system that has some checks and balances. We're seeing how they're not quite what they were chalked up to be now, but I think that's something that we can figure out, and it's a good thing to work towards. Not like reducing the amount of power we have over each other, and especially the amount of disproportionate power like billionaires have, which is insane. That's a whole other thing. And the other thing is, as far as socialism and decommodification, I think housing, we could decommodify housing, and that'd be a really good place to start. Like, I think it was Denmark. They nearly ended homelessness by fucking giving people a house. Housing first is the name of the policy. It's housing first policy, and that's basically what I did with my rehab program. It was essentially the same thing. They put you in a house first. They give you treatment. They give you therapy. They let you get a job and slowly transition you into the world. And that worked for me, and it worked for a lot of other people out there. It was a very successful program. Like, usually, I think it's like a 5% of people even last like a year coming out of rehab, or even less than that, something like that. But that program specifically had a way higher success rate than the other ones. Just like from, I can't prove this. They don't have any like actual stats, but just going around the meetings and stuff, all the people at these meetings were people that had gone through that program and had years sober, and like, I don't know. I think there's more empty houses than homeless people in this country. The solution's pretty fucking simple, and all these corporations own all the housing, and they're just sitting on it, and not letting.
Well, okay, so let me tell you the normie fear of housing first. And by the way, like, if you wanted to do, for instance, if you wanted to build public housing downtown, there was a needle exchange and food and blah 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 for for poor folks or homeless folks, and they could go there during the day. And there was also like all these programs where they're like, hey, here's the ramp. If you want to climb the ramp, we'll help you climb the ramp. I think I could get on board with that. But when I hear we have more houses than homeless people and we should just do housing first, what I'm afraid of, and I think a lot of investors are afraid of, and a lot of normies are afraid of, is that they'll just be like a vacant house in your community. They'll just throw a random homeless person in there, and then due to lack of resources, that person will just be by themselves, and they'll just do drugs, unmedicated, unsupervised, smear shit on the walls, destroy the property, and then as a result, make the community a worse place. And so that's where, for me, it's like, if you want to have your situation, correct me if I'm wrong, was like hyper supervised, pissing 4 times a week in a cup. There's a game plan. We're getting you there, all that kind of stuff. I just don't know how you scale that up where you're just throwing, random homeless people in like a 3-2 and, an abandoned 3-2 in random communities,
Yeah, that's actually that's a reasonable concern. The way it worked was we had there's phase 1, which, like I said, you stay in it for 30 days, and you have a house manager. You're basically with the house manager all the time, and there's an assistant house manager. They kind of switch off, but it's all adults. We're not fucking like feral rats smearing shit on the wall. Some people I'm sure are like that, but but then phase 2 is probably more like what I would like to see implemented on a scale like this, is where we had multiple houses, and they were like big giant houses with fucking 6, 7, 8 bedrooms, and we all had a job, and we all had to report 3 times a week to the center where we did our group therapy, and that's where we do the drug test, and that's where the therapist was, and that's where the psychiatrist, the physician, all those people were. They're all the same like doctor's office, and it wasn't even a big doctor's office. They probably had like maybe 15 rooms total, and you just meet there once a week, you report there, or 3 times a week, and then you piss at the house on the weekends, and there's a house manager at the house who just kind of lives there, and they don't get paid that much, but they get free rent, and their job is basically there for you.
Yes. Okay. No. I see it. I see it more. There were, God damn it. We actually kind of already have that a little bit in Florida, which is weird because we're like Darwinian like a motherfucker.
So, where you at in Florida?
Yeah. So the situation was there was a bunch of people on disability, And since they were on permanent disability, some of them had physical issues, some of them had mental issues, but they couldn't necessarily, like the families couldn't afford to take care of them, and they couldn't necessarily be able to live on their own. They had one person who was a house manager, and then they had 3 or 4 people on physical or mental disability, and then they pooled the resources, paid the mortgage, paid for communal groceries, all that kind of stuff, worked together, and then they, the house manager was basically a liaison for social services. So actually, I've seen this before, and it wasn't as horrific. Now, it wasn't great either, because obviously you got people with issues and people with issues who fight other people with issues and all that kind of stuff. But it wasn't it wasn't my fear of people just like pooping on the walls and being unmedicated when they have schizophrenia.
It's that type of treatment. It's a lower level of care. It's called sober living. In Florida specifically, I'm from Florida. I'm from Cocoa Beach, actually.
Oh, nice. Bro.
Yeah, but
45 minutes away.
Where are you from?
Well, I mean, I was born in Boston, but I'm in Orlando.
Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, that's 40 minutes away, right? Directly. Yeah.
Could hit you with a fucking coconut from here.
I'm in Arkansas now, but I'm from Florida.
Nice.
That's right. Orlando, dude, it's bad out there. But yeah, what was I saying? Sober living. Yeah, in Florida and California specifically, they have just really, really loose regulations. John Oliver did a really good episode about this, actually. In Florida and California, all you need, or in Florida specifically, all you need is a building. That's literally it. A building and no licensing, and you get sober living, and you charge people whatever amount of money. They'll actually go around in Florida and pay people money. Like, they're called body brokers. You pay someone like a junkie like $2,000, and they go get fucked up, and they go to your rehab, and then the rehab charges the insurance and makes a shit ton of money. Like, they make
we always did get the vibe that the house managers were a little shady, because it seemed like they were kind of nervous whenever we were around. And like, it's not, most people don't like cops, so that's not like really a huge surprise. But I think what was kind of going on was not to be rude to the people who did it correctly, but I think they were making a profit off of the pooled disability checks of everybody in the house, and they were trying to maximize the profits for sure.
There's also places like that are just straight up like crack houses. You just go there and people use and pretend like they're getting sober. I forgot they had a name for it, but like it's a huge problem. There's no regulation in the industry, and they're keeping it unregulated on purpose because they make so much fucking money, like insane amounts of money. And I don't know. There's right now as it exists, there's zero incentive for actually treating people with drug addictions, and we're seeing the results of that right now. Like, there's an opioid crisis; it's not getting any better, and it's just gonna there was that cop that got busted recently selling fentanyl to kids out of like his.
Oh, dude, I'd execute that guy.
Yeah, that's insane.
Yeah, you're taking the state's power in order to abuse it, in order to hook more people on drugs. Like, fuck you. Like, so that's fucking wild. But
I think kids start using it earlier and earlier as it gets more as it spreads more throughout, schools and shit. More people do it, the more people know about it, and younger kids start using it.
Well, do something. Yeah. So let me kind of ask you this. So when it came to the individual user, we kind of landed on decrim, and I didn't have a huge problem with it. I think we kind of got a little bit different views when it came to the external crimes, like shoplifting and burglary and theft and all that kind of stuff. Then it seemed like we were on the same page for trafficking, where it should be prosecuted on the local level, but then on the international level, we need to figure out how to broker a peace that actually kind of solves more problems than it causes. And then I guess my point, I guess, is that I think these things could be sold to conservatives, and they could be sold to fiscal conservatives, social conservatives, and all that kind of stuff. But you would have to approach it from the perspective of like, we are going to make the community better. We are going to spend less money because there will be less fraud, waste, and abuse in the system, because we're actually going to go after the designed purpose. And also, we are going to build a ramp for people who want to change to make their lives better. Because here's the thing. A lot of conservatives are Christian. Now, whether or not they live Christian lives is a different question, but they at least pay lip service to the idea of individual redemption, where you become a better person through a choice in order to become a better person. So I think these things could be sold to conservatives. They're just not. And the reason why they're just not, you were saying this is all done for profit. I would say that the reason why it's not done is because these motherfuckers don't want to pay taxes. So that's kind of where, for me, what is your view on like a next step? Because like from your side, you have like a diagnosis from your perspective. If you were to be another person, or if you were to like get people together, what would be your next step?
I think this whole thing sells really well to conservatives and liberals and leftists alike. It's it's like benefit all around. I think the only people it hurts is really the wealthy. But shit, hold on, my point left my brain.
I was asking about next steps.
Yeah, next steps. As far as advocacy, I think starting with like like you said, just trying to get these ideas out there, tell people, like getting people to know that there are solutions to these problems and here's what they are. Because like not a lot of people know even like where to start with drug addiction, and it's like it's a lot of public information, public education issue. Like we spend so much money on DARE, like telling all these lies about drugs. Now no one has real information. They don't get help. So like you said, selling it to conservatives and getting them behind a plan that would actually help people would be the main thing. But I really, like you said, I really think they just don't give a shit. They want to see homeless people and drug addicts suffer. They don't want to get them help. They think it's a moral failing. You use drugs, it's your own fault. Get fucked. And just because of that alone and the corporate interests, it's gonna be so hard to get anything done. But like, for example, with the police, you defund the police partially. You institute something like they did in Chicago, where they have caseworkers and like de-escalation people go to calls that haven't turned violent yet and things like that. And you save the police money, you save the police effort. They don't have to be working as hard, they don't have to be stretched so thin. You get improvements in the community, and no knock warrants. Conservatives can have their guns and answer the door and not get shot by police for exercising their second rights. Well, there's a lot of it that like conservatives and everyone can agree on. It's just like I really think they just don't give a shit, and there's too much money in it.
Well, so the thing that you said, so this would be my advice to anybody politically minded who's trying to get this stuff done. So cops care, I think, patrolmen anyways, not administrators. Administrators are fucking cancer. But patrol cops, they care about you taking patrol cars off the road. Investigators care about you taking investigators out of the case office. And the reason why they care about this stuff is because there's already so much work that needs to be done, and it's not getting done. And, if you take people away, it's just going to make things worse. But what nobody gives a fuck about, because a lot of people don't think about like forward projections, is there's a certain amount of like residential and financial growth that most cities expect year over year. And there's allocations for employees. Like, we're going to get another 5 patrolmen in 2028 because we expect the city to grow this much, et cetera, et cetera. So what you could do is say, hey, police officers, you're getting 2 patrolmen in 2028, but you're also getting 2 field social workers in 2028, and here's the training program, and here's the funds allocated, and all that kind of stuff. And that's where I think that a lot of the push and pull of these ideas is we feel like we're squabbling over resources now, whereas if you project it into future resources, you're less likely to receive pushback. Or if you receive pushback, it's more easy to be overcome because you can basically appeal to now and say like, hey, you guys are doing an okay job now, and we actually want to give you resources that take pressure off of you so you don't have to work as hard. So let us allocate some resources a little differently. Now, of course, police administrators are going to, and the unions are going to fight this tooth and nail because they're going to view it as a threat to their power and their influence and their money. But that's where I think we just need politicians with spines. But I don't know if that's going to be a thing. So yeah. And here, by the way, here's the thing. Like I'm always working from a privileged position as a conservative, or somebody who sympathizes with conservatism. Basically, the status quo is fucked up, but it's functional enough for me to survive. Whereas I know for people who are not in as good a position, the system doesn't work for them and it kills them over time. And I could understand why it would be a lot more personal for those people than it would be for me. Did we lose him? Did I lose you guys? Era? Chat, can you still hear me? Hello? I'll call him back. Can you hear me now? All right, well, honestly, we're hitting an hour anyways. Are you guys down for Call of Duty? I mean, there's fucking 25, 30 of y'all. We gonna play some Call of Duty and fucking cuss? Gonna use some slurs? I almost had a XQC moment the other day. All right. Damn. We got to stay awake. Stay awake for Rob Noor. Yeah, let's go do some slurs. And shout out to his Twitter, Era404Music, at Era404Music. I did shout you out. All right, perfect. Let's go shoot some people in the face. Sweet. See ya, buddy. Good talk. And Friday show. Yes, but I might already be booked. Let me check. And also, let me check. Good enough. Sluts. Tibber Rosenthal, where the fuck you going? We're playing video games, you fucking whore. Is the new Call of Duty worth it? Yeah, it's fucking solid. It's fucking solid. Alright, but I gotta... Whatever happened to Black Lives Matter? They made $1 million fucking dollars and then they fucked off. That's what happened. Alright, I gotta like set my Modern Warfare settings so it doesn't fucking chug on the display capture. What, you want to dono link me or fucking Black Lives Matter, man? I could use some money. I like money. Go to twitch.tv. Go to my channel. Honestly, I really wouldn't mind playing fucking Call of Duty. And just streaming that. Everybody leaving. Nobody want to see Connor dying in video games. Why not? It's a good time. Might get some slurs out of here. Who's stopping you from using slurs? Fucking Twitch, man. They don't like me using the F slur and stuff. They don't like me using... They don't like me using the N-word. They don't like it. Do it. Do it. Use the slurs. Do it. Anybody know, anybody know how to display capture? Anybody know how to change the graphic settings? So my... Would I ever play Tarkov? Of course. And by of course, I mean I'll never get around to it, but I'll pretend that I'll do it so you like me more. Do it. Just use white mail. They're cool with that. I don't want to use white mail. We just lost half a chat. Really? What, are we down to 8? Check. No, it's 13, dude. We lost like 3. What are you talking about? See what? Anyways. I don't care. Other motherfuckers. You want to have someone join your party? Here's my Blizzard tag, American guy, number 1738. Yeah, hold up. So we need to fuck with our graphic settings in order to get it, like, reduced so it doesn't fuck up. Quality. Minimum. Sure. Yes. Yeah, we're gonna do minimum quality, so hopefully I can stream. The real ones are still here, indeed. So I think the game plan is I'm just gonna shoot people in the face for 2 hours, and then talk to Rob Knorr. So just lower the resolution. Yeah, that's what I did. Operators. Oh, it's okay. No, I get it. Dude, I don't like watching people play video games. If fucking Destiny's like playing Factorio or whatever, I don't give a fuck about that shit. I do not give a fuck about watching somebody else playing video games. But maybe I'll be entertaining. Maybe I'll say some slurs. Maybe I'll get some javelin kills, and you guys will be able to enjoy that. So, we'll see. And then need to get on that 4090 waitlist, Connor. Maybe sell a kidney. I don't give a fuck about any of this shit, dude. I grew up with a fucking Nintendo 64 video game. You think I need fucking high-ass quality shit? I will play on a fucking CRTV. I will play on a fucking 10-inch screen this fucking big with, like, where you can see the lines in the screen. This is y'all are fucking spoiled as fuck. Fucking rich-ass millennials and fucking who else? Not operators. Friends. Invite players. Dangerous Days. Hot Drop O'Clock. Silver. Invite to party. And then fucking Patriot American or whatever. Which mode you playing? I don't fucking know. Well, if my game doesn't crash, I'll probably play Invasion. And I'll play the smaller one. And then who was the last one? It was fucking find a friend. Add friends. Let me find my boy real quick. American guy, number 1738. Send request. Player doesn't exist. All right, well, he doesn't exist. All right, so we're going to play. On our own, I guess. Y'all get to watch me cuss. Actually, so I have the javelin or whatever. Invasion. Don't be a pussy. Play tier 1 game. What the fuck is tier 1? You talking about quick play? You talking about this shit? What the fuck are you talking about? Invasion I just like because I get to use the javelin. So what are y'all talking about? And let me just jump in the Discord again. Maybe those motherfuckers are in the game already. And maybe y'all can hear him. Let's see. Is anybody gaming? It looked like they were on. Chill VC. Gaming VC Duke. All right, fuck it. We're playing on our own. Ain't nobody around. Nah, fuck you. I'm not doing that shit. Fuck would I... Limited HUD and health? Dude, it's already insta-kill. What the fuck are you talking about? This shit is already fucking insta-kill. Getting old. Getting old and my bones hurt. Old Greg. All Greg. All right, so we're good there. If it starts chugging, tell me. You can just hang out with chat for 2 hours. We can play fucking Tetris or chess or some shit. But if I can shoot some fucking people in the face. Dude, I was fucking rocking this shotgun the other day. Rocking it. It's fucking sick. Use some slurs. Oh. Now generic American adds me. All right. After this game, I will add domination. So this is stupid. It's like really stupid. But basically on this map, you basically have to charge B. I really want to watch you play Tetris. Yeah, I'm not good at it. Fucking get wrecked on Tetris. And then like what? All right. So what pisses me off? Like nobody's here. Sweet. Boop. So everybody needs to go for B basically, but B doesn't have a good access over here. So then you got to go over here and hope that there isn't a billion fucking dudes. Oh. Yep. Fuck you. Ah, you bitch. I fucking hate domination, by the way, because I actually play the objectives like a fucking tard, so I have crazy shitty KDs because I actually play the fucking game like a dumbass. But since y'all are here and y'all are watching me, maybe I'll play a little sweaty. Oh, you bitch. Fuck you. See, look at this shit. How the fuck am I supposed to counter that? I'm literally lining up like a perfect grenade shot, and he's just fucking behind me for no goddamn reason. Fuck you. Yeah, so are y'all ready? That's the real question. Are y'all ready for this? To literally watch me get like a negative KD? Like I'm fucking... Like I suck at this game? Y'all ready for that? Y'all ready to watch me embarrass myself? Ha! Ha, you fucking dork. Don't shoot me, you bitch. Ah, fuck! If only I hadn't reloaded. No, I'm not winning. I'm getting a negative KD with a shotgun, playing a game mode I don't like. I am not winning. I am fucking losing. Losing at life. I'm not losing at life. I'm doing okay. Oh, there's a fucking mine right there. Sweet. Hopefully this doesn't kill me. Sweet. Oh, you fucking bitch. Ah, hold up. Listen, y'all can hate on me for that, but I actually think that was an okay move. I moved. I got to cover. I lined up a shot. You know, I did what I needed to do. There was nothing wrong with what I did. That guy fucked my shit up. Happy I got that kill, though. Where are these bitches at? Oh, what the... Do you know how hard it is to entertain y'all? And by how hard it is to entertain y'all, I mean, like, you know how stressful it is to play a video game that you are just okay at in front of 20 fucking strangers? All right. Got a cap. Ooh, you bitch. Fuck you. 12-man full PPR flex position Eno, Mooney, or Algiers. Pick one. Dude, I don't even know what that sentence means. What is that sentence? You want me to go to Algeria? You You want me to go to Africa? All right. Sweet. Chill. It's me. Ah, grenade. Fucking hell. Listen, y'all can bitch about my fucking KD, but I got like fucking 6 caps so far, so I don't really want to hear it. Fantasy football. You watch sports? Dork. Ah, he left a fucking mine. Fuck you. Ah! Is he camping it? You fucking not homophobic slur. You're definitely not a homophobic slur. You're something else. And I would never say a homophobic slur on stream. I would never. Never do that. Because that would be rude to my homosexual brothers and sisters. So I would never say that. Ah, hey, listen. For being flashed, I would say I was almost properly lined up on the doorway. And on top of that, look at that. I had like an 80% cap on that, and it's my team who's not doing shit. It's not my fault. If I get like 20 fucking caps this round, if I get 20 caps and 20 kills, that's not my fault. I do like getting... Oh, yay! My teammate actually did something. That's based. Very based. I want to go... I like it when you kind of move on somebody else's objective, and then they fucking run up to you, and you shoot them in the face. Oop. Oop. Oh, no. They're up there. Yeah, suck it. Suck it. Yeah. Yeah. Oh. Oh. Execution, son. The only reason why I did that was because chat was here. Chat wasn't here. I wouldn't fuck with it. Oh, what? What? That's lame. That's so lame. All right. I'm going to run around a little bit because I think they're expecting us to come that way. So I'll go here, and then here, and then here. Oh, no. You cannot fucking hate on me for that shit. If I get insta-killed because he's fucking camping the bottom part of the map, nah. That's not on me. Listen, I get that it's... ooh, yeah, hi. Oh, what? Did I kill myself or was that his? Oh, man. A little bit too excited to get in that room. Oh, not the dick, dude. I'll fucking shoot somebody in the dick if I want. Ah, no. For Shoddy, that's fucking solid. You know that's solid. Like, he was just 10 yards away, 15 yards away. It's not my fault. Like, all right, so here's the thing. Like, I don't like being garbage. Like, there's Taze, my editor. He is fucking sick at this game. He's just annihilates. But there's some things that are controllable, and there's some things that aren't. And if I can get a controllable kill, then I don't really care. Like, this is controllable. Eat a grenade, you bitch. Oh, see? But I thought he was there. I threw a grenade where I thought he was. He wasn't there. And then I tried to take the room as quickly as possible, and there was a camper waiting for me. Like, dude, you can only do what you can do, right? So if you're getting into 1v1 engagements and you're winning most of the time, then fuck this guy. Fuck you. So I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear in chat, Taze is better than you. I already know that. I know Taze is better than me. I'm going to go my way. Ooh. Why do I feel like he's coming? Oh, nice. Nice. Oh, behind. So what's going on with y'all? I'm actually, like, I'm up on viewers. I'm back up to 35 now that I'm running around and killing people. Hello. What? You get him? Thank you. They're on the other side. Fuck you. You cheap bitch. Nice. Happy birthday, Jade. I'm happy somebody's having good. What do you think about the Humble Bundle? What the hell is a Humble Bundle? Y'all keep asking me about shit that I have no fucking idea about. Leave if you must, Connor. Don't let your KD go down any further. No. I play objectives, okay? If I'm in an objective game, I play fucking objectives. I hate that shit. Like, oh, play for kills in an objective game. That's fucking lame. Oh, and we lost anyways? Bro, let's take a look at it. $17 and $20, almost positive with a shoddy. All right. And then 7 caps. Come on. Come on. What I need to do is I need to back out of the filter and take domination off of my shit. That's something that Silver fucking likes. So I'll also get a teammate in here. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, this shotgun's nasty. I want the double barrel though. Back out. Yes, leave lobby. Let me add my homie real quick. Yeah, I have no idea why we were up to like 35 for a minute. Apparently 25 people just wanted to watch me murder people for a second. Then they decided I was garbage and left. That makes me sad. And by the way, y'all can like ask questions in chat or whatever. I'm just chilling. So generic American hashtag 8588631 send request. Wow, Christian, if you had a fucking tag, you can get in here and try to carry me, you fucking bitch. Like, fuck you. Among Us stream when? Never, because I'm terrible at fucking lying. What do you want from me? I am bad at lying. I wouldn't say I'm super bad at lying, but I'm not like, it's not enough to care. So, well, I mean, I got friends now, so I guess it's not that big of a deal if I have, have you played Hunt Showdown? No. Listen, I'm not trying to be rude, but y'all are like, you're asking me questions of like, have you ever heard of this thing? And they're not even giving me context for whether or not it's a video game. I actually like that Jade told me that it was a video game by saying, have you ever played? That was helpful. But no, I don't have a lot of free time these days. You're looking at my free time. My free time is streaming so I can yell at people on the internet. Poker face. Did y'all see the Kanye West clip where it's like Lady Gaga is the creative director of Polaroid? Now I like some of the Gaga songs. What the fuck does she know about cameras? Waiting, loading level. Sweet. Yes. And then this is the this one with the central building. The central building's nasty. Nasty with a shotgun. This one. You ready? You ready for some more close-up shotgun action? Ooh, what? Was the game already active? Dude, I spawned like 3 seconds ago. What the fuck? That was horse vagina in my book. Oop. That's a lot of guys. Oop. Ha! You douche. Guy LaDouche here. He ran past me and still died. What a loser. I saw my shotgun because it's like 40 feet long before I came in. Oh, nice. I want to run. Yep. Up this way. Nice, nice. Kills. Up. He thought he had it. He did not. Ah, fuck.
They got a fence.
Oh, come on, bro. I sat through 5 minutes of Kanye, bless him, but nah. Well, you know. Oh, that's... Okay, no offense, but that's fucking horse pussy. Thank you for the dodo, by the way. You know, Kanye's... You just have to assume that he's mentally ill, and you're good. There's no point in whining about anything else. Let's go. Come on, man. They're all bunched up, so like I can't get more than one. Up. Why you be dying so much? General Ballsack, if you have a tag, feel free to join and show me how little you die. Like, feel free. I am perfectly okay with sharing the limelight with you. Ah, you bitch. Yeah, dude, if there wasn't so many like copyright laws, I would listen to anti-Semitic people in Paris right now. Ah, you bitch. That was your fault. That was chat's fault. It's not my fault. Ah, come on. Well, get your tag. DM me your tag. I'll get you on here. Oh, come on. I thought that was a friend. There was was there not a blue marker on my screen? I could have sworn to God there was a blue marker on my screen. That was upsetting. Oh. No, you do not need range on this level. You can dominate with a shotgun on this one. See? You guys understand this is team deathmatch, right? And this map is like fucking 3 feet fucking big. You get that? You understand that? Or are y'all just talking shit to talk shit? Fuck him. Why aren't you coming in? Oh, god damn it. Fucking ran out of ammo. All I see is nope. What you noping? What? Oh, that's a friendly. And of course there's a knife guy here now. Where you at, bitch? Ah, he's running. Horse vagina. Why the shotgun though? Because I'm doing work. Like I get like my KD is probably not that high. Like I get I'm like 1 for 1, but the shotgun is fucking wrecking fools up close. Like, are you not seeing the screen? Are you not seeing how like I click the button twice and it's like an insta kill? Like, are you not seeing that? Like that? The only problem is like it doesn't have enough ammo. But you know how you get more ammo? You fucking upgrade your shotgun. You guys get that, right? Understand that? ISER or some shit. Ah, come on, you bitch. At least you got that one. Christian Valeris, if you don't have a tag, you're fucking giving me your tag, bro. I'm not taking this kind of fucking abuse from you. Ah, he was camping. Fuck you. That's not on me. That's not on me. Oh, whoa. Listen, let's watch his spurg out. Let's watch this one. Oh, now he's on adrenaline? He's on drugs now? I have to fight dudes on drugs? It's not my fault. Go. It's not my fault that they have 4 fucking guys, okay? If I kill 2 or 3, then it's a good day. If I kill 1, all right, let's see. That was not. And I wasn't the last kill, so I don't want to hear complaints on that end.
I'm finna buzz. Oh my god.
All right. So, 0.8 KD. Not saying it's good. I'm just saying I'm leveling up my shotgun and I'm having a good time, okay? Why is there no in-game sound? Do you want in-game sound? Wouldn't that be kind of annoying? I don't know. People in chat, vote for in-game sound or not. It's also like, it's super loud. Like I could do it, but let's change the barrel. .5, 14 shorty. Aim down sound, wider pellet. Nah, I like what I have. I'd rather not have sound, or at least have it low. Nah, I'm gonna leave it. I'm gonna leave it off. I want to talk to my beautiful chat. Why would I want this to? Oh, you thought my KD was embarrassing last round? This map, there are some fucking sweaties on this map. Would way rather it be that. This is absolutely brutal. What? You don't want to talk to me? All right, fine. We'll do a little bit of sound because he asked for it nicely. Oh god. All right, fine. We're going. And this is what's going to happen. We're all going to go into this like lab area and we're going to get pwned. That's what's going to happen. This lab area right here, right? See? You see him?
Changing mags. We have secured the lead.
That guy would have absolutely fucking murked me if that guy hadn't smoked him. And then you know what the problem with lasers is the enemy can fucking see him, bro.
Tag secure. Kill confirmed.
I don't think I really run right side a lot.
Loading.
Oh, can you tell me that's bullshit? That was bullshit. That was bullshit. Fuck you. All right, cool. At least we got all those tags. You want to hit it? We can hit it. Feels like a naked area, right? All right, you hit right. Feels too quiet, right?
Got your cover.
I saw him.
Enemy UAV active.
It's right there. Oh, headshot! Dude, that was... Oh, sorry. That was like a fucking 75-yard headshot.
Cold-blooded activated. UAV online.
Come on. N-word, G audio on. Y'all are fucking savages, bro. Big fan of you guys being savages. Ah, come on. That was all neck shots. That was bullshit.
Hostiles launched an SAE.
Can I get a teammate? Come on, let's push.
Hostile VSOL in the area.
Beat.
Enemy counter UAV is active. Hostile UAV in the area.
Oh, what the fuck is he doing? No way! No way! No way! Oh yeah. So somebody asked, have you ever seen the dissonance between the weapons that you want and the stuff? Oh yeah, the lever action rifle, dude. The lever action fucking sucks. Or at least I suck with the lever action. Why are you running away from the fucking enemy? Oh my god.
Using drill charge.
Alright, I'll roll with generic American and I'll try to make it fucking teamy. Alright, so we're being on teams. Alright, let's find my teammate.
Our UAV is orbiting the area. I'm reloading. Friendly VSOL entering the sector. Enemies deployed a counter UAV.
Sweet, sweet. I love getting raped in my
Enemy
bubble.
UAV overhead.
I'm running with you. Oh, fuck you. Alright, I'm ignoring Chad. I gotta focus on it. Fucking balls hurt.
Hostile UAV in the area.
Loading fresh mag.
Friendly UAV online.
Flash out. Changing them. Multiple movers spotted. Switching backs.
Oh, baby, a triple.
Oh, come on! My butthole.
On your 6.
I felt like their entire team spawned in here and then they were dead in a couple of seconds.
Enemy UAV overhead.
Reloading.
EKIA confirmed.
On your 6.
Oh, come on! I was trying to get the tags. Oh, come on! Fucking snake ass bitch.
Standing by.
Switching max.
Confirmed. Enemy KIA.
Come on,
Copy that.
bro.
UAV
Let me
is on
fucking
station.
do work.
Using drill sharp. Throwing flash grenade. Enemy fighter here.
Enemy UAV active.
Ah, bullshit. He was fucking 75% of the way down. Thank you for the
Flash out.
fucking hell. I thought it was safe because he ran in there. Oh, bro.
Yeah! Come on my mouth! Let's get this!
Turn it down. I just turned it on. There you go. Alright, well that's as low as it goes. We'll leave, we'll get silver. No, so Jade Salamander asks, is there anything that I wish was better portrayed in war games? No. I want war games to be more arcadey. I've gotten older, and I want video games to be fun. I don't want them to be real. Real shit fucking sucks. So nobody wants to run around with heavy ass gear. Nobody wants to run around with that shit. The dashing rogue. Can I add you? I want to go MLG Pro. Yeah, go ahead and fucking add me, DM me or whatever. But just bear in mind, I absolutely will not be going pro. So, you know, take that with a grain of salt. Friends. Yeah, exactly. Play Arma in VR with the treadmill. Yeah, exactly, bro. Exactly. Where the fuck are people? I got Silver, who's like the dude I want to hang out with, but fucking all-American friends. Add friends. No. This is so weird. I fucking hate this shit. Generic American? He went offline? What? Are y'all... Am I offline? There we go. There we go. There we go. All right, we got our peeps. All right, I'm good with that. Biblio Life got some folks trying to join. Apparently, but we're also here to play for another hour and then go talk to fucking... What's his face? Yeah, so... Yeah, Jade, so... Okay, actually, you do...
Not much?
You do bring up a good point. So for instance, like, I wish when I was running in a group, if I was aiming my rifle in one direction, I wish that the other person would take the other direction instead of both of us running towards the same direction. That would obviously be dope. And then what's also a pain... Yeah, that's really what it is. I would like people to have, like, more tactical awareness, just so you could play off of each other. So the Midnight Chat is about fucking the future of the Republican Party, whether or not MAGA or Trump should be the future of the Republican Party. And it's with Rob Noor, so, you know, he kind of minimizes January 6th and then also talks about how everything's corrupt and the election's fucked up and blah, blah, blah. And, you know, have you ever heard that the Democrats are bad? Because I heard that the Democrats are bad. So, you know, that's kind of his rhetorical style. But he's a nice guy, and he's doing like a 24-hour stream, so I will go help him deliver the content. And, yeah. And if I get to hang out with 25 people in fucking chat while shooting people in the face, then yeah. Rob Noor thinks he destroyed me in chat. Yeah, dude, I don't get that whole shit where it's like, I destroyed you, bro. It's like, how about you just let the audience decide what happened? I hate that shit. Bro, I need some water. Fucking hurting. It's hot. Oh, sweet. I'm gonna play the objectives and have a negative KD like a fucking asshole. Love it. Love it. Probably need to build up that second fucking... Oh, shit. Oh, sweet. Dude, I
don't know if download would have much to do. Maybe it would. I don't know.
I saw somebody wrecking with the short-bailed version of the...
Hey, you've got one of the party members muted, by the way, CounterPoints.
I don't... Can you hear me while I'm talking? Can you hear me while I'm talking? So I didn't really want to... I wanted to game.
You'll have to find out what your push to talk button is. And, Silver, I don't hear...
All right, well, bro, CSP, let me fucking dial it in. Jesus, y'all are fucking needy as fuck. There you go. Now nobody has audio.
Domination. We're taking Bravo. We're taking Charlie. Objective Bravo secure.
Oh, come on! How the fuck is he behind me? You fucking vagina.
Securing Bravo.
I hate that shit so much.
The enemy holds all objectives. Get with securing objective Alpha.
Switching mags!
We control Alpha.
Come on, bro. Come on, bro. Come on, bro.
Enemy UAV overhead.
Enemy securing Alpha. Securing objective Bravo. The enemy has captured all objectives. Assault their position. Control Bravo.
Bro.
Securing objective Charlie. We're losing Bravo.
Oh.
Charlie secure. We've lost Bravo.
Why is my butthole like this, bro?
We're taking Alpha.
Are you?
We're losing Charlie.
He's got a fucking riot shield. I hate this shit so much. I hate domination so much. I will never forgive Silver for forcing me to fucking play this.
I'm following you. Charlie.
Changing max! Enemy UAV active. Hostile counter UAV overhead.
We're taking Bravo. We're taking Charlie. Bravo secure.
Reloading.
I don't want to
Enemies
die
taking
here, bro.
Alpha.
I hate objective games.
Hostile
We've lost
spotted!
Alpha.
Tossing smoke grenade!
Thank you, Smoke.
Securing Charlie.
Throwing thermite!
Enemy
Moving!
securing Bravo. We've lost all objectives.
Planting
Failure if
sonar.
cold-blooded activate. Objective Charlie secure.
Enemy in the area.
Yeah, so... Oh, that's bullshit.
Watching your 6.
I do like combined arms. I like combined arms. I like small unit tactics. I like all that shit. But fucking, you know what I don't like? I don't like it. So I need to talk to chat, right? Like I want to hang out with y'all. I want to talk to y'all. But I have a team, and we're all running to different objectives, doing different shit. And since we're all running to different objectives, doing different shit, we're basically just gagging. So we're all doing counterproductive shit. And he fucking shoots me through a goddamn Winnebago. So yeah, my balls hurt, bro. I'm tired of getting kicked in my balls. Okay? Tired of getting kicked in the balls for the entertainment of fucking douchebags, okay?
Objective Alpha is compromised. Take it back.
Incoming!
We control Bravo.
See, every fucking time. Every time. And like no real, like you want to win the game, right? Like you want to win the game, but no group of people would ever conduct themselves this way. They would go slow and steady. They would kill who they needed to kill, and then they would fucking... See what I'm talking about? See all this dumb shit? That was luck, by the way. I should have not have been able to kill that guy, but I fucking did. And see, look, there's fucking, there's the objective right there, and I have a teammate who's running away because he knows that the longer he stays there, he's gonna get shot. So, you know, what the fuck?
Enemy securing Bravo. We control Alpha. The enemy took Bravo. We're taking Bravo.
So I have two teammates running by the objective because because they would rather play for kills, and they leave me for death. So, yeah. That feels about right. Feels about right for a Call of Duty domination round, right?
We're taking Bravo. The enemy securing Alpha. Bravo secure.
Fuck you, bro.
Our counter UAV is active.
We've got enemies in
the Our UAV is orbiting the area.
I'm low on ammo.
I'm with you.
Push him back.
Bah humbug.
We're losing Alpha. We've secured 2 objectives. Securing objective.
Friendly UAV on station.
We control all objectives. Maintain
Nice.
the perimeter.
That's pretty cool.
Holding.
Enemies taking Charlie.
All right, we're winning.
We've lost Charlie. Enemies taking Bravo.
Ah, sweet. I love that. I love seeing an enemy and shooting him with 6 rounds in the back, but it doesn't kill him. All right, hold on. I have to chill. I have to chill.
Our UAV is orbiting the area.
Objective Bravo is compromised.
Oh,
Take it back.
nice.
Changing max.
I'm gonna run a full auto
Hostile
block.
UAV in the area.
Ah, come on! Come on, buddy. Come on. You know that would have been sweet. I love the fucking fully automatic block. I wish I had one.
The enemy controls 2 objectives. Secure Bravo.
Friendly counter UAV is on station.
Semtex.
Friendly UAV on station.
Not the only one that saw that, right? Yeah, he's...
We control Bravo.
There you go. Sorry for the camp.
Flash out. Switching max. Watching your 6.
Ah, weak sauce.
Securing Charlie.
Have you played the campaign yet? I have not. That was the worst spawn I've had so far ever playing this game ever. That's cool.
All objectives secure. Expect counterattack.
That son of a bitch.
Enemies taking Bravo.
Friendly care package on the way.
Enemy securing. We've lost Bravo. The enemy took Alpha.
Yeah, so I complained about this earlier for the narrative campaign. I don't have a beef with the new one. As a matter of fact, I hear it's pretty good. Nice. Ah, that was vagina.
I am with you.
But it's just like, you know, use new characters, man. Like we ward through hordes of dudes. You know what I'm saying? And like, so we should die for some of the characters that we interact with should be dead too. Like over the course of the game, they shouldn't keep bringing them back.
Enemy securing Bravo.
You know what I mean?
Objective Charlie is compromised. Take it back. Bravo.
Guess who's gonna come up your butt, fellas?
Securing Alpha. Enemies taking Bravo. We're taking Charlie.
Oh, I knew he was around here somewhere being a douche.
2 objectives. Move on them now. Enemy securing Bravo. Charlie secure. Objective Bravo is compromised.
But you,
Take it back.
you feel like, did you feel that though?
Secure
Like the
Bravo.
second I was there.
Flash out.
Enemies taking Charlie. Bravo secure. We're losing Bravo.
Why and how?
We've lost Bravo.
Reloading.
Fuck.
Flash incoming. Throwing flash grenade!
Don't expect too much. Then how are you going to be going MLG, Sky Anon? What are you doing?
Bravo. Secure Bravo.
Enemy counter UAV is active.
The enemy controls 2 objectives. We're taking Bravo.
Ah, come on. You knew I was doing good. Ooh.
Semtex out!
Go, Ripper. Jesus hates a pussy.
Incoming.
Securing objective Bravo.
I'm gonna get a shot from behind. My teammate isn't gonna watch my back. Yep, he called it. I called it.
We're taking Alpha.
That is lame.
Objective Alpha secure. Enemy securing Charlie. We're taking Bravo.
Online.
Mission failed. Return to base.
Lame. You see that? 11 captures. Although I guess generic American, the guy on my team, he did better. Yeah, I got a Glock. Demo Fade Pro Stock. 11-10. Alright. So if you don't mind, well actually, so let me leave with party. I'll get Sky and on real quick. Or at least I'll send them an invite. Message requests. Accept. I mean, literally never played before tonight, though. Okay. Add. On operators. No, not that. Now, of course, it's taken forever. Come on, baby. I believe in you. There we go. Let's do friends. Friends. Add friends. Send. Send. Then I'm gonna go start a game while you do that. Oh, but you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna go do. Well, if it loads if it takes forever to load, then we'll just go do this. It's fine. But playing those games against the bots, the invasion game, it's actually pretty fun. It's pretty dope. Sweet. $29, you have 11 more years until you start going 11 and 22 in COD lobbies. Feels bad. Yeah. Generic American guy is out. See you, buddy. Thanks for hanging out. We'll do it again. Yeah, you did. Generic American guy absolutely clocked in for work.
Hey guys, friends.
Thanks, brother. You did amazing. Go kill some digital motherfuckers. So what's going on in, you know, Twitch and YouTube verse, okay? The only thing that I know is that, Destiny and Lavlood and that fucking Mr. Girl arc and all that kind of shit, which I kind of jumped in for a few things. Oh, I'll tell you something. I'll tell you something that annoyed the fuck out of me. So, Brittany Simon, Lavloon, and a few other people were talking about sex work. And they were talking about how, like, it could be like this positive, freeing, whatever, you know, experience and showing your boobies and your vagina and all that kind of stuff is so awesome and blah blah blah. And Lav, of course, like pushed back on him or whatever. But what none of them like even stopped to realize is like 99% of sex workers are not OnlyFans girls or pornographic actresses. They're literally like prostitutes in the third world. So oftentimes their family, out of like desperation and poverty, sends them to go work at like massage parlors and whorehouses and brothels and bars and all that kind of stuff to hang out and to be, you know, the eye candy for, you know, better off men who might be able to hook up with them, obviously, and, you know, give them some money while they're hooking up with them, but then also to marry them so their family can escape absolute destitute poverty. So, like, I know, like, ooh, la-di-da, CounterPoints, he's so much more worldly because he knows more about the world or whatever. But the fact that nobody even thought about that shit, I thought was absurd. So yeah. 45 minutes till the Rob Noor debate. Auspician says prostitution is fairly well regulated here in Australia. Really? Did you guys like decriminalize it or some shit? What did Australia do? Or was that the like the Australian model was like they decriminalize it or something like that? What's the Australian model? Lavloon ain't going anywhere. I expect Mr. Girl 2 to come back from the cold in a month. Yeah, he literally tweeted the other day like, I miss Steven. And I was like, all right. So he's already preparing his comeback. Eric Huntke says, it's an inherent draw for crime and stuff, even if it's regulated and legal. It is here in Germany, and there's a lot of shady stuff going on. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they're bringing in young ladies for services. I'm gonna go grab medicine real quick. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna piss, but I'll be back to shoot people in the face. Interesting. What is going on? Connecting? Why is it not connecting? That's ridiculous. Well, guess what? It's invasion time. What? Why can't we do invasion as a team? It's literally a multiplayer game. Ah, we'll go back to multi. That's insane. One phone call and she arrives hot at your door, hot and ready like a pizza. Jesus. Lavloon might have some questions about your verbiage. Yeah, but like, dude, I got 4 teammates fucking chilling with me. Like, let's go. Want to shoot people in the face. All right, so like, I get that, and that's fine. and I don't care. But I guess the same thing that is the concern for decriminalization and legalization is, does that like make, you know, population issues worse? And like I don't really care one way or the other. I'm just saying, you know, that would be the concern, is people spending their time and money with ladies of the night instead of in relationships. Whatever. I just want to get it wrong. Oh, damn it. I want to do, I want to switch to the Glock, but I'd rather just shoot people for now.
Kill confirmed.
Kill confirmed? Come on, bro. I just gotta run for the tags.
We have taken the lead.
Oh, nice. Already, my butthole. My butthole already. I guess it's what I get for camping, huh?
We've lost the lead. Here.
Coming back.
Secure the kill. We secured the lead.
Are they coming for me? It's not. I feel like I can hear him, right? Can't you guys hear him?
Target sighted.
Oh, you sniping ass bitch. Alfair says this way works better than just for playing sword on the regular, not the sword booty. Okay. Fair. It just seems too sensible, you know.
Covering your 6. Changing max.
Tag secure. Kill confirmed.
You always feel like they're in your butthole, right? You did the crouch slide, but I just did the crouch. Oh, fuck. All right. I shouldn't have enjoyed that too much. I enjoyed it too much and paid the cost as a result.
Hostile UAV in the area.
Oh, come on. Bro.
Enemy UAV active.
I'm reloading.
Right in my booty hole.
We have taken the lead. Our UAV is orbiting the area. Confirmed.
Yes.
Enemy KIA.
Oh, did you see that one? Come on, tell me you saw that one. Come on. Ah, no, come on. All right, come on. Somebody tell me that you were actually looking at your screens for a second and you saw me jump off a roof, butt stroke a guy, and then fucking hip fire his ass. Because that was cool.
I'm reloading.
Oh yeah, steal my tag, you bitch. Oh, come on.
Reloading. Confirmed.
That was like the worst spawn I've ever fucking had.
Changing max. Enemy spotted. On your 6. Reloading.
Oh, I thought that was like the little grapple thing. Where are they? Oh, come on! Just let me kill your boy! Don't worry about it, bro. Don't worry about it.
Changing max. I'm reloading. Sniper's down.
Confirmed one.
Come on.
The enemy is gaining ground. Push them back. EKIA confirmed.
Oh, come on, bro.
Enemies deployed a counter UAV. Enemy UAV overhead.
Right here, bro.
Reloading. Covering your 6.
Oh.
Enemy care package incoming. Enemy UAV active.
On your 6.
Secured the kill.
You like that hip fire? You like it? You like it? Ah, come on. You saw the reticle.
Hostiles launched an
You saw
SAE.
Chat saw it. Modern Warfare 2 might not have seen it last. Burned alive. Good kill, you dirty son of a bitch.
Covering your 6. Reloading.
Don't recover my tag. I want it. Oh, come on.
Reloading. Target sighted.
Come on. Come on, bro. Come on, bro.
Throwing flash grenade. Thermite.
Alright, my butthole is getting a little stretched out right now.
I'm on your 6. Semtex out.
Come on, man. I just want to sneak in behind your guys and stick my rifle in their butts and pull the trigger. That's all I want to do. Just chill. Just let me do it. Just let me do it.
Enemy UAV overhead.
Do I start camping?
UAV online. Confirmed one. Hostile counter
Literally,
UAV
I killed
overhead.
that guy because he killed my friend and I led him by every time.
Mission failed. Return to base.
Oh, nice. They have a throwing knife? How do you do the throwing knife? Ten confirms. Negative KD. Upsetting. Indeed. Indeed, it does feel bad, man. Let's see if we can customize the knife. Can you throw the knife? Oh, and then let's change it to the Glock. Because even if it sucks, it'll be fun. Horse shit. Indeed. Where's the combat knife stats compared? Can you... Where's the sprint one? I'll customize that for a stabby one. Although this isn't a stabby map, so that's probably good. 30 minutes till Rob Noir. Yeah, well, just kind of talk. New lobby? I don't think so. But just kind of talk about what, like you want me to back out so y'all can get in? Like explain in more than 2 words. Do you want me to back out so you can get in and so, domination.
What's your block?
Securing Alpha.
I don't want to, bro.
Enemy is securing Bravo.
Yeah, I know.
Alpha secure.
I'm with you.
Shoot me.
Secure Bravo.
Don't kill me. I don't want to die.
We control Bravo.
Throwing flash.
We have the lead. We are losing Alpha.
Changing max.
Enemy is taking Bravo.
Fucking domination.
We are losing Bravo. We are taking Charlie. We have lost Bravo. We control Charlie.
What's your block?
Enemy is taking Alpha.
Can y'all?
Enemy is securing Alpha. We have lost Alpha.
Oh, come on, fellas.
Enemy is securing Charlie.
Charlie? That's ours, you sons of bitches.
Securing objective Bravo. Svinya. We have lost all objectives. Failures securing Charlie. Bravo secure.
Wow, my butthole.
Enemy is taking Bravo. Charlie secure. We are taking Alpha. Hostile UAV in the enemy took Bravo.
Changing max.
Yeah, how you like them apples? Ah, no, there's more!
Securing objective Alpha.
Bicentennial Man was mad depressing, that's right. Absolutely. Bicentennial Man is like, he's a robot, but then he falls in love with a human being, and then he, like, transitions to become human so he can die. Should I wait?
The enemy controls 2 objectives. Push the offensive.
Let's go. Ah, come on. You get shot in the dick 3 times with the Glock. You're not walking that off. Come on, bud. Come on, bro. You know what was up with that. You knew what was up with that. You did. You did. You know what was up.
Securing Alpha.
Nice. Let's go. Dick shots. Triple kill. Triple kill with the Glock. Triple kill with the Glock.
Enemy incoming.
You know that was nice. You know that was nice. Listen, you can pretend that I'm garbage, but I can pull it out of my fucking ass every now and then, and it's fucking solid work. So I don't want to.
Objective Alpha is compromised. Take it back.
Ah, I got a little fancy. I wanted to use the Glock. All right, I'm sorry. I should just use the primary. My bad. Getting a little cocky with it.
Position.
Okay, so if one person's going to Alpha and they're taking it, then how about 2 of you run to Bravo with me, so we can go get more objectives and win the game.
UAV active.
I know it's like a weird concept to do that shit, but...
We are taking Bravo.
But now I'm gonna get shot in my ass by myself.
Bravo secure. Reloading.
You see that shit? You see what the fuck I said?
Compromise. Take it back.
AD says, what kind of platform do these people mean? Is it a wooden one or a plastic platform? No. I know you're fucking with me, but no. They're talking about whether or not we should allow dangerous right-wingers with dangerous ideas to talk on Twitch and YouTube.
Securing objective Charlie. Securing objective Bravo. Enemy is securing Alpha. The enemy holds 2 objectives. Get objective Bravo secured. The enemy took Alpha. Enemy securing Bravo.
Come on! Can somebody just be predictable and evil, and let me shoot them in the fucking face?
Hostile UAV. We are losing Bravo. The enemy holds all objectives.
How is he not dead? I am growing resentful. I feel like I have a dickload of captures.
Bravo
my
secure.
dick, you son of a
What's
bitch.
your block?
Oh, so you're gonna let me die?
Securing Alpha. Enemy is taking Bravo.
Let's run to Alpha and get killed.
The enemy has captured all objectives. Take them back.
It's not a tech fair, it's like a Formula 1 racing place. God, this is just sad. This is sad.
We are taking Bravo.
My almighty butthole is just getting green.
I'm with you.
Kill the guy that killed me, you son of a bitch.
Securing Charlie.
Oh, sweet. Hey, how about as a team, we all run to all the objectives all the time?
Enemy is taking Bravo. Hostile cruise missile launched.
Sweet.
Securing
I love
objective Alpha.
Called it. Oh, man.
Secure Bravo.
Dude, okay, so you're giving me advice. Somebody like, I don't, if I'm playing a objective game, I want the objective.
Enemy UAV active.
Okay.
Enemy holds all objectives.
Changing back.
Objective Bravo.
Nice.
We are taking Bravo.
You like that fucking pistol charge for no goddamn reason? I love it.
Bravo secure. Securing objective Charlie. Enemy is securing Bravo.
What's your block?
We have lost all objectives. Failure.
fucking slut.
Enemy UAV overhead. Mission compromised. We are defeated.
My butthole. Alright, I'm gonna grab some water, but I'll be right back. I'm not going anywhere. 20 minutes. Auspician says, Jerry Springer is genius. The performers and audience are cathartically expelling negative shit like the Greeks did at the theater. True. And I would say that Twitch and YouTube politics and Twitch and YouTube in general are the new Greek theater, basically. So if you wanna come talk shit, you wanna do some wild shit, you wanna see some wild shit, you fucking come hang out here. Because there's plenty of fucking lunatics running around expelling all their negative shit everywhere. Absolutely. I know you guys don't like the shotgun for this map, but I don't know. Like, I'm just gonna disagree with you and go kill some people with shotguns. Like, you're in that little central building. There's so many angles, but there will be people who come at you.
Team deathmatch.
Like right here.
Secure the lead.
See? Told you. I was expecting more, to be honest. They behind us now. I don't want to get sniped in my butt.
The enemy is taking the lead.
Sweet. Come on! Come on! And you saw that. You saw that. I know you saw that. Feels like I'm gonna get shot in the face, right? And I did.
Enemy UAV active.
But at least I killed one. He's camping. He's waiting for me. I can feel it.
Friendly UAV online.
You can hear him, right? Can hear you, baby.
We have taken the lead.
Can take away your pain. Ah, you cheap bitch. I know I'm being a cheap bitch, so that's kind of rude of me to say, but... Oh, man.
Friendly UAV on station.
He's camping. Listen, baby bro. You love that fucking sub gun? I fucking love my shotgun. What do you want? Oh, and I was gonna kill you, but your fucking friend got
Friendly
you.
cruise missile deployed.
Huh? Excuse me. All right, listen. I get it's not the greatest for the KD, but it's nice to stick a barrel in somebody's face and just pull the trigger and have them blast back fucking 10 feet. It's fucking nice.
Hostile UAV in the area.
Of course. Of course you do that.
Portable radar deployed.
Ah, he's camping. Camping.
Reloading.
Can I get on top of that? Can I go here? That's not what I want. Can't go in the rope. Alright.
Our UAV is orbiting the area.
Oh, fuck.
Mission complete. Keep it up. Hostile cluster mine detected.
Where you at, you son of a bitch?
Ghost activated.
No, come on! You know what, Turk? Give me your tag, you son of a bitch. I know you got Modern Warfare 2.
Have your back.
Bitch. I am mad. I'm mad because I want to put shotgun shells in front of people.
Overhead. Hostile
You
UAV
see?
in the area.
You see? You call me the camper, but I am in turn being camped. See?
Friendly UAV on station. Low on ammo. Our UAV is orbiting the area. UAV ready to deploy.
One requesting recon at this time.
Copy that. UAV online and orbiting the AO. UAV down. Recon is offline.
Friendly
Enemy
UAV
in the
online.
area.
Okay, listen, bro. Call me a camper, but Call me a camper, but these dudes are fucking hanging out too, alright? I heard the sound. I thought he was snuck up behind me. That was sad. That was a sad waste of time. Oh, and he's still up there. God damn it, bro. After the camping detente, we could have taken a break and fucking started moving again, you son of a bitch. Y'all see that? Y'all see that?
Enemy care package incoming.
They're about to come hit us.
On your 6.
Don't be on my 6.
Lost the lead. We've got him on the run. Keep it up.
Enemy contact.
Hostile cluster mine deployed. Enemy UAV.
Oh no! Come on! Round.
Hostile UAV in the area.
That is bull.
Mission compromised. We failed.
Well, at least we didn't have to watch me die on the kill cam. Jeez. And by that I mean watch me die. Sad, bro. Sad. Alright, we're talking to Rob. Ooh. Got some shoddy work. As a matter of fact, what I'll probably do is I'll just join. Hey, bud, just alright. Normal America with Rob Noor. Okay. Sweet. All right, and then chat, do you guys want to watch me play while we're talking, or do you just want to, or do you want me to show the full screen for Rob? So, y'all want to see the debate, or you want to see gaming while debate? And I'm not promising that I'm going to game and debate. That might be too much. I know your favorite streamers have, like, ADHD, but I'm not sure if I have that much ADHD. Toss a coin. Very indecisive, chat. Throw a dart.
Kill confirmed.
That's even worse.
I'm on your 6.
Oh God, come on. Yes, double kill.
We've taken the lead.
Oh man, you thought that was a dumb move. You thought that was so dumb. What?
What's up, CounterPoints? Can you hear me?
I can hear you just fine, buddy. How are you?
Doing great, doing great. I don't have you on video, but you don't have to be on video if you don't want. Don't matter to me.
No, I can turn on video in a second. I am killing digital people right now, so give me 1 second.
Yeah, no hurry, no hurry. I'll be here all night, so.
Let me get into my Discord. Let me turn on my camera. How you living, buddy?
There it is. How you doing? It's great to see you. So my guest right now, someone I've debated with and against several times, one of the people I respect most in sort of the commentary and debate community, always authentic, doesn't back down, and I think that that's a characteristic that not a lot of people seem to share much anymore. So the great CounterPoints also has gone by CounterPoints. I never know which one you're going by.
You know what? That was Destiny who gave me CounterPoints. CounterPoints is what, and like honestly, it just kind of stuck, so I just kind of went with it. But no, CounterPoints is fine, man. And honestly, thank you for that fucking awesome introduction. That was great. So I try to be as good faith as possible.
I mean it. Like, and I think that one of the things that's funny is I think that both of us are good debaters and we're both opinionated. It's funny because we're both stylistically very similar, where if we're on a panel with 8 people and 3 people agree with us and the other 4 disagree, both of us would rather just be by ourselves and talk the whole time on our side of the issue. So I always have to remind myself, like, yeah, he's making damn good points. I should step back and let him go a little.
No,
it's rare that I see someone like that.
That's actually really funny. I feel similarly where it's like the fight is half the fun. So
right.
I want to, I'm there for the engagement, I'm there for the panel, I'm there for the fun. And basically, if I see if there's just one topic where like 7 people are dogpiling one person, I'm like, I don't want to add to that. I want to, try to steelman the other person or try to give them more contentious arguments to fight over. Because it's just, I don't want to say it's boring to watch a dogpile, but it is, I don't know, it's just not fun. It's not very sportsmanlike, I guess.
Yeah, I agree. And one of the things that's funny, I think you've probably experienced this as well as I have, is sometimes being someone who leans conservative or moderate or populist, a lot of times the sphere is so left-wing oriented that you'll find yourself being the only person that disagrees. It's very difficult to be a moderator in those situations because on one hand, you don't want to leave one person dominate with half the time. But on the other hand, you kind of have to look at it like giving each side similar amounts of time. And sometimes that means, well, CounterPoints is going to talk 50% of the time and these other 6 people are going to talk 50% of the time, because you can't have everyone have 5 minutes and then you're responding to 35 minutes of argument in 5 minutes. It's like you said, that dogpiling's not fun or interesting content, and it ends up not being productive because it's just like you're trying to respond to 50 different arguments,
Yeah, and I think one of the things that I've come because I started watching panel content. I don't think I could watch panel content before just because participating. I wanted to, I always wanted to participate and I didn't have it. And now I'm trying to really I'm trying to refine the argument, boil it down, and try to take the minimum amount of talking time. That's obviously super hard, but I think there's a strength in trying to be efficient.
Yeah, I was just talking about, I think it's one of my weakest points. And it's ironic because I was good at it in the game of policy debate that I did in college, because you have a time limit. You have 9 minutes in your first speech and 6, so you have no choice. Now you talk like an auctioneer because it's stupid, but it's built in there, and word economy and things like that are important. When I stream, it's a big joke in my community. If I'm doing a stream by myself, I'll be like, I got to be done by midnight. And at 1:30, I'm wrapping up. And it's like, you got to learn, sometimes brevity is the better part of discretion, I was saying earlier.
And brevity is the soul of wit, but for me, it's hard. It's hard to be brief when you're so passionate about so many things, and also when other people say so many dumb things around you. That can be quite frustrating.
And I know I've seen it in your eyes. Like, I know you've shared this experience with me where you'll be like, okay, I've talked a lot. I'm going to step back. I'm not going to say anything. And then someone says something. You're like, ah, shit. Now I have to get back in. I just told myself, like, this is it. You know?
Bro, that has happened so many times where I'm just like, I can't let that one slide.
Yeah, it's funny. It is really funny. So, yeah, we were going to talk about sort of the direction the Republican Party should go and things like that. I did want to ask you a question because I haven't had a chance to ask you this since. Many moons ago, we were involved in this ridiculous Odyssey game thing, right? And I was drunk off my ass. I forgot it was happening. I ate some bugs, and then I made an ass of myself and just bowed out. Did you win that? And were you awarded, like, the prize that they promised for winning that?
Indeed, indeed. So we, you know, got together. We strategized. I ate some bugs. I tattooed myself. I have an Odyssey man on my chest here. You probably can't quite see it. But indeed, we did win and take home the cash prize and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, fun stuff.
That's fun. Like, I thought it was interesting. It would have been better if I wasn't blackout. It's one of those things. It actually got me in trouble because Lauren Southern, like, kind of was my contact to that. And she was like, yeah, they'll be sending you stuff in the mail. Please don't open it. We'll do it the day up. I forgot the event was happening, and I had prior obligations. And so I had to take my computer on the road and do it. But anyways, I'm at work doing block shifts. And my wife texts me. He's like, call me. Like, I could tell she was pissed. I'm like, uh-oh. She's like, you think it's some fucking joke sending a stripper pole to my house? And I was like, I have no fucking idea what you're talking about. Like, you know, she thought it was like some joke, but yeah, that was part of the thing that they sent you for one of the events.
Yeah, so that's what I was gonna say is it was actually quite rigorous, and I don't know if I fully won. So the first round I had to eat a tarantula, and I did, and the other person had a shellfish allergy, and they used their shellfish allergy, I'm gonna say, as an excuse to not eat bugs. And then the second round, I was supposed to hang upside down from a stripper pole by my feet, but that's a lot easier said than done when you're, you know, more than 200 pounds. So I wasn't really able to do the move to the judge's satisfaction, but then the other person messed up their ceiling with the drywall, so then I won that round as well. And then, and then the third round, we had to open up our pictures and show them to the audience and scroll through. And basically, like, I save like thousands of memes, and I also don't save pornography to my phone, and I don't cheat on my wife. So I was like, yeah, I'll show you all of this. I'll show, you know, flipping through. And then Nuance Bro bowed out because he probably had like dick pics or something.
Right.
So won that round. Then
yeah, you're in the 1% of streamers that aren't cheating on your wife or have copious amounts of porn saved.
Right.
Yeah, so,
yeah. So
you did it.
Good spot to be in.
I had to.
Yeah.
I lost the first event, and so then I had to put together a puzzle of the Capitol, and they literally had to wake my drunk ass up that was passed out to do it. And I don't remember. I deleted the video because I was embarrassed. But apparently, I was just yelling about Lauren, you know, and great replacement theory and Nazism, and just like calling out Destiny, and just like, I'm just gonna shit on everyone. Like,
listen, it happens to the best of us. Okay, sometimes people deserve a little bit of flack back. And and then Endernax and I did a round. I forget how I won that. Oh, we had to do a handstand against the wall. So I won that one, and then he went into the semifinal where he had to call his parents and say horrific stuff, and he actually did say horrific stuff. But the other person, Dick Masterson, is just kind of a degenerate, so he just like kept upping the ante on saying degenerate things to your family, and so he lost that round. I went into the final round, and then Dick Masterson trolled me. They asked us to tattoo ourselves, and Dick Masterson said like he didn't have a camera that would be capable of showing the tattoo. And then he faked doing the tattoo while I did it for real. So
man. See, I didn't even know there was like a cash prize. Like, I was just like drunk. Yeah, I'll eat these bugs. And like, my wife was telling me afterwards, she's like, so the girl I was going up against, she's like eating like a competition eating, like, and I'm just sitting there chomping like, how's everyone doing today? And it's like, yeah, you're really missing the point of this, dude.
It's a
like,
competition.
It's not like enjoying a meal here, like, hey,
this isn't so bad.
It was
this
funny.
Like fuzzy chips.
Yeah. I had water bugs, not tarantulas, but yeah, I should have thought of the shellfish out. You know?
Dude, I ate a whole ass tarantula. It was a lot of tarantula. So,
it was funny. I got to give it to them for the marketing aspect of it. It was an interesting thing. So
yeah. Well, shit, I'm definitely gonna get shot in the face. But so if you wanted to get into the topic, I don't care if you want to talk about something else. If you want to BS for a bit, I have no problems. But
we can get in the topic, sure, whatever.
Yeah. So what I was gonna say for the topic, basically, I recognize that my version of Republican is actually in the minority now. And so that's kind of the scary thing is like, Trumpism or the Make America Great or Make America Great Again is 55-60% of the party. And it also seems like my side of the party doesn't really want to upset that side of the party too much. So what ends up happening is we're just kind of along for the ride. And so that's kind of the frustration. But then I also feel like Make America Great Again has had some frustrations and failures over the past couple of years. And so I'm wondering if they're going to evaluate it. So that's kind of like my general instinct about the topic is I'm in the more chill, rhino, moderate, statist side of the party. And it just doesn't seem like the party is as interested in me as I'm interested in them.
It's strange because, like, if you talk to people, so my feeling on it is this: I am more of the populist wing of it. I would be, if you had to break it binary, I would be more the Make America Great portion of it. But I certainly criticize Trump a lot. I think the biggest criticism to levy at people on my side of the party is there's sort of this cult fanaticism of whatever dear leader says can do no wrong for some people. I think that's a terrible mentality. I think that we had a unique option with Trump where because he wasn't an ideologue for all his foibles, that I think that he was malleable, that his audience could have convinced him to possibly change positions by saying, no, this is what we support. I think you saw that with the Second Amendment. He didn't seem to be too ideological with the Second Amendment. So he's like, yep, on bump stocks. And then I think he was kind of shocked to be like, holy shit, my audience is pissed about that. I think it took him back a little. So I think that there's a mistake to have this cult-like mentality and that it shouldn't, this movement, Trump was impressive in his own way. He did represent sort of an avatar of the movement, but he was just a person in the movement, not the movement himself. And I think it's interesting, though, because I think that what you see is some people in my position, and myself to some part, would say, even though this is the direction the party's trending, the leadership of the party, your Kevin McCarthy's, your Mitch McConnell's, they're still the old guard type people. And when it comes to sort of the important changes, they're going to hold back the important parts of going towards this more populist movement. So it's weird that both sides see it as like, on one hand, you can see it as like, well, I think the party's moving away from me, and why am I interested in it? But then some people are saying like, well, what is the Republican Party doing for these up-and-comers that are trying to change the party? What are their leadership doing? So it's an interesting dichotomy.
Yeah, well, and that's actually precisely what I was going to say. I find it interesting that you were kind of like, no, we're not as powerful as you think we are because we're actually being held back by the establishment, which I think you can see in a variety of attempts by Trump to secure, his platform. They basically the main party wasn't. They would let him get symbolic victories, but they wouldn't let him get what he actually wanted. And so, so that's kind of interesting. But I guess my fear or my anxiety about the future is that the boomers are going to die, man. That whatever that brake system is that's in the Republican Party now, that's kind of stopping them from being MAGA populist, whatever you would call Make America Great Again. That emergency brake is gonna go out. So then what? And then that's where I kind of think you're gonna have a MAGA party, largely. You're going to have Democrats not really, they'll be more like a progressive party that's trying to keep the leftists at bay, like the actual socialists and communists. But then they don't really seem as interested in keeping them at bay rhetorically. They just seem interested in keeping them at bay politically. So then that makes me more scared because it seems like you have more rhetorical pushback in the Republican Party than on the left. Like Biden virtue signals to the far left all the time, even if he doesn't do their legislative agenda.
Yeah. Well, let's see if you agree with this. I think there's, when we're talking about the old guard Republican Party and sort of a shift towards MAGA, I think there's two issues worth focusing on. There is the policies and the focus that they have, but there's also the stylistic differences, right? And like sort of, yeah, like this sort of like, F you, go on the offense, the media is the enemy, that sort of mentality versus. So I talked to this guy a lot. He's a Republican County chairman. He was on my show earlier. His name's Don, in Perry County. His name's Don McClure. And I always say that he's sort of the yin to my yang. Because I need to be reined in with sort of my fuck it, burn it all down mentality sometimes. And Don's someone who's saying, like, you have to operate within these mechanisms. And as much as you might say, well, I don't like, you know, I see perceived failures on the establishment Republican Party, and I do, and I could talk about them, you know, till I'm blue in the face. But you still have to operate within that mechanism. And the truth is that the ground game that makes the Republicans successful to the what they are because a bunch of people that, regardless of their motivations and what you think about their specific positions, they've worked on the ground for decades. There have been people involved in their county Republicans that have, it's a big part of their life. They go to these dinners, they hobnob with state level Republicans, with national level Republicans. That's your ground game. Those are the people that are, and you can't just be like, F all you. Right? So there has to, if the Republican Party, even that I envision wanting with the that's the stylistic version. If we want to get to where I want to be policy-wise with sort of this populist conservative, we have to build some sort of bridge to that old guard Republican Party. We do. We can't just be like, F all of you, we're going to go along.
Or do you need to wait? Because to be honest, I think they're kind of on their way out.
Well, it might in the future be on the way out, but in the short term, it's not going to
Yeah, short term.
work out.
Less than 10 years, I would agree with you that you probably need to build some bridges, yeah.
Right. And here's the thing, right? It depends on who you ask. Like, I don't know. You have to check yourself. You always are a victim of the moment. But there is part of me that feels like things are getting different. That sort of the authoritarianism I see on the left's becoming more and more brazen. So you might say, do we have 10 years? Can we survive? You know, if you know.
Have you seen, so for instance, the thing that I've seen though is I've seen an Overton window shift maybe even in the past month, and also I don't know how bad how hectic Elon Musk owning Twitter is going to be, but at the same time I think it's impressive that basically, like, you know, he took over the platform. People are assuming that it's a more free speech thing than maybe it really is. They're kind of presuming some stuff. Advertisers are backing out because they have cold feet, which is causing Elon Musk to be even more aggressive. And then he's basically saying, like, hey, you need to pay me, you know, $8 a month or whatever the deal is in order to try to get this thing going. And so it's a question of whether or not it's all going to collapse in on itself, where it's so financially unviable that it actually tanks Elon Musk a little bit, or it's a question of whether or not, like, the right wing now essentially does have access to the mainstream narrative window and Overton window, which would be, frankly, quite the big reversal considering how much censorship and terms of service have been a part of our lives for the past decade.
Yeah, I totally agree. Like, it is interesting. Argument, like, one of the things I think that I need to do a better job, and conservatives need to do a better job in general, there is a lot of incompetence that occurs in politics. I'm always shocked. Like, when I get involved in politics and run for Congress and stuff, I had this idea that everyone's going to be these super professional, you know, impressive people. Not many of them aren't, which is weird. But there is something that's true. When your enemies signal fear of something, and I don't mean enemy like violence or things like that. I just mean people that you're disagreeing with. Yeah, you might pause and ask why. Why is there such vitriol? You know, to me, the ironic thing is, I don't think anyone on the left fears that Elon Musk is going to come in and censor them. They fear that they won't censor conservatives or dissident leftists. That's the fear.
That's literally it. And I was just on a panel, and I swear to God, you know, the subject, like, I don't blame people for not updating their talking points or whatever, especially when you have the same conversation 20 times. But basically, the talking point was literally like, should we platform Nazis or something like that? But of course, like, Nazi is such a huge Overton window. They also just mean, you know, Christian conservatives and Trump supporters and all that kind of stuff. So, so should we platform these people? And it's like, you know, I'm sitting there, I'm watching the shit show, whatever. But to me, I'm thinking to myself, it's like, bro, you don't have a fucking option, because what's happening is Elon Musk bought Twitter. he will be looser with the restrictions. He will be looser with the bans, just by virtue of who his base is. And then also, conservatives are creating alternative platforms, and ultimately there will probably be a viable platform eventually that I'm not going to say it's going to compete with YouTube or Twitch for money, but they'll probably compete for airtime and viewership. And so I don't think it's an option to push people out of the Overton window anymore. I don't think it's going to happen.
And it's crazy. I don't know if you've experienced this. It's getting off topic a little, but you know, all these conversations that people want to have on these panels about privilege and things like that. One privilege I really consider having is because I was someone with conservative leanings that was in overwhelmingly left-wing spaces like academia and the policy debate that was the left of the left, you know, I was forced to learn to defend my positions because every right-leaning impetus that I had was constantly scrutinized by almost everyone I knew. It was like, no, that's wrong, that's big. And so it makes you stronger to have to defend your positions over and over. I think a lot of these left-wing people have never encountered someone like me than you that's like, I'm not a rabid bigot. I'm not someone advocating for violence. I'm someone that you might disagree with, and hell, you might even beat me in an argument, but I'm making reasoned arguments. And a lot of people have never even encountered that. They've been in this bubble for so long. And it's interesting to see because I think that's where the shrieking's coming. It's like, but what if these people are allowed to have a voice? Then what happens? It's like, right. Well, that's an interesting point for you. We'll be ready.
Yeah, so the main thing that I think is not scary but interesting. So, okay, so the people that they want to push out of the Overton window are Christian nationalists. So people who want a Christian theocracy and who want to use politics to create a Christian theocracy. That's who they partially want to push out the Overton window. And then the other people that they want to push out the window, they view as like flexible authoritarians. So we might not agree on this, but I feel like Trump was willing to push the boundaries of the institutions that were meant to check his power. And he basically, like, if he could get away with it, he would try. You know, that was kind of his attitude. So for those people, they absolutely want to shove those people out of the fucking Overton window. And again, I don't think they're going to be able to, but I think the main thing is now what? Okay? So you got 30 or 40% of people who could be reasoned with, could be negotiated with, could be bipartisan, but then you paint this broad, like, Nazi brush of everybody who's fiscal conservative, social conservative, anything except for progressive, basically wants to you know, like basically put trans people on trains and ship them off to concentration camps to work until they die. And that might not be a mainstream narrative, but that's a mainstream narrative on Twitch and YouTube.
Yeah.
Is that we're inches away from LGBTQ intentional genocide.
That's Fosh's entire stream, right? Like I watched a stream where he said he was talking about this genocide, and it's the sort of dog whistling is amazing because he's like, wouldn't you have stopped the Nazis, blah, blah, blah. And then he has to buttress himself, be like, I'm not saying use violence, but wouldn't you have used violence? And there's a genocide against LGBT. And then he eventually says it. He says, I want to see a world where those dumb fucks at the Patriot Prayer rally in Portland that were riding around in trucks get shot at out of windows by progressives. And I was commenting, I put out how insane that is. And I'm not here to shit on Vosh. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying he should be deplatformed or anything like that. But what I thought was interesting when I called him out on that on Twitter, some of his followers were like, he never said that. And then when I put it out, they were like, well, of course, those are Nazis. We should shoot at them.
Well,
and it's like...
Yeah, but that's the moral calculus. So he puts the moral calculus of that statement into the fact that, like, well, they're driving around in their trucks trying to intimidate minorities by, you know, carrying guns and blah blah blah, and therefore they're technically the aggressors. And so that's where you could still, if Twitch wants to get sensitive about it or YouTube wants to get sensitive about it, you can say, oh no, like I don't mean, you know, I don't mean just regular conservatives. I mean people, you know, fascists like Proud Boys and you know, I'm trying to think, Patriot Prayer and all these people who go to instigate and kill minorities. Like, so, and then there's enough progressives who think like he does that they would probably agree with him, and they would just be like, oh yeah, of course.
And it's discourse that's been going on even mainstream. Like remember the narrative when Richard Spencer got punched? Is it okay to punch a Nazi? No, because one, it's not unless it's in self-defense in the immediate moment. But second, because you'll call everyone a Nazi. Once you justify there's the stakes are high enough to justify some sort of violence, then you're a stone's throw away from saying, oh, and that's it. This situation right here, that's it. And so that's, I think, what we're talking about. It's not just this direct calls to violence and things it's also this
the boiling point.
Moral, right? It's this moral certainty that these people don't even deserve to have a voice. And what happens when, I've said this, I haven't heard a lot of people say this, but to me, when you see violent lefties like Antifa and stuff, a lot of times you hear this narrative that violence is the language of the unheard. There's truth to that, right? You're more likely to riot if you can't operate throughout the system and have power, so your last resort is sort of engaging in some sort of violence. They're engaging in that violence, and even though the institutions aren't technically on their side, they're sort of flirting with it, right? They'll turn the other eye and say, oh, there's no violence.
It's convenient. Yeah, as long as it's convenient.
So what happens if those systems start to crack down? What if those systems no longer are on their side? I think that the violence you'll see in the short term from those groups will be insane, because they're going to lash out because they have this sort of valve where it's like, well, we got these other institutions we could go to right now. We'll still engage in a little bit of violence, but once those institutions are no longer with them, I don't know what's going to happen, and I fear for that, not in a violence way, but in a
honest,
way.
I feel like they're gonna back off because I don't think they have the fucking stones to fucking do shit when the institutions don't back them. And then the other thing that I was kind of thinking, so I am okay with yelling at people, screaming at people, having fun with political debates, and also being passionate about things that I care about, but I'm not one for intentionally trying to incense my audience into a fucking furor, right? And so, when you have Twitch and YouTube pundits who are contributing to this fucking bloodlust, this zealotry, I can't believe they then have the balls to be shocked when somebody goes to the Speaker of the House's fucking house with a hammer and tries to fucking do their fucking head in with a fucking hammer. You know what I'm saying? Like that. It's even if you're like, oh, that's a schizophrenic. I never meant for us to get that far. I didn't want that to happen. Blah blah blah. It's like by raising the temperature, you're just making it inevitable that somebody eventually is going to be like, wow. The world is falling apart. The country is falling apart. We have to do something. These fucking lizard people are running the country and they're not taking care of us and blah, blah, blah. Well, might as well go do something. And then they fucking go and do it. And it's like, all right, well, what did you expect, basically, is my question.
So I like Tucky, so I'll engage with this. I find, though, that a lot of the people that are using the Paul Pelosi situation are bad faith, because it doesn't mean that you can't criticize Democrats and we should censor people like they're saying. And it is true that there are radical right-wingers that are irresponsible and some that are just heinous and do violent acts, right? But I think that a lot of this is bad faith because the people that are engaging in this are just, if not more, sort of vitriolic in their statements. And when left-wingers engage in violence, all of a sudden they want to ignore it. They don't blame their own rhetoric. I think a lot of this is a response, but you're right. It's worth talking about. Let's go back to Pizzagate, right? When you, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say so my main beef or whatever is, so I think you can appeal to hypocrisy, and I think you're right that the people who are fucking clutching their pearls right now are the same people who engage in similar behavior. But I also think that there's something, so that's like an appeal to hypocrisy, like, oh, look at these pieces of shit who are fucking, whining now, but look at what their rhetoric is. But I think there is a responsibility as somebody who participates in this space to say, like, hey guys, this is all of this is fucked up. Like slow down. Of course, my take on the Paul Pelosi situation is, I want politicians to understand that if they don't address the needs of their people, things like this can happen. And that's not exactly a completely sympathetic fucking perspective for Paul Pelosi, but I'm also not the person out here fucking saying, let's go do this shit,
Yeah. No, I don't disagree, and it's very difficult, right? There is part of what I do this for fun. It's not my career. I do it because I enjoy it. When it's no longer fun, I'll stop doing it. I have a limited influence. I'm not like someone with thousands of people watching, but I do understand that there does because people are listening to me, and look, I hate to humble brag here, but I think I am persuasive, right? And you have to understand that when you're talking about issues that you're passionate about and serious, I do think there's a moral obligation to sort of let people know that it's not desperate and end of days and you have to do anything possible to survive. And I try to do that all
while you were talking.
Oh, see, I try to do that, like, and I think that, you know, it works out for me because I get to be authentic, because I find political violence of all stripes to be morally reprehensible, but I also find it to be strategically reprehensible. I think that it's counterintuitive to anyone's agenda. Now, right now, the left gets away with it more because they are controlling institutions, and so there's more of a defense, but it doesn't really help the left either most of the time.
No,
with the right, it doesn't help.
Dude, that's the sorry for interrupting, but I was just gonna say that's the other thing that I kind of wish they would realize is, like, bro, like, BLM fucking shit the bed because of the way that everybody was conducting themselves. So literally what happened was you had all this groundswell of popular support ready for police reform that was ready to do all this shit in the wake of, you know, George Floyd. And then what'd you end up doing? You just fucking rioted and fucking threw Molotov cocktails and, like, you know, broke into enough businesses that eventually all the people were like, well, fuck it, bring the cops back, because the legislators aren't passing anything. My downtown is getting fucking wrecked, and the cops are the only people who are going to stop anything. And literally, like, you can see the spike. It went up to like 70% support for BLM, back down to like 26. So it was amazing.
Rivals. Now, listen, I probably have slightly different takes on January 6th than you, but I'll say this. It's a rival of what the bigger PR disaster is. Having almost the entire world on your side for Black Lives Matter after George Floyd and pissing it away, or having the moral high ground as right-wingers saying, we don't do that shit, and then January 6th happening and giving this huge PR victory right back. Now, I think that there are extenuating circumstances, but I said on January 6th that there are people that engaged in violence. I don't want to hear, oh, they were all Antifa, all, you know, there were FBI informants. All of that may be true. There were, regardless of what you think, right-wingers that engaged in violence on that day. It's been exploited. It's been blown out of proportion, yes. But those people that did that massively blew it out of proportion. And let me say something my audience isn't going to like here. I spent 2 weeks, again, I did a live stream. That was when my son was supposed to be born, January 6th. I did a live stream before they made it into the Capitol saying, what the fuck is going on? Don't do this. I spent the next 2 weeks arguing with dumb shits that were calling into my show saying, well, the tree of liberty needs to be refreshed with the blood of tyrants. I was like, shut the fuck up. You're morally wrong, but you're also strategically wrong. Like, yeah. I'm like, you don't see how this is going to be a turning point. And so it's funny to watch that ball pass back and forth of PR disasters of sort of a movement in the left and right.
Well, and that's kind of, no, and that's what's amazing to me is to have somebody a week before saying we need to wash the blood with the, you know, or wash the tree of liberty with the blood of tyrants and whatever. Like, and then like 30 seconds later when it's like, oh shit, this went sideways. Just kidding. It was Antifa that instigated it. And it's like, right. Bro, like you gotta pick a fucking lane, right? Like just pick a lane. And you can pick a lane, and by the way, like, I won't shit on you for it. If you're like, hey, right. I legitimately think the election was stolen, I think it would be worth our while to investigate it further. You know, this is the evidence that I think, like, listen, I might not agree with you, but I'll at least humor you for the conversation, basically. And, you know, and basically say, like, no, it was stolen from Trump. I think we're under the fucking control of globalist elite pedophiles who fucking blah, blah, blah. I'll hear you out. But basically, like, but then stay in that lane. Don't right. Then back up and then tell me, like, oh, but Antifa, you know, like, nah, you wanted to do this,
right? I totally agree.
You would have done it.
And here's what I was saying where I'm lucky. What I'm about to say when I talk about the strategic deficit of engaging in this behavior, it makes it sound like, oh, Rob's full of shit. Really, he doesn't mind violence, but he understands it doesn't benefit his side in this. But that's not what I'm saying. I'm lucky.
Oh, I lost you? Did I lose you, buddy? You still with me? I'm gonna die here. Give me a second. How was my OBS doing? I'm still green. RPG! Not me.
Well.
Oh, wait, you're back, you're back.
Oh, shit.
Sorry,
I'm sorry.
I lost you for a second.
Yeah, Rob,
Yeah.
your stream is down.
Oh, okay. Let me, there we go. It says reconnecting. We'll see if it comes back here. Hopefully it puts me back on YouTube.
No rush on my end. I'm just bullshitting and shooting people. And I do have work tomorrow,
right.
but it's relatively late, so I won't complain.
Okay, you're back on.
If you, okay, you can hear it. Sorry about that. Am I on all the platforms, YouTube and Twitch? Just let me know, Aftershock. Okay, I'm good. No, what I was saying is this. So when I talk about sort of the strategic value, there are certain people that aren't persuaded by the moral argument. Right? There are people that say, well, yes, no one really wants to cheer for violence, but this is the time. The stakes are so high that we need to do violence. And so what I say to them is, if I can't persuade you that it's morally incorrect, let me persuade you that it's strategically incorrect, right? It's going to backfire. If you're a right-winger, the reason it's strategically incorrect is because the institutions are against you, and they're going to bring the boot down on you. It's not a fucking game. Like, you're going to lose your freedom. You're going to go to prison. Like,
and that's happened to a good chunk of people, right? Like they
and some people that didn't deserve it. Yeah, some people that didn't deserve it. It's been obviously, I think it's been over exploited it, but like these people are so stupid. Some of them, they're coming on. I'm using my real name. I'm talking. There's information out there about there. I have people that have followed me saying like, Rob, you need to talk about how we need to storm this building. I'm like, are you fucking insane? Even if you believe this, your plan is to announce this on a public platform? Like, what are you doing? Like, it's just so stupid. Strategically, the violence will not help you. The strategic power that the right has is that they're seen as less insane right now. So don't give your opponents that gift. You don't have. Yes, I know that a lot of people, Black Lives Matter and people associated with them, rioted May 30th, 2020, attacked the White House, used Molotov cocktails to turn down a guard station, and nothing was really made of it. But the media covered for it. The intel agencies didn't really bring the hammer down.
That's what I was going to say.
You watch. Yeah.
Well, and I was going to say, you have to understand, like, the perception, the most recent incident is always going to be what's in people's minds. Always. So you can say, oh, well, BLM had, like, an insanely larger impact compared to January 6th. You can say that this was, like, a larger, that, like, the damage compared is, like, we had one fucking bad day. Y'all had a fucking summer. So you can go with that. But a lot of people are just going to fuck now. Sorry.
You killed me.
Digitally. But you can say that, but then a lot of people are just they're gonna remember January 6th more because it's more recent, and also it's more dramatic, and it's also played on media more. Like you're just gonna have to deal with that.
Yeah, and you have to understand that there are consequences to losing the culture war. There are. I'm not saying it's fair. In fact, I was on panel after panel before January 6th telling left-wingers that were making excuses for left-wing violence. I said, you realize you're making right-wing violence inevitable. Because you can only play the game so long where you say, it's okay for our side to do it, it's okay, that some knucklehead on the other side will say, well, then I'll play that game.
Oh, and that's the other thing that's really frustrating for me, too, is basically, like, I view this as being made possible through the rhetoric of the past, half decade. Like left-wingers being super cavalier about violence, where they're just like, oh yeah, well, whatever, we'll punch a Nazi, fucking, it doesn't matter, we'll do it, we'll take the fight to that meeting. And so I think that's just fucking crazy, because all they did is they enabled the right wing to say, oh, okay, you want to play that way, we'll play that way too.
Yeah, and so I think that all of that leads to, like, I consider it my moral duty that when I'm talking about how bad shit is, to also make sure that I'm talking about how those sorts of reaction are immoral and not strategic. And then I also, something I do that just comes natural to me is, I'm lucky, like, I have a life. Like, I have a wife, I have a kid, I have a job. And, like, you have to understand, at the end of the day, like, I hate to spoil this, you ready? Like, 100 years from now, no one ain't gonna remember any fucking one of us. Even our distant relatives might see our gravestone once in a blue moon, right? At the end of the day, you have to live with yourself. You have to be able to look at yourself in the mirror. You have to have those relationships with your friends and family. And those are the things. I don't get black-pilled because of that. Things might get real shitty, but I'm one of the luckiest people that ever lived. And I try to tell people that those relationships are more important than working yourself up to the point where you're going to do something rash and something stupid. And so don't get black-pilled. There's always, the pendulum always swings the other way, right? There are better ways to go about it than this violence. So I really do try my best to illustrate that. And I do think that people are irresponsible. And oftentimes it's, you know, unfortunately, there seems to be a benefit content-wise and viewership-wise to have those shitty, irresponsible takes. You know, I think it's overwhelmingly more on the left in our sphere of like Twitch politics and stuff by the nature of it. But even on the right, like, I know how I could get more viewers. I could come on here and be talking a bunch of QAnon bullshit, and I would have more viewers probably. But I think it's nonsense, you know?
Well, in my... So I like to steel man QAnon, okay? So basically, you know, I think that we're ruled by a bunch of really powerful people, and their morality is for thee, not for thee, not for me, and all that kind of shit. But I don't think they're actually fucking lizards or you know, whatever other fucking thing, you know, wild shit that people fucking have to, you know, contend with. Like, and I don't think they're running like an underground pedophile ring that's gonna, you know, be shattered by JFK Jr. or whatever. So that's the thing. I think if you acknowledge the kernel of truth, then it's a little bit better.
Yeah, I agree. There's certainly in any sort of movement like that's gonna, of course, the reason it gains success is because there are kernels of truth. You know, to me, it's interesting. Like, you don't need to make up wild conspiracies about
the real ones are there.
Children. It's there, man. It's right in front of you. Like the Epstein stuff that you can see, it's there. You know, one of the things I thought was so dangerous, and it's hard to tell people this, because if you again, trying to steal, man, if you really believe that children are being sexually exploited in different locations around the country, like that's as high stakes as it gets. I understand being impassioned about that, but you got to be fucking careful. It's one thing to accuse public figures like Hillary Clinton. It's another thing to accuse some guy who owns a pizza shop who happens to know Hillary Clinton. Like, that's fucked up. You better be certain before you're levying that accusation. Like, you better be damn certain, because you're ruining someone's life. Like, there is, you know, we don't want to return the favor that we see on the left. I always find it funny that you'll see, I watch these, like, I Am a Killer shows that my wife likes watching. I'll watch. It's amazing how many people are killers and they'll admit to some homicide and they'll be like, but I'm not a racist. I'm not a rapist. I didn't rape that girl. I just murdered it, right? It's weird how there are things that are more stigmatizing than being a fucking brutal murder. And like calling someone a rapist or a racist or something like that, and maybe even more heinous than that, calling them a child molester or something, that's as serious as it gets. And so to flippantly throw those accusations out, you're playing with fire, you know?
Well, what I was gonna say is I'm sorry for laughing, but basically, hold on, I have to let a dog out. But I was gonna say, I always lean into that a little bit of being like homophobic or transphobic or like racist or whatever. Where I'm like I don't try to be those things, but I try to say like, okay, now what, right? Like, you know, okay, so you heard my argument, you don't like it. You don't like you assigned me a label. Okay, now deal with my argument. And that's kind of what I like to do in the debate sphere in particular, because I feel like it's more, people get caught flat-footed because they just expect to be able to label you with or hit you with the label, and then for you to just kind of get stun locked and only focus on that.
Right. Yeah,
and I'll be right back.
Is the power.
And entertain the folks for a second. I got a dog who's crying. 1 second.
Okay. I will do that. But yeah, it's a good conversation. I want to get into when I'm talking to him about what specifically policy agenda he doesn't like about MAGA. But I do agree that stylistically, like, we do have to be careful. I'll have this conversation with CounterPoints because I know that he's someone that's approaching it from a good faith argument, and he has condemned the violence on the left. But I will not have this conversation with people that I personally saw or were cheering for people in positions of power that made excuses for left-wing violence and refused to condemn it or refused to step in when it was occurring, and then demand that I do the same. I have been as unequivocal as imaginable in condemning all this violence, and so I'm not going to leave people use that as a weapon against me. You know, so I wanted to ask you, what specifically about sort of the MAGA agenda policy-wise are some things that trouble you if the party goes in that direction?
I'm just so the main thing is isolationism. I'll say that, like, so I'm kind of a geopolitical nerd. I'm a military guy, you know, all that kind of stuff. And it's not whether or not we can reduce the size of the military-industrial complex, or if we can prioritize like American global goals over those of our allies or enemies. I'm okay with all of that. But basically for me, that would be a calibration. Whereas where I kind of hear the MAGA movement or whatever, I hear more of like a jerk in the opposite direction. And so that's kind of where, for me, that's scary. Then I'm okay with like some level of economic redistributivism and also like infrastructure investment. I feel like, you know, conservatives haven't talked about investing in America in a really long time. But basically, that gets a little scary when the Democrat Party and the Republican Party are all fucking not fiscal. There's nobody who's fiscally conservative. And then I'm trying to think of one more. Oh, and then the anti-immigration stuff. Like, I'm okay with it to a certain degree. Like, I want an absolutely controlled border. But when it kind of gets to, I don't want to say racist, but when it gets to like, no, nobody's allowed in, fuck them all, like all that kind of shit. Like, I think we could, again, dial it in more intelligently than that. So that's like the main thing.
So I'll say, like, I'll go in reverse with it. Like, starting with the immigration, I do think, like, I think a secure border is a precursor to any sort of agreement on what we do with legal immigration. Without the, like, but I'll be talking to Fabian Liberty later. I think Fabian's a really smart guy. He's an ANCAP. The big criticism with ANCAP is it's just not workable in the real world. It's something that, okay, on paper we could talk about it. And you know, you were in the debate with me with him and last username, right? But I feel the same way about what some people talk about illegal immigration. Well, we'll just deport them all. You can't do that. You can't deport tens of millions of people. You can't. You might say, I want to. You can't do it. It's not feasible. And so you have to approach not just from sort of it sounds good on paper and this ideology. You have to approach, like, is this workable in the real world? It is not workable to deport every illegal immigrant, nor do I think we should. I think that there are processes that we could develop to not give them full citizenship, but to allow them to stay unless they break serious laws, and then give paths to full citizenship that would have military service or other forms of civic service that we might be able to agree upon. But all of that is down the road from securing the border. But I agree with you. Oftentimes I find that there's sort of this almost childish looking at it from the MAGA perspective, where I think we have the right perspective that, dude, both parties have let this open border, which is a disaster, and they tell us, like, oh, it's a good thing, it's a good thing, it's a good thing. But as soon as you ship illegals off to their neck of the woods, they're like, oh, shit, this is a burden on us. I agree with all that, but you still have to be practical in what your response is going to be to that.
Okay, so I just want to cathartically enjoy this meme with you, okay? So I get, like, Martha's Vineyard came together for a day to feed the immigrants, put them in a church, all that kind of stuff. And they're like, look how much better we are than you. But then they didn't get their messaging together because they literally put them on a bus and shipped them off to a fucking, to like a military base the next day. And so like their entire, and then there was other people with messaging that was basically saying like, oh, well, you know, Martha Vineyard's full, you know, we don't have the resources in order to support this many people. And, you know, it's just not really like logistically intelligent and like blah, blah, blah. And I'm just thinking to myself, it's like, you know, when the lefties kind of whined to me, I had to say, okay, yeah, it's a dumb publicity stunt and maybe it's a little bit fucked up to do that to human beings and blah, blah, fucking blah. But at the same time, I also kind of had to laugh a little bit because all of the arguments were like tit for tat what border towns have been saying for fucking decades. And they repeat back the arguments from border towns without even thinking about it.
Yep.
They don't even
and
think
that's
about
how you know that they were full of shit. Like, to me, the summarization of sort of the faux progressive, the NIMBY, not in my backyard, is watching all of those people go, Miyama, hugging each other as they put them on the bus, like, and off to the military camp. And they're like high-fiving each other, like, we did it,
guys. We gave them barbecue food for a day. We nailed it. It's like, bro.
I think my high school band had 48 people. Thank God our bus never broke down in Martha's Vineyard, because apparently we were fucked. Because there is no hotel or anything to put 48 people for more than 48 hours in Martha's Vineyard. Despite their vast amounts of wealth, they can't. I mean, and their narrative didn't even make sense anyways, where it was like, you know, it's the off season. Oh, so you mean there's the tourists aren't there, so there's
more
a bunch of
buildings that are
buildings
empty. Okay, got you. Oh, yeah.
And it is like, you know, okay, you do look at these illegals as they are human lives, and I say this all the. It's important to understand that too. You could want secure border. Like for example, this isn't a law, but I have a house, and I might feel bad for the homeless person that lives that I see 20 minutes away. I ain't letting them move into my fucking house. I feel terrible. You know, I will do things in my life that could maybe help some degree for that homeless person until it becomes too much of an imposition on me. Similarly, I don't begrudge the illegal immigrant, right? If you're legitimately the shitheads that are violent criminals, cartel members, that's one thing. But the average person that just is like, I just want a better life for me and my family, I don't begrudge that, but the system needs to prevent it from occurring. That's how I feel. So there is this sort of like, are you toying with someone's life? But I think that the good outweighs the bad in this, where it's like, listen, we're just taking the left at their word. The illegals are great people, and Florida and these border towns are racist for not wanting them, but sanctuary cities like Martha's Vineyard want them. So match made in heaven.
Didn't you love? So the other thing that I loved was where they were like, what the fuck does Ron DeSantis know about immigration? He's not even in a border town. And I was like, bro, what the fuck? Like, so you're telling me like immigrants just fucking, they cross into Texas and Arizona and they just stop? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? And so the real, I guess my real problem was not even the fucking like the situation or whatever. My real problem was how fucking stupid the rhetoric was from lefties, where they couldn't hear themselves saying what border town right-wingers have been saying for decades, and then also saying like also criticizing people for like not having a simple understanding of immigration. Like I couldn't. I don't know, bro. Like I literally couldn't. It was so stupid that I stopped paying attention because I couldn't handle how fucking stupid it was.
It is one of the only times you'll see, like, well, not one of the only, like, it's rare, though, that you see the direct consequences of someone's claims and actions affect them in such a, like, physical, real way, right? One example that comes to mind is there was this writer for, like, the NBA sports writer or something. I remember tweeting out, like, the first night of the George Floyd riots, like, how dare they try to prevent this from law? And
that
then,
was
like,
my favorite. Yes, burn it all down. Burn this motherfucker down. It's like, these animals, they're in my neighborhood. It's a gated community. You have to get out. Get these people out. And I was like, bro, like, that's just like it's the most hilariously stupid and hypocritical fucking thing I've ever fucking seen. It was amazing.
And what's funny is, though, that there are people in our, you know, academia, people that we would consider sort of institutional powers, in that, you know, people involved in the media or academia or think tanks or something, that they'll tell you like, well, wait a minute, this violence, blah, blah, blah. It's the same with illegal immigration. Like, they just bullshit you and you know it's not true. But Cato tells me that it's all gravy, man. Illegal immigrants, it's all good when they come in. And you're like, but this border town has a population of 10,000 people and they're currently housing 5,000 illegals. That's not sustainable. Like, that's a massive, even if these are good people, that is a massive influx and drain on them. And they're like, no, look at this study. Here's a study. And it's like, it's so hard to argue against that because there's an economic incentive for all these studies to come out. And basically the best way to respond to it, it's like, okay, you take them. And then they're like, oh, no, we can't take them. You know, and I'll be talking to Pisco next.
In New York.
Pisco's a smart... Yeah,
and New
right,
York.
DC, New York, yeah.
Oh, sorry, we just don't have the infrastructure for it. Oh, that's weird.
Really?
That's
But,
weird.
you know, little town in Texas does. You know, I'll be talking to Pisco next, and Pisco, like, honestly tried to, with a straight face, tell me things like this. Well, maybe Martha's Vineyard just didn't have, like, the money to be able to provide for them for another day. And you're just like, Pisco, do you really fucking believe this? Like, come on, don't bullshit me. He's like, well, just because they're wealthy, maybe their government spent frivolously and they didn't have a war chest, you know, a public chest. It's like, go fuck yourself. You know this is bullshit. You know what happened there. Like, you know what happened. And it's okay to be like,
listen,
you know.
I don't. So one of the things when I do argumentation or debates or whatever is I never try to presume like I never try to presume like the mentality of the other person on whether or not they're bullshitting me or whether or not they've like self-deluded themselves, because I don't even care, because I feel like the other people should be able to see that, right? Like where this isn't really adding up. A bunch of millionaires who put like, you know, those those signs that my wife put in front of my house where it's like, no person is illegal in this house. No person is illegal. Black Lives Matter. You know, I don't even know the rest of, I don't even remember the rest of the shit. But basically like, and then, oh shit, I actually have to help people. Let's push it off. Let's push it off to somebody else.
Yeah.
I don't want to do
that. Yeah, it's crazy. I think that, you know, I was talking about this with the previous guest here. Like, I remember doing a panel once of, you know, right-wingers of different stripes and left-wingers. And I remember it just struck me, whatever conversation we were talking about, that the fundamental disagreement on that night with our worldviews were the Democrats, particularly the big government socialists, derived their morality by voting for the right things, right?
Right.
And the conservatives were saying like, well, we do actions. That's where we determine if we're moral people or not. So the difference would be like, well, I think that we should have less taxation. Right. We should have less taxation, but I do volunteer at the soup kitchen versus, well, fuck the homeless people. I step over them, but I voted for Bernie. Right. And like, that makes me a moral person. And it's very interesting because it's like, you know, I quote this guy a lot and I don't know why. I find him interesting. I don't know if you know who Slavoj Žižek is.
Of course.
But so I was interested in Žižek through debate. I read some of his evidence and I don't consider myself a scholar of him or anything, but he talks, I remember this one movie I watched of his, it's called A Pervert's Guide to Ideology. He talks about like Starbucks, right? And he said, I think it was in that movie. He says like the lefty, the shame is built into the can. It's built into the beverage. So you pay an extra 50 cents. Now I'm a good person for engaging in consumerism with a company that's exploiting workers, you know, blah, blah, blah. And all the shit that they pretend to care about. But I paid an extra 50 cents and it went to some farmer in Peru. So it's all gravy now. I'm all good now. I did it. And it's like, could you do less? Like, but you still get this moral satisfaction. And that's a lefty saying that, you know, which I found interesting.
Yeah, and I have to go grab the dog because now she's done chasing rabbits. But yeah, that's like, no, that's absolutely the thing. And then, so actually, yeah, let me hold my thought. I'll be right back.
Yeah, no problem. What's up, my brother, Jesse, my real brother in real life, Jojo Geeker. What's happening, man, on Twitch there? I don't know if anyone else is on Twitch or not. Unfortunately, my stream cut out at some point. Is it working on Twitch? I think so. But yeah, it's good to hear from you. For those that didn't know, Jojo Geeker on Twitch, he actually streams. He streams more games. I know in October he was doing a lot of like independent horror games. So give him a check out there, Jojo Geeker on Twitch. But yeah, go ahead. You had a thought there about sort of.
So I wanted to tout the CounterPoints community for being based for a minute. So we did, when the Ukraine war kicked off, we did a $4,000 fundraiser, got it to the we got it to their armed forces. We got it to a guy who was helping refugees cross Western Ukraine. So we did $4,000, and that was in a fundraiser, right? Then we did $1,700 for a gentleman who has a heart issue, and we got that to him. And then also, sorry, shooting this guy in the face. I got him.
I saw that you were like, when you were out, you were posting pictures of when you were out working in the community.
Yeah, and that was the other thing we did. So we did a $2,400 fundraiser for the community to do hurricane relief, and son of a bitch. And then we probably volunteered for an entire week and then worked our dicks off the entire week and had like a $10,000 impact, chopping up trees, removing them for people who couldn't afford it, drying out buildings, all that kind of stuff. So we're just talking about like one mildly right-wing person who, let's face it, I got 28K subs. My average live viewers is between 30 and 50. And, you know, I don't make that much money off of YouTube or whatever. And yet I've had like a $20,000 impact, and yet we have all these fucking charlatans, no offense, but charlatans to some other fucking dickheads who are making hundreds of millions, or not hundreds of millions, but they're making millions of dollars or hundreds of thousands of dollars, and they fucking virtue signal endlessly about the plight of the fucking working class and shit, and yet they can't be bothered to fucking have an impact. And it's like, okay, all right, fuck you.
Well, they'll do
I don't believe
they'll do the right. They'll do the one-day charity stream, like, but they're not going out there and doing something.
Which
and,
is
and
still, you know, their viewers' money. It has nothing to do with their efforts. It's still their viewers who are the good people.
I think about this a lot. Let's say I'm a college student, and I'm definitely a socialist, and I like Bernie Sanders, and there's these I won't mention them by name, but there's these big left-wing streamers that I'm watching, and I'm like, I'm struggling, I'm eating ramen noodles, I'm living off my student refund check. Yeah, let me give it to this millionaire. Let me donate this money. It's like, you literally could have done anything to advance your socialist cause more than that. You literally could have walked down the street and found someone to give $5 to, and it would have been better spent. I don't begrudge. I'm not here saying sour grapes. I wish I got their money. Damn them.
I do.
Hey, run your grift.
Give me your money.
Run your grift. run your grift, man. I don't give a shit. But it amazes me that people fall for this shit. It's like, really? Like, you don't see the inherent contradiction here. You don't see like that your money's going to someone who's like, virtue signaling their socialist bona fides. But when it comes to real world action, I did want to talk about foreign policy. I think that's an interesting point of contention because I do think we have disagreement there. I would call myself more of an isolationist. However, I think that it's worth noting that I understand that there is a credible argument to a more unipolar interventionist style of governance, that there is a successful argument that could be made for it. I think there's a reasonable, robust debate to have there. My problem is that a precursor to that debate occurring is that I find the institutions that are in charge of making those decisions to be irreparably corrupt. And so I've been lied to about the Iraq war. I've been lied to with color revolutions. I was lied to about Libya. And so how can I trust those people to say, but this time it's important. This time we need to go into this country. I can't trust them. So even if there's a persuasive argument on the philosophical sort of ramifications of should we be more isolationist or interventionist, I can't trust the people that we'd hand the keys to be those interventionists to do it.
Well, yeah. So I think the key there is it's kind of, for me, it's kind of like the bell curve, where it's like we should be we should be the world police, and that's like the dumb guy, and then it's like, no, we should be isolationists because we've been lied to so many times, and it's like the smart guy who has like a 110 IQ, but then there's like the 160 IQ guy, and it's like, no, we should be the world police. And so like the way that I feel about that is I think thinking of the United States as a nation is almost a mistake at this point. And the reason why is because we're not just a nation. We're a $65 trillion commercial empire. And so basically, whether you want that responsibility or not, we already have that responsibility because our economies are so like inexorably basically tied to all these other countries. And as a result, their welfare improves or destroys our welfare as well. And so that's kind of where, for me, I'm not saying we have to be like involved in every war, but we do have to maintain some level of global stability and open commerce.
So, disagree. That's certainly true, right? The old mantra of, alliance with no one, free trade with everyone. Like, there's merit to that. I get that. You don't want to be isolationist to the point where you're not exerting. For example, one thing we don't talk about a lot anymore is soft power, right? The idea that you could be a world power through your influence, through your economy. You don't need to fire one bomb, no one missile. Another thing that's kind of part and parcel with that is the parts of hard power that are your military is so robust and equipped and efficient that no one even crosses the line, right? A great military would be one you never even need to use because your opponents fear the stakes of doing it. But I think that unfortunately, what we see is a lot of the, if I accept the premise, like, look, in for a penny, in for a pound, it's too late now. We're already involved in this. I agree with that, right? But the problem is, at some point, we have to acknowledge, like, this could easily be exploited over and over again for nefarious reasons. And the only assurance we have to stop that is to at least temporarily pull the reins back and say, we can't trust these people anymore because, the same argument could be used in perpetuity. And it leads to some absurd contradictions that are almost as equally as absurd of the Martha's Vineyard thing. For example, I'm told that we have to stay in Syria. And the reason we have to stay in Syria is because we were there fighting ISIS, but Assad was also fighting ISIS. But al-Nusra and groups like that are fighting Assad, so we kind of had to benefit them some. And all this shit's going on. If we wanted to leave now, the problem is our NATO ally, the Turks, would commit genocide against our allies in Syria, the Kurds. Right? And it's like, this whole shit, it's like, are you shitting me? Like, how can I even believe this at face value? It's so nonsensical. And yet I'm told, like, well, you just have to accept this. They're experts, you're not. You have to accept it without question. And at some point, I'm like, look, you're right. If we would pull back in the way I'm suggesting, totally disband or revamp our intel agencies and things like that, no doubt there will be pain. And there will be people that are our allies that will suffer because of it. But what's the consequence? That we say, well, 10 years from now, we'll fix it. And then the same sort of shit happens over and over. And they create more and more problems that we then have to deal with 10 years down the road.
But that's kind of where I want you to scale these things. Like, I'm a huge history guy, and so I always scale things based off of impact. And of course, like the global war on terror is like a multi-trillion-dollar, security enterprise that's largely failed. And the only thing that it succeeded in was in militarizing the world. So basically, like, now everywhere is kind of like a low-level conflict. But if you look at the, compared to World War II or compared to, I don't know, even Vietnam, it's basically a blip on the radar. Like as far as like casualties and even civilian deaths and like all that kind of shit. And so the point being that, like, you have to, there's $65 trillion that is guaranteed, like, of economic activity that's roughly guaranteed by American military supremacy. Then there's like another 20 or 30 trillion that's guaranteed by the actions of our adversaries, our rivals. And so I think you could scale that back where you could say, you're responsible for your security, but we're going to train you and we're going to give you the equipment. And after that, you kind of got to fight it on your own. Or yeah, that would be more of my solution instead of like trying to reassume a purely nationalist mantle.
It's not a bad idea, but again, the problem for me would still be in order for the mechanisms to work that you're talking about, we would have to have people in charge of them that are operating in good faith. Like, let me give you an example. We had 17 generals that were at one point in charge of the 20-year Afghanistan war. Every year we were told, we're winning. It's almost over.
But if you asked any Marine or Airman or soldier in 2011, they would have told you this place is going to go tits up the second we leave. Like that.
That's right.
That if you asked any enlisted person under staff sergeant, like they would have told you that shit instantaneously. And so for the military folks, at least for me, it was kind of, and like I saw articles talking about that shit too, where they're like the generals are basically lying. Like Vice News did a piece called "This is what winning looks like," and it was kind of just known that like the central government was so corrupt and so distrusted that all the Taliban were really doing in the final years of the war was keeping the peace, waiting for us to leave so they could do whatever the fuck they wanted to do. And so that's where for me, I think what was going on there, sorry for ranting, but I feel like the executive branch doesn't want to be in charge of a war that we're losing, or admitting that we're losing, or admitting that it's pointless, right? They don't want to admit that. So they have to hold the ball, and it's just going to be a game of who finally eats the shit sandwich. And I think Biden was just the guy who was finally like, yeah, fuck it, 20 years, 5,000 lives, a few $1 trillion. Let's just eat the shit sandwich. I'm senile. Nobody's going to give a fuck about it anyways. And that was basically what we ended up doing. But I think it was moral cowardice on behalf of previous administrations.
I don't disagree, but you can see the cost, not just in dollars, but in, time spent and PTSD and lives of U.S. servicemen and, people in Afghanistan. Like,
yeah, but
there
we're
were
all
serious
pawns. We're all pawns in their game.
Right.
I wouldn't.
So that's
I wouldn't
part
sweat
of the
it too
reason
much.
Again, fool me once though, right? So like I see that they're intentional lying that brazenly. I will say this, listen, I think you'd be someone who shares this belief with me. I'm comfortable in saying that. Like, I think both of us are people that are cheering for America, even if that means the people we didn't vote for ends up doing good. I didn't want Joe Biden to fail. I'll be clear about that. You know, I would have. I would have been happy to eat crow. You know.
Yeah, Mark Twain is my favorite author. I'll give you 2 quotes. One, I never lie because then I don't have to remember anything. That's my favorite. And then the second one is it's like patriotism is loving your country and wait. It's like patriotism is respecting your country and respecting your government when it deserves it. And I think that's such a fucking good quote because it actually like it leaves some room for accountability for the government, which no offense to anybody here, but it's basically a bunch of cosmopolitan jerk-offs who want to siphon their economic well-being off of the global economy, and they don't care about us as individual inputs. But just because that's true doesn't mean it's not important. So for instance, like Rome, the Empire of Rome, one of the greatest civilizations to ever exist, you could say exactly what I just said about Rome, but that doesn't mean that Rome wasn't an impressive civilization, and after its collapse, terrible things happened.
That's right. I don't disagree. The question becomes, how do we limit, you know, and I'm sorry,
The
this
downfall?
might seem selfish.
Probably don't.
Well, right. It seems selfish, but I'm sorry. Our government should exist for the benefit of the American people first and foremost. I also believe in a do no intentional harm philosophy. So I don't think that we should be, you know, America first, take the resources of our neighbors. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying, you know, and so looking at it through that perspective, what I see, then you take Afghanistan, or let's take Ukraine, right? Regardless of what you think of Ukraine, it is clear, and I don't like Russia, and I think Russia is by far majoritarily to fault, just like I think Al-Qaeda was majoritarily at fault for 9/11, right? But Ron Paul was onto something when he said, well, we have to look and say, what did we do? What could we have done different to sort of prevent these bad actors from getting to this conclusion? I feel the same with Ukraine, where it's like, we're meddling in all sorts of things. In 2014, we're basically engaged in what's tantamount to a color revolution with Victoria Nuland, taking away one of Russia's key allies in Yanukovych and having Poroshenko win that. The Obama State Department is basically funding what would become their FBI, the NABU. They're basically funding all sorts of little proxy excursions into, you know, eastern Ukraine and areas that are seen as, you know, close to Russia. Simultaneously, we're bombing Syria, another ally of Russia, have troops on the ground there. And there's all this provocation, and people like me are warning over and over, like, look, this is dangerous, this is dangerous. And everyone was like, Russia won't do anything. They're a paper tiger. They're not going to do anything. And then when they invade, they're like, oh, now see. And it's like, you have to ask yourself, would we have been better to not be doing that meddling in the first place? Would it have been a better situation?
But see, my evil, maniacal, globalist worldview that is not a moral defense but more an explanatory mechanism comes into play. Prying away Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Ukraine, trying to think of like the next people over that are fucking useless, by the way. I'm pretty sure like Romania is like a part of like NATO. What the fuck is Romania going to do if we go to war? Prying all those people away into either the European Union or NATO or whatever, that is not a attempt to not provoke Russia. That is an attempt to expand the global commercial empire and American hegemony. So that's where basically, like, you know, the motivation, it kind of doesn't matter if Russia reacts, because we have a different moral system where, like, liberal democracy, mixed economy, capitalism is the only system to be. And even if you're not that, as long as you help us get where we need to go, you can be an ally. And if you fuck with us, or if you have your own agenda that's separate from ours, then fuck you, we're going to steamroll you. And I understand, we've killed probably a few 100,000 people now with Ukraine by proxy. But that's the global commercial empire continuing its steamroll.
I don't disagree, right? There's certainly financial motivation. We're misled as to exactly what the support is for these decisions. I don't disagree. I agree with you that that's the motivation. The problem I have is there's consequences, right? Like, it's hard to force. It's you know, the old adage, it's hard to force democracy on a country. Like, the failure of Afghanistan fundamentally was that you can't like as heinous as the Taliban and Al Qaeda was, right? When the U.S. soldiers go in and start burning poppy fields, like what that looks like to the people of Afghanistan is what the fuck? Like these people are coming in and they're taking my livelihood.
The fact that the central government collapsed in 11 days is an indictment of the 20 years worth of effort. But likewise, what I would say is the continued fighting by the Ukrainians is whatever the fuck is an opposite of an indictment. I don't even know what it is. It's an indication that we're actually investing in people who care enough to fight for what they believe in. And so for me, like, the Ukrainians have heartened me in a way that the Iraqi army and the Afghan army has completely fucking disillusioned me with what American training is capable of. The truth is, if you don't have a force that's willing to fight and believes in the fight, it doesn't matter how much fucking money and weapons you give them.
I don't disagree with that. I don't. But the question is, are we doing them a service, right? Because looking to the
but they're also making a choice. They're making a choice.
Yes, but the choice sort of becomes inevitable because as long as we keep pumping weapons to them and their leadership seems steadfast, and as long as we're getting these weapons, we're fighting, and Russia's not going to back down. I mean, even the State Department said off the record to mainstream media outlets, like, we don't fucking know how this ends. We can't see either side winning. It's just going to continue in perpetuity. And so the question is, instead of sending trillions of dollars to enrich sort of Lockheed Martin and, Raytheon with weapons that go over there that will be told in 10 years, oops, terrorists got some of these weapons. Where did they get these Javelin missiles? Where did they get these things? Because we're not keeping track of all of those weapons. And in order to facilitate that fighting to continue, would we been better served to make some concessions in sort of that economic world alliance, and what's taking the form of a military alliance, to say we're willing to make some concessions to Russia if possible in order to sue for peace now, which in the long run, given the right circumstances, may be better for the people of Ukraine than fighting a war that they're going to be the grunts of. And they might have the passion to fight, but they're the ones that are going to die. So is it really a mercy to them, or really a positive to keep that facilitated?
I've brought this up a number of times to George Haney, who's like a geopolitical analyst. I brought this up to Dylan Burns. I brought this up to anybody, really, Russian or pro-Russian or pro-Ukrainian, where I'm basically like, hey, based off of the momentum I'm seeing on the ground and the commitments of both sides, I think that Ukraine would make a mistake by taking back Donetsk and Luhansk, because if they have popular support with the local people, like if the Russians have popular support with the local people, you're gonna get bogged down into an insurgency, and that's gonna drain your resources, and it's gonna make it easier for the Russians to counterattack, and basically you're gonna lose more than you did before. Zaporozhye, which is southeast of Donetsk and Luhansk, or excuse me, southwest, and Kherson, both of those oblasts, which is like counties, both of those are north of Crimea. I think those are still in contest. I don't think there's enough Russian support and enough Russian material assets there to completely keep the Ukrainians off. But then Crimea is so important, I don't think that it would be worth it for the Ukrainians to take that back either. But I'm an American. That's my read on the conflict, and I'm not the person fighting. And what I've heard from all the analysts is that if the if fucking Zelensky took my approach, where he said, Russia, you get these two territories and you get Crimea and fuck off and let's stop the war, he would be deposed. It would become a military dictatorship, and the military would continue the war, because they do not want to cede a single inch of territory.
Well, that might be true, but here's the thing, right? You could say the same about like the military. What's the word I'm looking for? Sort of courage, or it's not the good word. It's late at night. I've been streaming a lot, but like of Japan, right? Where Japan, like it was, when you hear about the humanitarian in you says like, my God, dropping the nuclear bomb. What a disaster. Like, but then when you read, like, well, what would it have been without that? What would the stakes have been? It would have been this drawn out, bloody, they're not going to give up. It needed to be such a brute show of force. Arguably, like, I'm not a student of history, but that's the narrative.
I'm actually with your analysis, despite it being hotly contested in modern circles. I'm actually completely fine with your analysis.
Right, and I'm aware that people disagree, but that makes sense, right? So we need a brutal, immediate show of force to discourage them from, to understand, like, look, it's time to give up. Like, the question is, let's say that's true. Let's say that Zelensky gets deposed, the military. How long can they keep it up? Right? Like, if the U.S. turns off the faucet, how long can they do it? Because here's what I'm worried about.
They wouldn't be able to.
Right, and so if you look at this in a practical nature, you can only, even if, let's say for the sake of argument, hey, thanks so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. I really do. Welcome here. I'm talking to my friend CounterPoints. Right now, we're talking a little about Ukraine-Russia situation. My worry is this, right? Like, well, not even worry necessarily, but if you look at this from a practical nature, you're only going to keep the unlimited money faucet on for so long, and something's going to happen. Maybe it's the midterm and it's people changing. Republicans win, arguably. Maybe it's just that, like, the Biden administration's like, look, we can't do anymore. We're losing popular support with this back home. What happens then? And so it seems like we're just stalling the inevitable, unless there is a credible case to be made that sending this money now results in such strategic military victories by Ukraine that it puts Russia in such a hole that they have no choice to be like, we have to turn tail, or we have to get a saving face measure that basically is super beneficial for the Ukraine. I think that we're just delaying the inevitable, which means more deaths on both sides and more money spent and more money to military defense contractors, because we're just keeping it going. The grunts on both sides are dying, but at the end of the day, if there can't be a concise victor, it's going to happen. At the end of the day, they're either going to sit down at the table or the worst happens, which is that a weapon gets used that it's horrific to even think about. And the stakes then escalate to,
No, so I'm going, but here's the thing. I think that even the use of like a tactical nuke would be now. Of course, for all I fucking know, there could be a fucking ICBM on the way to fucking Orlando right now. I don't know, but I feel like it would be such an escalation that the world would be so horrified by that even Russians would probably depose the Russian regime if that were to occur.
Agreed.
And so one, I hope it never gets that far, and then two, we would have a pretty drastic response. Three, I'm pretty sure Poland, Lithuania, and Estonia are like pretty much chomping at the bit to go fuck some Russians up, and Russia can't stand against the entire world, and so I'm not saying that as like a threat or whatever, because I do understand like Russia's geopolitical interest in what they're doing, but my frustration. I don't really have a frustration. I do have a frustration. The thing is, I don't think this is a fucking oil tanker, and we saw that with Trump, because Trump. I think there is such a thing as the deep state. Destiny and I talked about it. I kind of told him my definition of the deep state. He didn't really seem to have that much contention with it, but the deep state isn't a bunch of like nefarious administrative bureaucrats or like mustache twirling villains. It's basically administrative momentum, where people have built institutions with a purpose, and those purposes have to perpetuate themselves, and because those purposes have to perpetuate themselves, they're going to do these fucking things, and one of those things is American empire. So Russia, unfortunately, they're on the wrong side, and they're going to get fucked, and Ukraine is on the correct side, but they're going to have to pay the price.
Right, but you look at it from this stake, like, but at the same time, if the fear is, well, we could broker a peace deal, but it would result in, Zelensky knowing he would be deposed, so he has no choice to be, all in on it. Like, the same could be said of Putin and Russia, right? Like, if you're looking at this and you're saying, like, and I don't think it's an unreasonable position to say this, vis-a-vis the United States world position versus Russia. It's only a matter of time if the United States wants to take down Russia to take down Russia. It's just a matter of time, isolating them from the world stage, correctly pointing out crimes that Russia's done and terrible things that Russia's done. Like, it's inevitable, the writing's on the wall. And if you're Russia and you're looking at this build up to this invasion, and you see what's going on in Ukraine in 2014, and basically Ukraine, I feel so bad for the people of Ukraine, because they went from, basically being the puppet of Russia to being the puppet of the United States. It'd be a damn shame, God forbid we get someone who's actually looking out for their interests first and foremost. But when you look at those sorts of things, like,
okay, but
maybe
what you just said, though, to me, that doesn't exist. So for instance, like Afghanistan, okay, and I'll try to be brief, but Afghanistan, when we supported the Mujahideen, right? We gave them Stinger missiles. They kicked out the Russians. They blew up all the fucking helicopters and shit, and then the Russians eventually got sick of it and left. So what ended up happening was in the proxy war, we left. There were like 4 different factions. It was like the Hazara, the Taliban, the Southwest Pashtun, and then the Northern Alliance. And those groups, like the Northern Alliance was supported by Uzbekistan and Tajikistan. The Hazaras were supported by Iran. I think the Taliban were supported by, in the Mujahideen, they were supported by Pakistan. And then like Oman, like sponsored like a random group. And so like this state that exists without the military, economic, and political assistance of another nation just does not exist in the current era. And this was like the 1980s. So
I agree.
1990s.
That's fair.
I just don't think
You're
it exists.
That's fair, and you arguably could say like, is it any more different in the like it? As important as I think national borders are and sort of a nationalist view of the United States and caring about the people of the United States first, there's a legitimate criticism to be made that even within governments of these countries, certain groups could say, I don't feel that shame that there's not a group in power representing me. So, certainly even at our level, you could say, so I don't disagree with that. But I guess what I'm saying is just, the build up to this, I think that cooler heads could have prevailed in the build up to this because if you put Russia in the position where they think like, fuck, inevitably the trains are rolling, and then eventually we're gonna get steamrolled. So we gotta pick a chance now. We gotta do something now. And as much we started to talk about Biden's Afghanistan withdrawal. I actually respect him for it. I thought we should have withdrawn. The problem was how he did it, and how he did it to me was sort of a signal of weakness, and maybe just the timing of that signal of weakness mixed with Russia thinking like we have to act soon because the time's running out, because this slow encirclement is eventually going to render it impossible for us to do anything. And I worry that if you back them into a corner like that, and like, even the idea of nuclear weapons, I agree that it's a very low probability. But if it comes to the point where like Putin may think that we're attempting to assassinate him, or that it's going to get so bad that he's going to be deposed anyways, he might make a show of force in a grotesque manner that could be something regrettable. And even if it doesn't get to that level, which I don't predict it will, I don't see how it ends without like sort of horrific consequences for the area. If Russia thinks there is no hope, eventually these are our enemies, there's no hope, they're going to keep encircling us no matter what. To me, it just seems like this is dangerous. This is the scariest sort of geopolitical situation, probably, and Biden said it to donors, since the Cuban Missile Crisis.
But the Putin regime, this is kind of where I want to scale what you said, because I think that Russians are putting it in the rhetorical frame that you did. But we're not talking about the dismantling of Russia. We're talking about, well, although I guess if you were a white nationalist, you could make that argument. What we're talking about is free trade with the rest of the world, or relatively free trade to a certain standard, and then we're talking about interacting with your neighbors relatively peacefully, and then we're also talking about negotiating, Crimea and Donetsk and Luhansk and all that kind of stuff. And so that's kind of the thing. It's like, I don't think anybody wants to actually like drop bombs on Moscow or St. Petersburg or any of that kind of shit. I don't think anybody wants to genocide the Russian people. I think what they want is they want the United States. They want to be in the European and United States' orbit, and they don't want to be in the Russian orbit, and that's an intolerable situation for them. So. But that's kind of.
But then, right? I don't think that Putin's looking at it like we'll be wiped off the face of the earth. I think he's looking at it like we lost the Cold War, right? Like the Soviets lost the Cold War, and for years now it's been a unipolar world, and it's undoubtable the U.S. was the hegemon. But Russia still had this place of importance, right? Yeah, right. And I think that they're looking at it like we're going to be relegated to, like, basically minor league
second-class
status.
citizenship.
Like
yeah, absolutely.
Right.
Yeah, they're going to be.
And
They're
I
going to be
think
in the United States' orbit, and that's an intolerable situation. They view themselves as a rival or a peer, not a subordinate nation. I think I've heard Putin say as much, is where he was like, hey, we respect, the United States as the global superpower, but at the same time, the United States needs to understand that we are a power within our own right, and we deserve some level of respect and dignity, which includes, control of the affairs in our own backyard. Which, like, I understand. But then when you start talking about like Westphalian sovereignty or whatever, where every country is supposed to have some level of say over its own, like within its own borders, at that point, that it's like my rights to throw my fist ends where your nose begins,
Right.
but scaled up to a nation.
Yeah, I again, that's probably right. But you have to then look at what's going on then with the United States in the lead up to this, with sort of the advancing of a military alliance and the continued. I think cooler heads should have prevailed then. They didn't. Okay, it's done. But this is, the reason we're on this is because I'm saying, although I think there's an interesting debate to have about sort of staying out of world affairs at this level militaristically versus using military power to try to curb the amount of damage that's done. The reason that I reject the latter fundamentally, without even getting into the debate, is I don't trust the people that would be responsible for that are capable or are non-corrupt. And so for me, when I look at this sort of poor situations that led...
By corrupt, do you just mean that they're like boys with the Defense Department and the generals or whatever who run this shit? So they're either making money or they're making money by proxy? Like, is that what you mean by corrupt?
Corrupt's a weird word. So let me put it's a loaded word, and let me say why.
I agree. If that was your assessment, then I agree with you.
Right. But I don't know that I would use the word corrupt to describe that, because, like, theoretically, you could say this. You'd be like, there could be the noble lie. Like, if you're engaged in intel, you're not, like, it's not exactly corrupt to lie to the, like, for example, let's say that the reason we raided Afghanistan, and it was never said to us, was we 100% our intel agencies knew that there was a dirty bomb that was going to be released, and so that's why we had to invade. But for whatever reason, we couldn't announce that, so we made up this other story, and like that wouldn't necessarily be corrupt, right? But what I do think there is a level of corruption, what I'm talking about, which is self-servants and not caring about the good of citizens of the United States first and foremost, which I would consider corrupt. But I think more of it is there's this certitude, and I think you nailed this when you talked about the deep state. Now, when you looked at sort of the impeachment of Trump over Ukraine, over that call, and you saw all these people from Obama's State Department, and like George Kent and Vindman and all these people, I forget the woman's name, but they were coming up. They kept using the phrase "our foreign policy," right? Yeah. And it's like, actually, it's Trump's foreign policy. You work for him, right? Like, you don't have your foreign policy.
But that's incorrect. They do have their own foreign policy that is separate from the president. As a matter of fact, so there's something called TAD. It's temporarily assigned duty. And I have a family member who was in the military during the Trump presidency. And basically what they did in order to keep troop numbers up in Syria, Kuwait, and Iraq is they just constantly sent them on temporarily assigned duty, because temporarily assigned duty doesn't need to be reported as like a troop or whatever. So literally he was moving from Kuwait to Iraq to Syria back to Kuwait every like month or whatever. That way he wouldn't have to be reported as a number. And I literally I guarantee you that's the kind of shit that the Pentagon the kind of games that the Pentagon played in order to keep the numbers less, so Trump was happy that, oh, we have less troops involved in this shit. But realistically, they weren't actually drawing down troops, and they weren't drawing down their capacity because the deep state's agenda was separate from that of Trump's.
Right, and I agree totally, and that's what I'm saying. Like, when I say corrupt, that's sort of what I'm talking about. In other words, even if it's not for nefarious reasons, it's like, democracy be damned. We don't care what the American people voted for or want. We know what needs to be done, and therefore we're going to do it, even if it's against the wishes of the president. And I guess I'll just make it as clear as possible, because we don't have all night. Like, I think that these interventionism and the lies that's been told and the situation, I think it is a net, even if there are benefits, which I could say that, like, it increases the United States economic influence influence and things like that. When it comes to like average people and constituents, I think they're the ones who pay the sacrifices. It's not the wealthy people that are fighting in wars. It's the poor. And so at some point I say, I cannot trust these people that are going rogue basically and making these decisions by themselves and have had disastrous outcome after disastrous outcome, like Libya, like Iraq, like Afghanistan. And now we see, you know, the Syria conflict sort of mixed in with Ukraine. And so until those people no longer have the keys, I'm sorry, I'm not going to listen to them the next time they say like, oh, this time we have to go into Yemen. We got to go there. I just don't buy it.
Well, so I know we don't have all night, and we're probably on the last 5 minutes of the talk or whatever. But what I would say is, when those people are no longer in charge, they will be replaced with people just like them because of the nature of our state administrations and all that kind of stuff. And the other thing that I would say is that the military-industrial complex isn't going anywhere. And also, basically, like, you don't have an option. You're kind of along for the ride. And I hate to say that as like, oh, you're a United States citizen, you vote, this, that, the other. But I literally think that maybe like the last president who, you know, tried to challenge the military-industrial complex and the deep state, I think they got shot. So
right, they did. I agree. I'll just say
JFK was like, yo, this is fucked up. We shouldn't be this involved in shit. And they're like, you know, okay, that's enough of that guy.
and there's a lot to that. Like, can they actually be changed? But I still think it's worth fighting.
Do you remember when Trump said that he was going to declassify all of the JFK fucking documents, and then at the last second he didn't?
Yep.
Dude,
crazy.
I'm not saying that it's gonna be Bush Senior who fucking did it, but I'm not saying that it's gonna be Bush Senior.
Right behind Zapruder. Yeah. You know, no, but I think you give the reason why I'm so adamant about this, which is like, yeah, you're exactly right. It's something that I say a lot, right? When I talk about corruption at the FBI, for example, I say, yeah, let's assume Donald Trump, the worst was true. Let's assume that he was an agent of Vladimir Putin, terrible, would deserve to possibly die in prison or be executed for treason. I don't disagree with that. I don't think there's any proof that he was that. But hypothetically, if that was true, but it's more troubling if there's institutions like what we are just colloquially calling the deep state right here that is engaged in behavior that's detrimental to the United States than one particular president, because an individual politician comes and goes, but that deep state stays. And I think you're right that when these people are replaced, it'll just be replaced. That's why we need to take away their authority and their funding to do these sorts of things. And it might not be possible, but I think it's worth trying for, because I don't think it'll ever change as long as we keep saying, well, if we just get the right general in there, if we just get the right CIA director, I don't think it'll ever change. And I think the sacrifices will be made from the regular citizens of this country that will pay through increased gas prices, loss of life, inflation, and it'll be the people at the top, the elites that'll be raking in money hand over fist. So that's why I say until we change it, which it might not be possible to change, well, then what we do is say these interventionism, it's always going to be worse because we can't trust the people to be altruistic that would be engaged in it or beneficial to the majority of Americans.
Well, and there's a scene from a movie that I want you to keep in mind, and then I kind of want to say what more of my aims are compared to yours. So basically, so the scene from the movie, it's from Lord of War, and basically Nicolas Cage is an arms dealer, and there's a gentleman that he's talking to who actually works for like the United States. And so they're having this conversation, and he's like, during this conflict, you armed both parties. And he was like, yeah, that's right. Have you ever considered that I wanted both parties to lose? And so just because Libya is now a fucking, shithole with fucking slavery coming back and fucking economic, disaster, that doesn't mean that wasn't within the realm of acceptable situations for the United States government. Same thing with, I'm trying to think of the other examples that you brought, but you're using like a traditional morality for this. And I just don't think these people operate with the same morality. And then finally, what I would say is like my goal is I view the United States of America as like a fucking tanker, like an oil tanker. And I think you can steer the ship, but I don't think it's a fucking speedboat and you can change the direction on a dime. And so I would say you basically as smaller creators, as people with a mild amount of political influence, as people who wouldn't complain if multimillionaires asked us our opinions and tried to fucking, you know, make the world a better place or whatever. I would say focusing on trying to steer the tanker is probably going to be more long-term because the deep state will just fucking kill you.
Maybe. I'm gonna rip the Band-Aid off that guy, but it's a great conversation. I really enjoyed it. Let me ask you, just before I get you out of here, just a couple things. Are you going to be voting majoritarily Republican, even if you have some question with like maybe particular candidates?
Yeah, my wife is furious. But what I did is I voted Democrat for all the environment, like the environmental boards, because like we have like a really sensitive environment down in Florida or whatever. But then I voted all the representatives Republican because they're in charge of the fucking purse strings. So like I want somebody who cares about like the environment and wants to help people and do XYZ in order to make the world a better place. But I also don't want to turn into fucking California and have them spend $1 billion fucking dollars to save some fucking weird like sea turtle fucking, you know, like there's only three sea turtles of this one breed and they live in this one canal and we have to like destroy half of Miami to save it. I don't want to do that shit either. So literally I actually voted centrist. Like I voted legitimately centrist.
That's awesome. Now I would recommend you vote Republican. I'll take it. But no, I get it. It's funny. Do you have any predictions? Like, what do you think with the House and Senate? I'm predicting 52-53 Republican Senate, maybe 245 in the House, but we'll see what happens. Do you have any feeling on how it might go?
I don't, but what I am hoping is for just like again slight edge for Republicans. That's what I'm hoping for. Again, so this is kind of like my philosophy. It's like Republicans, they talk about the principles that I care about, but they just want to slash the budget. That's all they want to fucking do. And then Democrats talk about things that I don't necessarily give a shit about, and I think they're well intended, but I think their execution is always dog shit. So I kind of want like the heart and the intentions of the Democrats, but then the common sense of Republicans. And I never get it, so I kind of have to be a centrist.
I think that I can't vote for the Democratic Party at this point through things I see of corruption, authoritarians. But no, it's interesting. I love talking to. One of the things I love, my favorite interactions is talking to people that are intelligent and can defend their positions that come from areas of agreement that are but disagreement in slightly different ways. So to talk to you, then to talk to Pisco, there's going to be more disagreement, but in
he's
different
coming
ways.
For the throat, man. You got to be ready. You got to be ready. You need to drink some fucking coffee or some shit.
Yeah, he's catching me at a good time 18 hours in. And then I got Fabian Liberty, who's coming at me from like a more libertarian
the opposite angle where he's going to be like, you're not conservative or libertarian enough. You're a fucking leftist cuck, you son of a bitch. Yeah, that's
so I thought this was interesting, like more of a centrist view than left view than more of a right view. I thought that worked out really well for the last three guests. So CounterPoints, people could find you on CounterPoints at Twitch TV. Anywhere else that you would like people to check out?
Yeah, I'm on YouTube, so 90% of my content on the new channel, or not new channel, on the old channel is going to be Warhammer 40k related. Unfortunately, that's like 95% of my channel views, so I just kind of had to follow the algorithm on that one. But I'll still be streaming. Like right now, we got 30-40 people hanging out with us, and I'll still be streaming politics, and then I'll just be posting like political essays to a third channel and debates to a second channel. So basically, just type in CounterPoints, follow the links, you'll find everything, and yeah, it was fun.
All right, thanks so much, man. I really appreciate it. Hope you have a great time. We'll talk to you soon.
Yeah, see you, buddy. Be easy.
Yeah.
All right, chat. We're gonna kill a couple more people up, or we're gonna die fucking horribly. I got this. So this machine gun, I think, is technically an M4. I think it's technically an M4. It's like a 5.56, but it's a belt-fed 5.56 M4, so it's actually really fucking sick. So, yeah. Well, hey, if we got a few 40k people, or even if we have a few political people, y'all need to fucking watch the... That motherfucker tried to shoot me? Aw, bitch. Y'all need to fucking watch the new 40k. It's in the algorithmic wake. Why would you spawn me in line of sight of a bad guy? That's so fucking dumb. 2 can play that game, you dumb bitch. Whoa! Ah, you got me. So yeah, go bump the tank video, even if you don't like it. Go use that shit. And did I use the M4? Yeah, I mean the M4, it's not recoilless, but it's pretty light. I want a javelin kill. Give me a javelin kill. Damn. Javelin kill would have been sweet. Yeah, so Bud123, did I use the M4 before? Is the game realistic? Yeah, the game's relatively realistic. I think it's pretty good. But it's fucking bedtime for me, ladies and germs. We've been on stream for fucking hours. 4 or 5 hours. What is this, Destiny? What am I, Destiny? Fucking normally jump into this shit and fucking debate for 2 hours and then dip out, you know? But instead we're hanging out, we're chilling, we're having a good time. But seriously, no, I really do appreciate everybody fucking hanging out. Like, we had roughly 20, 30 people the entire fucking night. So yeah. Okite Mozafari. Okte Mozafari. That's an interesting one. Leave without party. And I'm gonna dip. I'll go full camera. Yeah, of course I'll travel to Europe. The only thing is I'm trying to get over like a mild fear of flying, but to be honest, I'm actually having like a lot of dreams where flying is based. Basically what I did is I'll tell you, I took a lot of risks as a young man and I felt like I ran out of luck. And so I needed to take a break after the military and law enforcement to kind of feel like I rebuilt my luck a little bit. And, but I got on a plane, I went to Baltimore, you know, flight there and back was good. I took my pills, I chilled the fuck out, you know, all that kind of shit. And, what ended up happening, I don't know if y'all can still hear me, but I'm gonna keep talking. What ended up happening was the plane that I rode on, literally, literally a week after I was on it, it had a fucking engine fire and had to return to the airport. And like, you know, that bugs me a little bit, but doesn't bug me like crazy. So, but yeah, in general, I'll travel to Europe probably. So I just got to figure out whether or not I'm going on a boat or going on the fucking thing. Connor, will you travel to Europe? Yeah. Peace, chat, and Connor. Thank you, Seth Quell. I didn't see you in chat all night, but I appreciate you hanging out with us. What were you and Rob talking about at the beginning of the stream? Some Lauren Southern competition? Yeah, it was called the Odyssey Games. I don't think I recorded it, but I'm sure it's there. If you check out the Odyssey Games, you can see me and other people eating tarantulas and shit. Except your inner flying Superman. Indeed. Thank you, Ragnarok. And then at CounterPoints, please tell me you didn't vote for the rent control initiative in Orange County, lol. Well, you'd have to tell me about that, buddy, because I did vote for it, but the reason why I voted for it is because they tied it to the cost of living adjustment. So it's not that rent people, which by the way, everybody I know took a 30% hit in rent this year. So, you know, I know a lot of people who are hurting really bad. So blah, 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 blah. Yeah, so it's not like you can't increase rent. You can just only increase rent by the CPI, which I think is fine. So sorry if you're a landlord and I fucked up your revenue stream, but whatever. Orange County politics is so broken. Indeed, Jake. Happy you're here. Don't know how long you were hanging out with us, but I hope you were doing well. Jake is a good friend. Good friend. So, yeah. But let's go raid our 7 fucking Twitch folks over to Rob. I appreciate y'all either running me in the background or actually hanging out for the whole night. And I appreciate the YouTube people. You know, we were chilling for quite a bit, so we had a good time. And I'm happy that we had literally like 20, 30 people fucking hanging out literally just to fucking shoot the shit and play some video games. That was I'm happy. Like, I mean, I don't expect y'all to just hang out and watch me fucking play video games every goddamn night, but it's not like it's not fun. So, blah, blah, blah. And honestly, Pisco versus Rob should be fun. Pisco's a smart fucking cookie, man. He's a smart fucking cookie, so y'all should have fun. Although I don't see Rob Nor. Where's fucking Rob Nor? Yeah, there he is. Here we go. All right, start raid. All right. Bye, Twitch people. I love you. Have a beautiful night. All right. That's good. Close that. Orange County Pay, blah, blah, blah. Thanks for your service in the wars, by the way. You are more than likely helped or was helped by some of my family members. Some are Canadian Air Force, some are infantry, some are tankers. Based, buddy. All right, it's been fun. Have a good night, Connor, and chat. See you next time. Christian Valeris, I got that fucking 25-6 KD ratio where I just fucking nuked that other fucking team. I got that for you. That was my one good game for you, friend. So I hope you appreciate it. But yeah, y'all have a beautiful night. I will catch you in the next one. Have a great one. Bye.